my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high rises, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
down to this. Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me heating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you gotta cry with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you owe us that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you gotta cry with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you gotta cry with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse, suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series final day. Therefore, the most decisive one as well, and we've got some absolute bangers lined up. Possibilities of tiebreaks, possibilities of the favorited teams going forward to the next phase of the competition. As always, I am joined by the two beautiful specimens next to me, Ark and Teddy. I'll start with you, Ark. How are you feeling about today?
I'm very excited for today. There's a lot of potential outcomes that we may or may not get to, and that, for me, is always a good thing. There's definitely some potential for surprise here, Trav.
Definitely so. And Teddy, how are you feeling?
Exactly the same as Ark, to be honest. I love, at the end of a group stage like this, having to, kind of figure out everything that can happen, what can't anymore. It's always a lot of fun to, figure out.
The 7th game day is always the most thrilling, and we've got some possibilities of tiebreaks. Have you guys got any favourites? I'll start with you, Ark, to who's going to that next stage.
I would say that, well, for Navi's sake, for sure, they've really got to win that match. If they win that, then it's going to obviously clear up a lot in terms of League Ops also. I think they should win today. I'm putting my money on Navi, and the next one on match 2 is going to be a tough one between Mystic and Chazmak. I think it's going to be Chazmak today. I just have a feeling.
I know Navi have got it in their own hands to start with, but after that, it might not be in their hands if they do lose that game, and it can spiral out of control quite quickly for them. Teddy, do you think the same as Ark, or do you think some other things might happen?
My personal take is going to be quite similar to Ark's, but, you have to be realistic here as well, and Navi, they have terrible head-to-heads, so they really want to make sure that that first match is theirs, go the easy way to the challenge finals. But I think Team Mystic versus Chazmak is a bit more complicated as well, right? Because they've both had pretty good seasons, pretty surprisingly good seasons, especially on the side of Team Mystic. I wouldn't be surprised to see them, catch the world by storm today once again. But as Ark said, Chazmak, I feel like under heavy pressure, they are probably going to be your favorites for that match.
Yeah, I was saying, on the flip side of things as well, obviously Mystic are looking pretty good regardless. Even if they do lose, they've got the most strong head-to-head matchups of them all.
Yeah, exactly. They are going to have, a form of tiebreaker no matter what. There is a scenario here where ultimately Panafresh win their game, and then Chazmak win their game. Ultimately, that could come down to a head-to-head that involves Tribe if they are to beat Kesso today. But what a day it would be if Kesso were able to get their first win against Tribe. I mean, if Tribe win that game, then it's going to come down to a head-to-head where Navi don't even get a look in. They're out of the running. The tiebreaker will be between 3 teams, not 4, because as Teddy says, their head-to-heads, they're not looking good.
So many possibilities today, but it can all be cut short just after that first game. We'll take a quick look at what we've got up to offer today with the format and what we've got in the past and the future as well. We started things off in the open phase. We have then cut it down to 8 teams who joined us in the challenge phase, which is where we like today. We've had 6 previous game days as well, and this one will be the last and most decisive of them all. From here, we already have 2 teams qualified to the challenge finals, and we will find out which 2 teams will join those in the challenge finals. From there, Masters will be the biggest event of them all, where the 2 teams from previous 2 seasons of this will join 2 teams from North America, Asia Pacific, and India for that big Masters LAN at the end. But not only this, we do have a massive prize pool as well, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. So it is, the biggest and the best here for the EMEA region. 20,000 just for that first place, divided by 2 for second place, but still a big paycheck. 7.5 for third, 5K for fourth, and then 3, 2, 1.5, and even still a grand for placing last. Still giving an incentive to any team all the way until the end. Maybe a little bit less for Team Queso because they are guaranteed last now. We'll see that in the leaderboards in a bit.
Yeah, well, we'll actually have a look at the leaderboards now to see which teams are still grasping onto the hope of making it to those challenge finals. I believe we've got 4 teams who are still in for the possibility with Reply Totem and SK Gaming at the top. Talk us through that, Ark.
Yeah, Reply Totem and SK Gaming already qualified. They're done and dusted as far as that's concerned, but ultimately today, their matchup between themselves will determine who gets that all-important #1 seed. Navi looking great on that 3-3, but again, actually looking a little bit precarious, especially if they lose their first match of the day. Mystic, Esports, and Chazmak obviously neck and neck in that mid part of the table. Tribe Gaming are not out of the running despite that 2-4, which is quite crazy to consider, but there are still some possibilities that would be able to shift them forwards and potentially still qualify for those challenge finals. Panafresh as well in a similar position, but slightly more so. They've got a better head-to-head, and they've been really progressing in the most recent time, really. But that Team Kesso 0-6, yeah, that's the very bottom of the leaderboard. No wins for Team Kesso, but they could cause a potential stir today.
Yeah, it is Team Queso's redemption arc. They might be able to cut Tribe Gaming short, and there are a few teams in here still working towards that next phase, but let's take a look at the schedule today to see who will be able to cut opportunities off for the other teams within this portion. Navi versus Panafresh. If Navi wins straight away, they're qualified. It's in their hands, but if it goes wrong, it all tumbles out of proportion, and they can go badly wrong in that tiebreaker. Mystic and Chazmak, more of the same. Whoever wins that one will go to the finals, but Tribe, they're going to be watching. They're going to be watching in awe. Please, 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 the stars need to align. That is what they'll be saying. Team Queso, as you said, need that upset for a bit of a redemption arc coming forwards to the next phase of this competition, the Challenge Finals, and also World Finals in a few weeks as well. And then the number 1 seed, Totem versus SK Gaming, to decide who will be going on to the top seed in the Valencia LAN. And then, obviously, you'll see at the end the tiebreaker as well. To be decided. We might not need it, but we also might.
Yeah, there's a lot of different possibilities lined up for us today, and I like the fact that every single match, especially if Na'Vi end up losing this opening match, every match is gonna matter, you know, in one way or another. Even Team Queso, who are locked in dead last, they can still have an impact on the rest of the leaderboards, because a head-to-head, it's very straightforward when you have 2 teams, you know, it's who won between them. But when you have 3, you start, you know, having weird circles where one team beat another, the other beat them. It gets very complicated. And yeah, this is the chance for Team Queso to just completely mess up that leaderboard, and that's going to be one to watch as well.
Yeah, I think with the storylines included, Ark, have you got any matches that you're desperately keeping an eye on today?
As you know, Trav, I'm all about the Reply Totem streak. I want to see them either maintain that streak or lose it. And again, it's not going to make the biggest of differences other than that number 1 seed. But, you know, if Reply Totem get that win, and SK is a tough one to win, but SK are coming off the back of that defeat recently to Navi, so they might not be in the right headspace for it. But if Reply Totem win it, that is seriously just phenomenal. Undefeated throughout 2 seasons, going into the Challenge Finals, undefeated. I mean, dude, come on. That's big news here. I know you don't care about the streak.
I do, you know, a little bit. When you put it like that, you know, big news and momentum going on forward into other competitions and the finals of this as well, it can mean quite a lot, and especially, you know, being confident against the rest of the teams, which I'm sure they will be even in a loss. I'm sure they'll be confident going into the next phase anyway, but Reply Totem, they want to carry on the streak. Do you think they'll be able to do so, or do you think SK will cut them short?
It's a tough one to call, you know, because we mentioned in the last couple of weeks that Totem, they're still winning, and, you know, they still look pretty good, but maybe a little bit less far ahead as they did in the first challenge season. But I just think it's such a statement, you know, that most of the teams, they're caring about qualifying, but Totem, you know, they don't need to care about that. They're already comfortable enough that the streak, a thing that really doesn't matter all that much, is still, you know, it's the most important thing for them now, because it's, you know, all there's into it for them and just showing SK who is truly best. But yeah, it's a tough one to call overall. I think that every match today has some sort of merit, and again, every one of them is going to be very dependent on the first one, right? Making sure that either we get some sort of, well, tiebreakers and head-to-head affairs, or Na'Vi just straight up qualify. That would make our journey a lot easier today.
Yeah, it can all spiral out of control so quickly. I think you worked it out earlier as like 7 possibilities if this first match doesn't go to Na'Vi, and Panafresh do manage to upset and take it, which is just really intriguing, and it will be a bit of a headache for us to break down, but I'm sure as the day progresses we'll have little by little a little bit more. But, you know, as you say, Ark, you're feeling confident about, you know, the tiebreaker's not happening, and you just don't know if Panafresh are going to be able to make this upset.
I feel like Na'Vi should win this game. I feel like, you know, they were looking so good, like in the Challenge Day 6, you know, in that matchup against SK, and I feel, I mean, you've got to remember that was SK's only loss. Until that moment in time, they were undefeated. So it's a big statement. It is a big statement. At the same time, though, Panafresh, they have been evolving. It has been noticeable. They have been getting better with the competition. But I know it's a bit of a weird transition, but the same could be said for Team Queso. Like, okay, they've still taken every loss imaginable, but they are looking more and more convincing. So that as well brings in that excitement factor, because that could really cause a ruckus when it comes to those head-to-heads.
Yeah, Team Queso for once actually got such a big part in what will play out today, but obviously it can all be cut short. We'll take a look at the roster of Na'Vi, which will be one of the first teams competing today. There it is then. Probably the most followed team. Hashtag NaviNation in chat if you're coming to support them. We know people love to spam that. MMA, Alex, Cube, and Angel Boy. Do you think, Teddy, that they'll be able to take home today and guarantee their spot and cut off all the rest of the opportunities?
I mean, they definitely got what it takes, and I think especially in, you know, a huge, like, heavy pressure moment like this, having the experience that those guys have, making it all the way to, you know, the grand finals of the World Championship last year. That is the caliber of team that Na'Vi is. I feel like they should have this any day. What worries me a little bit more is so far out of our 6 play days, they've, you know, kind of missed out on a couple opportunities to qualify in a comfortable way. So a couple more question marks than I would like, considering, you know, the massive talent that is on that roster. But I think they should have this.
Yeah, you know, although they've had such a successful game day number 6, we've got to look beyond that. And they were having some poor performances. Yes, they lost against Totem in 5. But in game day number 4, Mystic Esports took them down. And yes, they've been looking very good themselves, but it's not a game that Na'Vi should be losing, and you've got to question their credibility. And if maybe that they're winning against SK in that final week was a little bit of a fluke.
Yeah, and we also have to consider the fact that, you know, and Na'Vi took a loss to Tribe. That was a team which Panafresh were able to defeat in Challenge Day 5. You know, Panafresh also lost to SK, they lost to Chasmok, both 2 teams of which Na'Vi got the victory over. So in terms of the comparison, it does strike me as being particularly close in that respect.
Yeah, I mean, Panafresh have really got something to say. We'll take a quick look at their roster now because we need to see if this is a roster capable of defeating the Na'Vi Nation. Rafa, Blacksea and Jaime, a bit of a throw-together team towards the late portion of this year. Half of X-Team Queso, and obviously Jaime coming from backs throughout the later portions of the year as well. It's a pretty solid roster. We've said, you know, they might just be not having what it takes to be able to take down Na'Vi, but it's an accomplished roster anyway, Teddy.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, those guys have a lot of experience overall competing in Tier 1 teams against Tier 1 teams, so this is a match they can absolutely win. But I feel like overall, you know, looking at the whole deck, I feel like Na'Vi is going to be holding just a couple more cards, you know. Let's be honest, they're qualified for Worlds. And right now, Panafresh not quite so much. So, yeah, it's a really tough one to call. And this is why I'm insisting on, like, outside of SPS information. Because as Ark said, they're so closely matched looking within the SPS because they've, you know, won and lost against very sometimes similar, sometimes very different teams. So it's a really tough one to call, and I'm gonna, you know, use more surrounding information and still, yeah, I feel like Na'Vi should be fairly comfortable with this matchup. But as you mentioned, they got a lot to lose in this one too.
Stick a percentage on it. I know you love to do that, Teddy. So give us a percentage of which way you think it'll go.
I'll go 65-35 in favor of Na'Vi.
I think that's pretty acceptable, Ark.
Oh, I think it's 60-40, so it was pretty close.
Yeah, I think we're all seeming, you know, fairly in the same ballpark of percentages. I'd probably say around 60-40 as well. A little bit closer than that, 65-35. Head-to-heads now, though, we're looking at negative KDs all around. But negative KDs don't really matter in Brawl Stars. Sometimes you do have to accept a death to be able to get control and play the objective. Very, very similar damage as well. And, you know, 2 incredibly comparable teams. Panafresh have a few more kills, but they've also got just that little bit more deaths as well.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the damage, I mean, it's so little in it, really. But, you know, in terms of how these 2 teams play and their style, Na'Vi is very, very aggressive, you know. They love to really overwhelm. They love to bring in a lot of healing as well along the back of those things. And they are a team which do develop and, you know, cater their draft around their opposition. But Panafresh are also a team that have shown and demonstrated so clearly to us they are really capable of some big upsets. I mean, you know, last Challenge Day wasn't the greatest. That loss to Mystic, obviously, you know, is probably, you know, still in their minds a little bit. But that 3-1 against, you know, the Tribe match, you know, was a scoreline that we just didn't see coming.
It was a big one for them as well because it kept them in contention, and, you know, they've taken down Team Queso and Tribe, who are arguably doing the worst in the league at the moment. Tribe Gaming, not so expected. Team Queso, we've come a little accustomed to it at the moment. But Panafresh, they just don't really have the same feeling that Na'Vi brings to the table about them. Yes, they're incredible players. Yes, they're an incredible team. But Na'Vi have just got so much credibility within the scene and also kind of bring this element to the table of that little bit more unpredictability in drafts, Teddy.
Yeah, definitely. So I think the finish line is a bit more clear-cut for Na'Vi as well. You know, they're 3-3 right now. They win, they're 4-3, they qualify. On the side of Panafresh, it's not exactly as simple because they're 2-4. So getting 3-4, it's very likely, you know, we go to head-to-heads or even maybe a tiebreaker, and that makes things a lot more complicated. It's not clear-cut. You know what I mean? Na'Vi, they know they win, they qualify. Panafresh, they know they win, maybe they qualify. And I think it's a pretty different perspective because they can't quite, you know, feel like they're just about to make it.
Yeah, they've definitely got a bit of a long road ahead of them, but we have got to give a massive shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming for being able to assist us in putting this production, putting these games on for you guys, and all the help they provide is massively appreciated. You know, without him, we wouldn't be able to bring these games to you, and we wouldn't be here as well, which we're also grateful for, Ark.
Exactly that. You know, we're bringing the best of Brawl of this region to the screen, and it wouldn't be possible without them.
Definitely so, and you know, getting back to kind of this head-to-head matchup between Na'Vi and Panafresh, I kind of agree with the point you made. You know, Na'Vi are so much closer to the finish line, where it is massively still in the distance of Panafresh, and that's got to be worrying for them. They take this win, and they've still got such a long road to go ahead of them, which is incredibly worrying for them. They've got to take down Na'Vi and then win games in a tiebreaker, and it's just such a long distance away. It could be bringing a little bit of worry to them.
Yeah, and for the sake of Na'Vi, you know, coming with a firm idea in your head, more often than not, you know, we've seen throughout this year in the BSC, when a team had the prospect of qualifying for the World Finals upon them, it brought them into a different gear. And that is the effect of those things, as Teddy rightly says. You know, if Na'Vi are coming in today with that idea in their mind of like, right, all we have to do is win. I mean, I know it sounds really straightforward and simple, especially for us on the casting desk to be able to say, but it is true, and it does catapult teams, and I think Na'Vi are that kind of team that when faced with that kind of goal in mind, more often than not, they tend to achieve it.
Yeah, and you know, when they've been put in the most stressful of situations, we mentioned earlier, top 2 in Worlds last year, they've been achieving greatly throughout this year, already qualified to Worlds as well. Not only do they see these finish lines, they go through them, and they make these kind of plays. They make the plays necessary to get to where they need to be, and they've proved themselves time and time again, which we just haven't seen from Panafresh.
Yeah, I think as well, if you look at when Na'Vi has failed, it was kind of when there was an uncertainty about, you know, that finish line. It was earlier in the year, obviously exceptional circumstances in the BSC, but it was a bit more messy, you know, because they didn't have the chance to necessarily scrim as much as they would like against other EMEA teams and kind of settle in with draft. But now it does feel like they've really found their groove, and they have that, you know, set objective. It's something that they really, really want, and more than any other team today, they got a lot to lose in this match, but they got so much to win as well. It's really a very big contrast whether they win this one or not, because their tiebreakers are god-awful. To be fair, Panafresh don't exactly have the best tiebreakers. If they win, obviously they can add Na'Vi to the list. They have Tribe as well, but we have yet to see if they even make it to tiebreakers. But then they did lose against Chasmac and Team Mystic. So no matter what, they might end up, even if they win in a tiebreaker against teams that they lost against, that would not be quite ideal. But yeah, it's very complicated. There's a lot of possibilities. The easiest, you know, way to end the day is if Na'Vi win here, it's going to be a much more straightforward day.
Yeah, we'll kind of rewind it a little bit. I'm going to ask Ark, you know, with the draft, they're obviously such capable drafters, they bring such unorthodox things. What do you do if you're Panafresh to be able to defeat Na'Vi today in that draft phase and give yourself, therefore, a bit of a lift in spirits?
This is the thing, absolutely so, because, you know, Panafresh got great players, don't get me wrong, but Na'Vi have got experience on their side. They know how to adapt on the fly, and I think that's such an underrated thing to have as a team, as a core ability. You know, and also Na'Vi are well aware that we all know what they like to do. So they're also then planning that contingency plan for when it doesn't go that same way. You know, if you're going to be working around banning the Poco, then they've got that response ready anyway. And it makes them incredibly difficult to face. More often than not, teams that don't ban things like Poco against Na'Vi struggle. You know, we saw Na'Vi playing Poco and shooting Star. I mean, and making it work, no less. I mean, they're able to do things that other teams just don't do. But at the same time, they're able to adapt along the way. That, for me, is one of the things that makes Na'Vi so scary as a team, because they just got an answer for absolutely everything. I think Panafresh, coming back to your question, really need to come prepared today. They have to have really analysed them throughout the course of this season and worked through, you know, piece by piece, where they can start to whittle Navi down. I think that if they can get that early lead, it's going to go such a long way for them. But Navi do respond fiercely when they are behind as well. We've seen that time and time again. The first set doesn't go their way, they come back and they just turn it around and sweep it. So they've got to come in with that first set win, in my opinion. It just kind of has to be the case. But they've also got to maintain it, and that's where Panafresh could struggle today.
Yeah, and even if they do have this incredibly predictable draft, right, and they do have the ability to adapt, well, a lot of the time they just don't. They just don't adapt, and they just roll with it anyway. They know what comp they want, and they just take it. We saw them in the first game week. They took, in the same series, franking at Canal Grande and franking out in the open. It's like, you just don't do that. And they still managed to bring both of the sets home, and it just goes to show how, even if they are countered, even if the opponents know what they're doing, they just go with what they've planned, and they're just able to win anyway, and that's a skill set that's really needed as a team.
Yeah, I agree, and I think the way Panafresh need to kind of approach this potentially as well is to try to maybe even go a little quirkier and crazier on those drafts. Because if you have very specific odd drafts, the way Navi often do, at least in my feeling, I'm no coach, you know, but to my eyes, it feels like it's very targeted to like a specific condition, you know, and if you just kind of go crazier than them on your side of the draft, they might just not really have practiced that. Because let's be honest, how often did, you know, they scrim with Frank on, I don't remember which map you said, but, you know, I mean, how many different scenarios did they actually end up facing with those comps? You throw something a little bit unusual in the mix, that might catch them off guard, but then again, you do need to have quite a bit of guts, you know, in an important match like this for Panafresh to really go all out on those drafts and go for some pretty unorthodox ideas.
Yeah, I do feel like it's kind of gone unnoticed. Like, teams just don't try and beat Navi at their own game, you know? They always play into what they want to do, and possibly even, you know, playing the tanks, playing the Poco, not batting it out, and just being lucky enough to maybe get that first pick. Maybe, you know, last pick on some maps might be a little bit more favorable as well. Just trying to take their own game to them, and therefore taking them by surprise to start with, and taking the brawls that they want to play away. We've seen that as an effective tactic used against SK. We saw Craze do it in monthly finals. They ban out certain brawls, and they take whatever else is left that SK would want to play.
Exactly that, and just kind of, like you say, just make it work. The other thing that we've got to talk about a little bit as well today is the fact that we've got gears now fully in play, because that wasn't the case in previous challenge days, but also just this morning dropped a bit of a nerf to two of them, the damage gear as well as the reload gear going down from 20% to 15%. So that might throw a curveball in the mix. You know, teams weren't necessarily aware that was going to be happening. It was pretty much just, I mean, you know, we were discussing it on the way here. Many people didn't even know it happened. I mean, so in that respect, that could be something of a bit of a saving grace to Panafresh. If, like Teddy says, they've come in with that attitude of like, right, like, let's just go all out on this one. Let's just try to pick out some shock ideas and just hope that Navi have not come prepared enough to be able to accept what's in front of them. If they tie in gears into that as well and had a strategy around maybe just not using some of the ones that were looking particularly strong, it could go in their favor.
Yeah, and you know, a little bit of a disclaimer for you guys as well. The reason why we're taking a bit of a time, there is a bit of an issue with the API, and therefore we won't be seeing these picks, bans, you know, the draft in general. So we are going to be heading straight into the games when they do come up. Just thought we'd let you guys know that, obviously, and we're kind of here rambling on about the draft and the different possibilities, and we're not even going to be able to see it. But, you know, I like your point. I'm going to be intrigued to see if these, you know, balance changes to those new gadgets do make a huge difference, or still, if they are going to be played. You know, do you think it's going to have really affected them that much and therefore kind of take the brawls that were catapulted into the meta out?
I'm actually not sure, because I feel like they're kind of the same spot on a lot of maps, the damage gear and the reload speed gear, because, you know, there's a lot of maps where you, for example, need speed gear or need vision gear, and those very specific gears that are just kind of a must, and then you kind of decide if you slot in a damage gear or a reload speed gear as a second slot. And I feel like since they both got nerfed, they're, at least to my eyes, not that I've had the chance to experiment it a lot yet, but I feel like they're, you know what I mean? They both get nerfed and they both are kind of the same gear you're hesitating between. It's not like you're going to go health gear, right? So I feel like it might not have as much of an impact when it comes to the draft, maybe just a little bit in how effective those brawlers actually are using those gears. But yeah, because both have been nerfed and they were some of the more troublesome gears in the game, I feel like it might not be that impactful on the draft, but we'll see it in practice.
You know, I was going to say, I don't think that the balance changes can have affected them that much. If they were going to be used, they probably still will be, I feel. You know, it might not have, you know, made the brawler that much better, but if the brawler's going to be played anyway, I think it's fair to say that the gear will be as well. You know, certain maps on Hot Zone, Lou, you're going to be getting stuff quicker, you'll be able to throw out more supers, and that is a dangerous thing to have. The same with Otis and stuff like that. Those brawlers that were there are going to be even further there with those gears now, and I think that could be a bit of an issue if you don't really take that into contemplation.
Yeah, I kind of agree, but I also tend to disagree a little bit because I just felt like the reload gear was so suppressive. It was just a go-to. It wasn't even like the case of which gears are kind of intended, where it's like you make a conscious decision, a conscious choice, and it's like, yeah, exactly like you say. So certain maps are great for vision gear, other maps it's not even in question. Whereas reload gear was just like, for me, why not? Because it's just that good. 5% is a small amount, so I will agree on that for sure. Like, it's not the biggest of differences, but I just feel like it did feel for me something that was bringing a lot of value, and it will, I feel, cause a little bit of a shift towards that decision-making process. Whether or not that's going to really be something that's going to impact the outcomes of the game, I think that's where I do agree. I don't think it's going to necessarily be the difference maker between a win and a loss. I think it just might be a little bit more of a, you know, pressurized circumstance along the way.
Yeah, I do feel like, you know, as I said, it might not affect the draft, but it will be one of those picks that can possibly affect the game. You know, late stages in Heist, you got that reload gear. You can't leave certain brawlers you might have been able to leave in certain base races, and it could, you know, start to affect it that way. The same way we saw Rico being so suppressive. He might not be as suppressive anymore, but still can deal good amounts of damage when left on the safe. Just that little bit more as well. Super bouncy, you throw that on, it's dangerous. Certain game modes it's definitely going to affect, especially ones where you need the damage to be able to do the objectives, rather than just being able to win a lane.
Yeah, I agree, but that's kind of the thing, you know. If you look at those two gears that were nerfed, I still really feel like one of the problems there is that reload gear was pretty much just superior to the damage gear, which was already a very strong gear, don't get me wrong. But reload is all the time, right? Whenever you have to reload, you get that extra DPS. Damage, you need to be below 50% health, which is more, you know, condition specific. So overall, at least in my books, I felt like the reload gear was just better, you know, in pretty much every way, except some very rare circumstances which are not necessarily in the players', you know, they can't decide it necessarily to be low HP when they have 3 shots on the save. Sometimes you can make it happen, but most of the time it kind of just happens, so it's a bit more luck related too. But since they got both nerfed, I still think reload is better overall, you know, and it might be a little bit less you know, important to go specifically for Brawler because he has a reload gear available to him, but I still feel like most of the time it's still a better gear than damage. So I don't know if it makes nearly as much as a difference, because as I said, there's a lot of maps and modes where you have go-tos. You know, you need that vision gear, you need that speed gear, and when there's a spot left between the two, you'll go reload gear over damage. So I don't know if it makes as much of a difference, besides making those brawlers just a little bit less ridiculously strong compared to others.
Yeah, I did like your point there of the fact that, you know, it can be used quite often because you don't have to risk your life to be able to get use out of it. You can just have it always active, which is going to be very, very solid, whereas like damage gear, you know, you have to be low to be able to get that extra damage on the safe, whereas you're just going to have some more ammo instantly in your pocket, and I feel like that can be a massive, massive thing. You know, I'm just trying to think of the brawlers that are specifically used, you know, by these teams, and if that'll therefore bring them into the meta. You know, I know Panafresh, we saw him on Team Queso, they like those more assassin brawlers, Black Sea, Rafa, that kind of play, and, you know, with tanks being the play style of Navi, I don't think necessarily it's going to catapult them in that much through play styles.
Yeah, like I said though, with Heist, they love to bring in 8-bit and have struggled a little bit, notably when we see a Brock on the other side and it just kind of breaks things open, it throws that a bit out the window. So maybe they've been gravitating away from it recently, but that was definitely something which, with the reload gear on Heist, it's devastating. Plus the damage booster, you know, plus the ability just to kind of fire, you know, so many stream shots onto the safe. I mean, you know, Amber was a big one for me with that reload gear. I mean, like, that was just so devastating to see tear it up. I mean, Otis as well, like you said as well, with the super gear. I mean, it's a big problem. And I think the other thing that you mentioned earlier that I think is really relevant as well is the fan base following that Navi have. Like, when you've got that much support network behind you, like, it kind of just almost, it doesn't make, you know, obviously gears redundant in any way, but it definitely gives you a lift that is going to be something which Panafresh don't have. Like, they haven't got necessarily that much support behind them. Navi are going to be coming into this feeling on top of the world, despite, yeah, the head-to-head prospects not necessarily being in their favor. They've got so many people rooting for them, and I think that adds to the whole mix, the whole big picture. And like, you know, as Teddy said as well, that the fact that they've got that goal in mind, combined with all those things, it's hard to root against them.
I mean, it's a combination of everything, really, isn't it? That kind of just puts it in Navi's hands. Yes, they might not have that head-to-head, but that's going to catapult them to want to win this game even more. The support, the gears that are going to be on some of the brawls that they like to play, and yes, a few might counter their playstyle, you know, Amber, Brock breaking up the map, stuff like that. It can definitely be a bit of an issue for them, but I just feel like they're in too much of a good position to be able to lose this one. And if they do, then they're not going to be pleased about the position they end up in.
Yeah, I think, you know, when there's a lot of pressure like this, it's always a little bit difficult to tell how teams react to it, right? There's teams that are going to crumble and be way too stressed and nervous. There's teams that are going to embrace it and just pop off. And so far, historically, Navi, their important matches, they've been winning them much more often than not. Or at least, like, doing really well. Sure, they didn't win any of the last monthly finals, but they got really close to it. And even, you know, my point is, they still qualified for Worlds. Even though they didn't need, you know, to win the monthly finals, they still qualified for Worlds. And I feel like it's kind of, you know, my train of thought here as well is that I wouldn't expect them necessarily to stomp Panafresh, but I feel like out of 5 sets, it's just very likely to me that they end up taking it home and qualifying. Yes, it's not a dominant, you know, 7-0 like maybe Totem are going to end up having at the end of the season, but they did their job, they did their part, they're qualified. It's what they need, but I think Trevor, we're ready to jump in.
Yeah, I mean, Navi have just been going up and up, so you have got to be a little bit cautious about Panafresh, who have been seeming maybe just that little bit stagnant at the moment.
Well, here we go. Canal Ground is the map. Navi going with Lou, Otis, and Tick. I mean, Tick is a great choice here, but there's a lot of range on the side of FA Panafresh, and already Navi pushed back into this left pocket corner. They are behind the stars as well, so they do have to push up. It's going to be a troublesome thing to do when you've got so much high ground on the side of Panafresh.
Yeah, look at the HP pool on the side of Navi. It's bad, and that's 2 players going down nearly. Angel Boy joining them as well, and you can tell from the draft as well, right? The idea from Panafresh is you get the Carl in, that's a free blue start. You lock in the Gale, which means that Navi can't get that counter to Carl, but so far, it's looking good for them. It really is. Only a star difference now, but another kill there onto Cube. We'll lock in another 4 still in favor of Panafresh. Rafa goes down, so that lead is going to be a little tighter, but still things so far under control as Angel Boy is incredibly low HP, but just barely gets to survive and heal up.
It's a beautiful synergy, honestly, between MMA and Angel Boy, just absolutely tearing it up, and now they've got themselves very much closer on stars, 12-12, but the blue star is still in favor of FA Panafresh. I've got to question this Lou pick a little bit. Maybe Navi placed it early on just to kind of deter the idea for Panafresh to pick a tank. Nice stun out there from Angel Boy. Rafa comes in though, gets a helping hand. MMA taken out of the mix. The mark there did a lot of work. But again, Panafresh is fighting back, and it's got to be said they are doing so well to do so against a team like Navi.
Yeah, only 2 stars in it now though, and the blue star still inside of Panafresh, so Jaime can be sacrificed, but no one else can go down on the side of Panafresh. A super from Angel Boy, maybe a bit of a questionable 1-2, and that is going to be the game for Panafresh. It's a bit of an underwhelming final push there on the side of Navi, and I think that Lou super was just not really it for me. At least the placement of it there just... I mean, they could just run away from it. Yeah,
it was a shame because there were some fantastic ones throughout the majority of the earlier matchup, but towards the end, didn't provide the value looking for. Fat splatter for MMA to be able to close off the mid. Blue Star, though, quickly picked up by Panafresh and a kill to follow as well to Cubic. That is going to be something which, again, is going to be troublesome for Navi to be able to push forward to the nest egg there, placed by Jaime into the mid. And all the time that they're able to do that and just kind of prepare a little bit of a setup, it's going to really deter Navi from being able to retake.
Yeah, Blacksea just goes in, gets a smooth double kill, nearly the triple with Cube, barely hanging on there, and I think just a bit of a miscomp on the side of Navi. They have a lot of damage, you know, with Lou, and which is a surprising amount of damage up close when he hits every single one of his shots. But so far they're kind of struggling to find closure. They're getting some players low HP. They have no one that can really go in and open things up. Whereas Carl, for example, does an amazing job at that. And they don't really have the most efficient way at shutting him down either. So 11-0 for Panafresh, and Angel Boy is going to get the first kill for Na'Vi. Another one is Jaime. Ends up going down, but that one is a trade. 6 stars now. Black Tea could go down, but still going to live on. It seems like it nearly takes Cube Wizard.
Beautiful stuff. Blacksea almost going down there, but managed to use a lovely flying hook out of it to survive. Take down on the left-hand side. Rafa goes down, bringing things a little bit more in Navi's favor. This tick pick I do like a lot, but at the same time, it's a really troublesome thing when you haven't got control. To be able to retake, obviously, Thick heads the gear in play, and that's going to add additional HP on to the super as it goes out, but it's swiftly taken care of. If Blacksea goes down here, it could be disastrous. He's got the blue star as well, that top right. I wonder whether though Cubic and maybe can push up in time. There's only 20 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, final countdown starting now. Jaime is going to go down 13-13, but blue star still in favor of Panafresh. This could be another disaster for Na'Vi like the previous game, but Rafa is somewhat locked in. Does manage to get away, and again, just an underwhelming final push from Na'Vi as Panafresh take the first set.
I mean, Navi looked pretty decent towards the later portions of both the games, but off the start, it was terrible. Terrible. Was it like a 11-star lead in that second game, which is just really tough to come back from, and they almost do. And as Teddy said, a disappointing end time and time again, and it's just not what they need to be doing. They had the worst comp, there's no question about it. Lou was really not the pick. A few missed supers in there as well, which is the main reason you play Lou. You need to use those supers, get it charged back up and use it again, and you're just not getting the correct amounts of value.
Yeah, I did like some of the plays. There's a lovely little bit of hypothermia value that they were able to obtain, that synergy as well between Evermade to clear up the scraps, but as time went on, it just kind of didn't really cut the mustard for me. I mean, I felt like it would have been nice to be able to see the draft to see what Navi's strategy was, because I assumed, therefore, they wanted to have it early on to try to deter the idea of tanks. But what you got to say is that Panafresh have done exactly what I said they had to do coming into this matchup. They've won the first set. The question is now going into the second set is, you know, are Navi going to really bring the fire that we're used to? Because that felt like a risky comp, but there's no doubt about it. We're all in agreement. And it's unlike Navi to kind of play something a little bit experimental. They're normally quite brutal when it comes to their drafts and quite kind of old school classic in their style. That was a proof in the pudding that experimental style doesn't work for them. So I think going into set 2, they're going to bring back some of their more original tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah, and what do you think was the problem? Because I think we're pretty much agreeing that it was the Lou, right?
Yeah, I mean, my theory is that it was a take first pick on the side of Na'Vi and then Carl Gale combination, which is tough because there's not that many brawlers that can, be as dominant against Carl as Gale, which is why I assumed they went Lou kind of in a panic. Like, it can work if you freeze him mid-super, but I mean, we didn't see any of that happening, So I'm assuming they maybe overlooked that idea of. I mean, if that's the case, I feel like take first pick was just kind of a mistake. With Carl being so popular on this map, just because it's a free blue start. There's not a single brawler that's going to get it faster than you, or at least not one that's in the meta. So it seemed like a bit of an odd decision to me. I could be wrong. Didn't get to see the draft, unfortunately. But I feel like it was maybe, something they underlooked a little bit, and then they had to figure something out, not thinking maybe about Carl coming in. I'm not entirely certain, but it definitely looked a bit messy, and I think some of their ideas to solve it have some merit. But, if you look at, for me, the problem was that call, right? That was very dominant, a lot of presence, a lot of kills overall on the board. And they just didn't have like a clear way to deal with it. Yes, Otis isn't terrible against him. Lou isn't terrible against him, but neither of them have like an overwhelmingly winning matchup. So when they're missing and whiffing a couple shots and the call is popping off, it's not enough to shut him down. And I think that was kind of the problem here for Na'Vi. Yeah,
I mean, the Otis really wasn't getting enough value in my eyes. And, with Panafresh picking up probably a fairly early Gale, right? 1 or 2 or 3, no matter where it was picked, it's very good against tanks, which is Navi. Navi are tanks, and that's how they bring those wins. They pick up a Bell, they've got the mark, they pick up the Gale, the knockback. You're going to be pretty safe against tanks at that point, and then you can just use the Carl to take down any of those squishy opponents, which were probably picked. Take first pick wouldn't have been a bad idea, but it was just a very good response from Panafresh on the draft.
Yeah, and with that Gale coming in, I imagine on the side of Navi, they were thinking, if they combine a tank with this, we've got to have a counter ready for that, just in the off chance, because, you're obviously going to pick Gale as your best tank counter. So I think it was a smart draft. But I think we've got to then give so much credit to Panafresh because that draft threw Navi off. It was very apparent, which means that they've come in with a really firm game plan in mind. They've obviously done exactly what I was saying they had to do before the match started, which was to really analyze Navi, really kind of cause a bit of a stir. And as Teddy pointed out as well, you know, being a bit more experimental with their ideas. I mean, it was pretty traditional in terms of the comp that we expect to see on Canal Grande. I think the Bell pick was probably the final pick. It's quite a solid final one to have. It's not necessarily one that you value too highly forwards in the draft. You know, Gale is definitely up there as the first. I imagine that they probably had the coins to stand on the side of Navi, and the 2 picks to follow were the Gale and the other one as well. But, you know, one thing you got to say, Panafresh looking good so far, but can they maintain it? That's the question.
Well, let's find out as we jump into set number 2. Angel Boy off the bat, quite low HP, going for the Jackie, which is an interesting one to bring in. Rafa easily shutting him down, full HP at the end of that encounter too, which is going to mean a quick attack here from Panafresh, trying to gain some more control. Cube, quite low HP as well. Things so far a little bit messy off the bat as Rafa takes down those walls, and so far Panafresh definitely was the upper hand. Blacksea, that was nearly a free shot at goal. Whiffs that one a little bit. Sometimes a little bit tough with the hitboxes of those fences too. And now suddenly it's not looking god-awful on the side of Navi with a chance to slowly counterattack here.
I'm just going to come out and say I'm not a big fan of this Jackie pick. I mean, especially with the Griff there, which was clearly the response from Panafresh, and a wise one at that, because you wouldn't be picking Jackie into it, that's for sure. Especially if Panafresh can hold this momentum until overtime. They're going to win this in overtime, no doubt about it. They've got so much range. The B is going to pack a sting. I hope that Angel Boy continues to play like that, because ultimately they're going to really need this early goal. If they get that, then they're going to be able to have a bit more pressure against Panafresh. But I think this is another good draft in favor of Panafresh.
Yeah, I mean, by the looks of it, it really is. I'm kind of wondering if he's using the gadget to rebuild the missing walls, which would be kind of funny because Griff can exactly, you know, break walls 3 times, and then Jackie can rebuild them 3 times, and no one else has destruction across the board. So it would seem like something that could be a viable idea. But so far, it's been much more defensive on the side of Navi. The highest they've gotten on the map was about the mid, you know, and Panafresh, I mean, if they manage to find a big opening, that could really turn things around. But there are no more gadgets available for the Griff, so no way to really open up the side of the goal. And because of the range, I feel like overtime is going to be their best friend.
Oh, Angel Boy gets punished for that one, but Cubic on the right and MMA have got a bit of a chance they can just create an opening. Pressure from MMA as the slow is there. The mute also, Jaime is taking to the skies and trying to get a little bit more trickle damage, and does get the takedown. This is where things are going to really fall from bad to worse for Navi. Blacksea is going to be all over Angel Boy. The amount of range on the side of Panafresh is surely just going to be a matter of time before it leads to a goal, unless Navi hold their own.
Yeah, Jaime. Oh, that is a whiff and a half. A little bit too early on that super. Maybe the nerves or just, you know, a fat tum. That happens. But yeah, that is unfortunate. And suddenly, I mean, it's still a bad overtime for Navi, just looking at the comp. But at least it's not an instant goal for Panafresh.
Yeah, I was just going to say Cubic really needs to pull his weight, because he is like the last chance hope, unless Navi can just get a slight opening, have a super to hand, and you know, Panafresh with some clear signs of nerves, drop the ball a little bit here, but now Cubic is going to lose out big time as the 3 versus 1, and Jaime scores it. Panafresh are continuing to turn the screws, and Navi are in a bit of trouble now. They could be going down 2 sets here.
I just don't really understand their gameplay, because they were playing so safe on the side of Navi, but I don't see the end game.
Yeah.
Because overtime, I mean, you're bringing a Jackie into overtime. You need to win those games quickly, or at least get that first goal quickly. And so far, they've been kind of just sitting there, playing their lane, and as a Jackie, you don't have a lane, really. So, I don't know, man. Just very odd. And this time around, Panafresh, they're not going to wait nearly as long to punish them. I mean, a beautiful shot there. But honestly, more of a whiff again on the side of Navi. Yeah. That is a ball you're supposed to easily catch, especially at a pro.
Exactly that, 100%. I was thinking the exact same thing. Oh dear, Navi are looking just not their former selves at the moment. Angel Boys should clear up this right-hand side, but only just. But, you know, I just feel like their draft is just a little bit ski-whiff, and they have a bit of a choke there from Rafa. Probably wouldn't have scored it regardless, because QB coming off the spawn was going to shut the idea down. But again, you know, this is where Navi have got to make aggressive plays. They cannot go into overtime again. And with this Jackie pick idea, again, I'd love to know at what stage of the draft it came in. I'm assuming it wasn't the final pick with the Griff there, but Jaime should be able to get the angle here, and does. Panafresh are looking really, really good.
No words. No words at all. Like, what is that draft? I mean, Panafresh have possibly got like 3 of the best brawls on this map. Out of all tanks as well. Why Jackie? Unless we're like missing something in the draft and they're just banning out 3 tanks and that's the way it goes. But you know, surely an Ash should be better. Surely, you know, a Franco, pretty much anything would be better. Yeah. Anything would be better on that lane than a Jackie. I'm just not sure what the thought process was. And a lot of the time as well, that like even when those walls were like open, he's still going towards that side a few times, and it is definitely worrying for Navi because Panafresh were just looking so strong. They've looked good 2 drafts in a row. Why not a 3rd?
Yeah, I feel like Navi are drafting themselves so far, you know? Like, genuinely, it's one of the things that I've always found a little bit bothersome with Navi's ideas, is that sometimes I feel like they overcomplicate their lives. Because I like quirky drafts. I like wild picks that catch people off guard. But when you are the favorite by a decent amount, I don't feel like you need to take those risks, because, you know, going crazy on your draft, what does it do? It increases volatility, right? On both sides, which is good when you're the underdog. But here, they're a pretty clear-cut favorite. There's no reason to go Jackie and go Lou, and I just think something more standard would be in their advantage. It's not like we're talking about a team that relies exclusively on their drafts. They're some of the most mechanical players in the region. Like, they have cracked out mechanics. Use them, you know? Like, what mechanics are you getting out of Jackie? You know what I mean? Like, you don't need to aim. I mean, there was not much dodging either. It just, I just don't understand the thought process, because there's so many brawlers where they can just show that they are the better mechanical team, and then it doesn't matter if they're having some synergy problems. You win your lanes, and that's it. Here, every single time, there were just some free open lanes where Panafresh could just run through, do whatever they want, get map control, get easy 2v1s and pinches. It's just nonsensical to me, really.
It really doesn't make any sense. It is really, really worrying for the side of Navi, and no matter where Jackie was picked, what a terrible pick. Like, whether it was first, whether it was last, even second, dreadful. Dreadful all the way around, and I'm definitely worried for them. And this could open a world of opportunities. Tribe are there, they're sitting, and they're going to be hoping for these opportunities, and they're going to be provided with them.
Exactly. I mean, this is gold for Tribe at this present moment in time. An outcome which surely they were not expecting to happen. It hasn't happened yet. I mean, there is still time for Navi to turn this one around. They're fully capable of, you know, just being able to continuously, you know, get the sense that they need to get this win. But they are just looking just, I don't want to say terrible, but their choices are very questionable.
They are looking terrible.
I mean, it's the choices, though, as Teddy perfectly put. Like, they are such a strong team when it comes to their mechanics. I don't know why they're making life as hard as they are against themselves, whether they've maybe underestimated FA Panafresh, or whether, like, we were saying coming into this one that it had to be Panafresh that had to be the most experimental. And it feels like Navi took that and ran with it, and it's not. The point is, it's not working. And as a team, you've got to be able to adapt on the fly. That is a team which is Navi, but under this kind of pressure, like we said that was going to be good pressure coming in. It's not looking like good pressure now. And, you know, especially when you consider just like how bad the head-to-head is for Navi, they've got to get these sets now consecutively, or it's not looking good for their prospects, and which is surprising when you look at the fact that this is the same team that beat SK Gaming in Challenge Day 6.
I mean, you can underestimate your opponents in the first set. Fine. The second set, they looked worse. You can't be underestimating them twice in a row and taking these kind of picks. It's just not the Navi we've come to know. And maybe it's some kind of communication errors. Maybe, you know, Jackie was a mispick. They might have fat-fingered a different brawler or something like that. Yes, that can happen. But now they've got to win 3 sets in a row to even stand pretty much a chance. Yes, they've still got a chance beyond this, but they're going to be it's going to be completely out of their hands, and that is not what they want. They could have swept PanaFresh with their ability. They could have done anything, but now they've got to win 3 in a row, and it still is not looking good for them. I'm very, very worried, because they're going to be, if they lose this, they're going to be looking on, and it's completely out of their hands, Teddy.
It's just a weird way to approach things on the side of Na'Vi, you know, because I feel like the more traditional ideas, you go for standard stuff, and if that doesn't work, you adjust and do weird stuff. Here, they're just, I don't know, it just leaves very little wiggle room for the rest of the match, because as you mentioned, now they got to win 3 in a row, and now if they get a draft wrong, which we've seen happens more often than not so far today for them, they're out. They're just, like, you know, pretty much done for. And that is just such a weird prospect, because as we talked, you know, a lot on the line, whether they win or they lose, the consequences are there. It's a big match for them, and so far it doesn't quite feel like there was either the preparation or just the expectations that we have towards them.
One thing I'll say is that PanaFresh were definitely showing a lot of signs of nerves in that last set of Brawl Ball, and should have probably actually ended it sooner. Now this is looking more like the kind of comp that we'd expect Na'Vi to bring in. And, you know, PanaFresh leaving out that Poco ban could prove really troublesome. I do like what they're bringing to the table. I'm assuming that B was possibly banned out. Colette's not a bad idea, but it does mean that the accuracy has got to be on point for Rafa. I do prefer the Na'Vi comp here, but Blacksea does win that left-hand side lane, and Rafa now popping the Gotcha Gadget, going to bring his healing up along the way. Does get the takedown, does land it, and that's very important because Na'Vi had a flying start. They've already established 55% of time on the zone, and that's a very good start.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what the thought process here was from PanaFresh to leave both Bonnie and Poco open, which are just brawlers that are pretty much default on this sort of maps for Na'Vi. And so far, it's not quite working out. It could be worse, but it could be a whole lot better. And Alex is just going to casually 1v2 there in the zone. Yeah, a bit of a misplay there as well from PanaFresh. And honestly, as soon as I saw the Poco and the Bonnie, honestly, as well as the Lu, because if there's any team in the MEA that can utilize Lu quite efficiently, it's Na'Vi. And it's a much better map than Canal Grande to bring it in. So for me, Na'Vi should sweep through the set.
Yeah, exactly. You know, this is where Lu thrives. I mean, you know, Hot Zone is Lu's mode, in my opinion. It just provides so much, you know, downtime where you can kind of regroup, get people off the spawn, and start to then just, you know, deprive your opposition of gaining that valuable time on the zone. And the Poco, of course, being a staple diet for Na'Vi, it's just surprising that PanaFresh slipped it through. But again, some signs of nerves. But this is exactly what Na'Vi want to have. They need to give themselves that lift and remind themselves of who they are coming into this one. Great stun there on the left-hand side. Hill coming from Alex. I just see this going to the next set. This is kind of like a GG kind of move-on moment for me.
Yeah, as I told you, as soon as I saw the draft, I kind of felt like if Na'Vi lose this one, there's not just a problem with draft. There's a lot more problems. And, you know, it's Worlds this month. In a couple of weeks, I would be terrified. This is looking slightly better on the side of PanaFresh, but in the end, somehow Na'Vi recover, and it's looking pretty good here. I mean, still a big lead, a lot of control. PanaFresh, everyone went down and have to go straight back into the action. A good jump in from Cube as well. Actually doesn't quite get either kills, but gets them low enough that it's worrisome. The super from the Poco doesn't quite go off. That would have pretty much just settled it right here, right then. But either way, Blacksea whiffs a couple of shots, and Angel Boy as well as Cube in the zone able to close it out. Na'Vi was their first set. Much better, and I think it starts at the draft.
I mean, this is the Na'Vi we know, right? You get the Poco, you get a Bonnie in there. They've even recycled the Lu from the first set, which was the issue, and now it's become one of the main reasons that they do manage to take home a set. Still, a long road to go. 2 sets needed, but this was looking a lot better, Ark. It
was looking like a night and day difference for me. I just don't know why Na'Vi didn't do that from the beginning. I mean, I hope that it's enough for them to realize the error of their ways in the previous sets. I mean, because it was over in the blink of an eye. It was just so much more convincing. And, you know, this is where some of the vulnerabilities lie within PanaFresh, because, again, you know, they're just not necessarily as together as a unit when it comes to having that experience behind them, being able to handle those pressurized circumstances, which is where Na'Vi are normally pretty decent at. And this is why, you know, they're 2 sets down, 2 games away from having some absolutely horrific head-to-head moments that could see them just not making the Challenge Finals even at all. Again, if Panafresh win this game, and then in the next one we see Chasmac win, then they don't even make the head-to-head. They're out. The three-way tie is not even involving them. They've got to get this win, and they've got to start doing more things like that.
Yeah, I mean, the draft was just on point in that one, and that is what we like to see. This is the Navi one. It's going to be becoming an increasingly better matchup game by game now, as Panafresh are kind of realizing we've made a mistake there. We need to amend that in the draft process. We've been drafting so well so far, and yes, it might be Navi drafting badly as well, but we can't take the fact away from Panafresh that the first two sets, regardless of having draft, they were playing by the book. They were playing it well, they were playing it smart. They've just got to bring that same idea to the fourth or even fifth set if Navi do manage to take it that far, and they should be able to close it out today.
Yeah, what I'm a little bit worried about overall here is that the two first sets, Navi just has very poor drafts. And the drafts were very standard on the side of Panafresh, right? There's nothing really special or no big outdrafts. That's why I said Navi kind of outdrafting themselves here and there, just going for weird stuff when there's clearly just better options. And here in this third set, it's Panafresh that kind of, to me, really misses the mark, because you're facing Navi, and they love Poco in hot zone, especially out in the open. And then you open zone, I think, rather. But you leave Poco open, you leave Bonnie open too, which is one of Navi's favorite brawlers, especially on this map. And it's just, what did you ban? You know what I mean? Like, seriously, what did you ban? Because for me, the perfect Navi comp here is that, and instead of the Lu, maybe a Max. So I'm assuming Max was banned, but there's still two bans that for me just, I don't know. I feel like one of them should have been Poco probably, or at least Bonnie. And here it kind of feels like Panafresh messes up the draft. And it worries me a little bit, because Panafresh might not quite give them some free sets like that. And Navi, they kind of need them right now from the looks of it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like Navi have had to force their favorable brawlers into a map that they doesn't like. Like we saw in Shooting Star one of the past weeks, they forced Poco there. It was kind of hit and miss. It works here, and Panafresh still aren't banning out. As you said, the same with Bonnie. It is just worrying how well the first two sets went, and we know Navi are 100% capable of bringing this back and winning the next two sets as well, if it plays out like it did just then. And now if they've got a firm grasp on this draft, they've got a firm grasp on how to take down Panafresh, then it's going to be downhill from here for Panafresh. I better not say for them, or as you might think, Navi.
Yeah, potentially so. And this is where Panafresh are going to get really put to the test. They've got to prove their worth in that respect and show us that it wasn't just a fluke against Tribe. They can do this consistently, and again, just learn from their mistakes on the fly. That last set was a mistake from the side of Panafresh. As Teddy put it, in the previous two sets to that, it was Navi making their own mistakes for themselves. And, this is where it's going to come down to. I mean, Navi are notorious for having Brawl will be a very good game mode for them. I think for Panafresh now, they're kind of hoping that they have game modes lined up which they know that they can thrive in, that they're strong in. Long-range brawlers ideally would be their preferred go-to, so the map, of course, is going to make a big difference to that as well. But if it's the opposite way around and Navi gets something which really favors themselves, they're going to have to take it down a notch. Just kind of take that slowly and just think, are we banning the right things? Are we leaving the right things open? Like, what do Navi like here? And that's where in that last map, it just was so apparent that they just didn't think it through.
But how is that possible? How do you not think that through? Like, every team knows Navi love these brawlers. If you play competitive, especially to the level that Panafresh do, you have to know that. You have to know that about all the opponents, never mind just Navi. And letting these mistakes slip is kind of half of the reason why they're not performing as well as they have been, in other competitions, SPS in general. They're sitting at 2 and 4. This is the only chance they've got. If they don't win this, then they're going to be out. And you can't make mistakes like that when your life in this competition is on the line today.
Yeah, this is my problem so far with this match, let's say this is the standard expectation from a pro-level match like this. I want to see outplays, right? Teams that play better than usual, that not necessarily consistently, but get some outplays that are better than your opponents. Here it just feels like it's misplaced, right? It's below my expectations, and that has been what defined who won and lost sets. And it's just a little disappointing for me, because I expect more from both sides, especially Navi, obviously. but it doesn't really feel like either team has really been able to outplay their opponents or really, you know, find opportunities to shine. It's been more one team doing a mistake and or a couple mistakes, whether it's in the draft or in the execution. So far, it's been very draft heavy, to be fair. But it's just been, yeah, very underwhelming of a match so far. And I'm hoping that as, you know, the pressure goes up for the final 2 sets, that we see yeah, more of those outplays, you know, when it's beyond our expectations and one team is there like, this is why we deserve to win, rather than one kind of just playing worse than the other, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great way of putting it, to be fair. We want to see those outplays and, you know, we need to see them thriving and proving themselves and, you know, showing that they deserve to be in those challenge finals. And that is what we need to see from both of these teams. And both of them are just not bringing that to the table. From Panafresh, yes, we saw them playing pretty well in the first 2 sets, but they got gifted it. I will say they got gifted those first 2 sets by Navi because their drafts were just completely dreadful. The third one, it seems the other way around. It's the draft that's winning the game, and, you know, you can win even if the draft isn't in your favor. You just need, as you said, those misplays. You know, not the misplays, the good plays and not the misplays that you're making. And, you know, it's just disappointing to see, you know, a match of this tier be, you know, as poor as this, I will say so far.
Yeah, it's definitely, for me, a combination of things, but primarily I imagine the stress of the situation upon them. Again, because of the outcomes that this could lead to as well. Like, there's a lot of uncertainty around, you know, what would have been a very straightforward outcome if Navi had just swept it like a 3-0. You know, but on the side of Panafresh as well, they know that, like, this is their last chance to really prove themselves, and that's not a place that they're used to being in. Again, this roster's pretty, you know, newly formed, let's say, and, you know, getting that kind of team synergy along the way, you know, it does take some time. It's just like at this present moment in time, I just feel like I agree with Teddy. It's kind of more down to seeing that draft, seeing whether Navi are trying to experiment or playing it, you know, safe and how we'd expect Navi to draft anyway. And Panafresh have got a lot of nerves on the side of things. I don't know whether I'm seeing nerves on the side of Navi, but I'm seeing definitely questionable ideas when it comes to their draft.
Well, here is set number 4 between Navi and Panafresh. This time around, it is out in the open. And already an opening kill for Panafresh. This is not the start that Navi were hoping for. A bit of a, I don't know about Nani here, let's be honest. Yeah. I don't know. It is one of those brawls that is heavily mechanic. If you hit those 3K shots, you can pop off. But I don't know. They combine it with the bow, so I'm assuming it's going to be played around the totem. But either way, it's not like they can really comfortably one-shot anyone, especially... yeah, I think the Brock is not playing the jump, actually. So maybe on the Brock there could be a one-shot, I think. But I don't know. I mean, so far, not really much value off that super. Angel Boy got a super from the Gus onto him as well, which was just not really of any use. Blacksea is low, but it's going to be tanked by the Brock instead. And so far, it's... Oh, well, we talked about the 3K shots. At least Angel Boy hit that one.
Yeah, absolutely so. And you've got to be really cautious around those peeps. I mean, there you see a miss, and Blacksea with the Salty Barrel can really, you know, counter that nicely. So you've got to choose your times and your targets. Blacksea's in a really tough spot here, but does find the space. Does get tapped up, though. Great shots from Cubic, honestly, making that 3 versus 1, and this should be able to even things out just a little bit more for Navi. The Nani pick for Navi is definitely more on the experimental side. The question is, will they make it work? The first round did not go that way, and Navi just made some early mistakes and gave the advantage over to Panafresh. If they keep cycling this in and Panafresh don't contest it, then Angel Boy could get some good value from it.
Yeah, if he was facing a Piper, you know, I would say go for it. But here, there's just not really any particularly good matchups, and I think this is probably the most competitive comps we've had where both teams can win. A great pull from Rafa to even things out, but Q hits hard with that gadget and manages to get the man advantage again. A nice tag to close things out by Angel Boy. And it's working hard for Navi, but I still think it could have been a lot easier if it weren't for, you know, having a Nani in the mix.
They're making life a little bit challenging for themselves, but I don't necessarily mind it as much as their previous drafts, I've got to say. But I do prefer what Panafresh are running with. hands down. You know, the Brock is a great brawler to have. To be opening up your own mid and be able to force your way through the map very, very early on makes a big difference. Nice takedown of the Super Totem, gets it out of the mix and forces Angel Boy now to have to earn his value, which he does though, to be fair to him, off the back of Blacksea there. Ideally, this comp is really good on the side of Panafresh to be able to keep Navi in that spawn. Great knockback, good salty barrel, though Blacksea survives on. I do just prefer what Panafresh are running with, but Navi, to be fair to them, are making this work.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have an all-right comp. I mean, Gus is really good. Bo, I think, is kind of an interesting of a decision to go for here, especially since I feel like at a pro level, it struggles just a little bit sometimes, you know, because yes, it gets consistent damage when you're in range, but you gotta get in that range, and sometimes that can be a little bit challenging. Right now, there's gonna be a return to sender that is gonna spare a little bit more HP on the side of Angel Boy. He's gonna sneak up onto Jaime, actually goes for the pinch onto the Penny, gets a nice connection, the follow-up as well, and that is gonna be Navi with the first round. I mean, that was a pretty decent one on their end.
Yeah, as well with the shield on the back of the Nanny. It's a daring prospect to have when it's charging towards you. But, you know, Panafresh has got a good comp to play out time, but they're just making mistakes and just tanking too many shots and just not playing it slow in that idea. You know, they get the Penny turret down, they can start to bring the pace down at the same time. Or great pull. Well, we want to see more of those things. Realistically here, Blacksea just survives on healing puffs coming in just in the nick of time. Oh, they've got to survive on here. This is the best chance that they've had so far to start to turn the game. Now it's a 3 versus 1. I mean, it can't go wrong from here, can it? Can it?
It can always go wrong, Ark. It can always go wrong. But yeah, no, Cube should be going down here. And a chance as well for Rafa to reload a couple more shots towards that pool. And actually gets it. All 3 supers now in the hands of Panafresh, compared to Navi's 0. So, I mean, they do have a final totem. But either way, this is a pretty good final run for Panafresh on paper. Although they use already 2 supers, the Brock one doesn't find the most value. Angel Boy is so low. We need the Gene here to close it out. Not able to finish him off just yet. And yeah, eventually he gets pinched. And honestly, I was kind of expecting that to come sooner.
Yeah, that was definitely a good turnaround for Panafresh. For me, Blacksea's playing a risky game. Like, you know, he's just about staying in the mix, and I hope he doesn't get too overly aggressive. I do feel like, you know, if you can find that balance with Penny to go on the aggressive, you can get some great value. I mean, if you creep up and get that range within the Salty Barrel, then you can get so much value, but I just kind of worry, in a game mode like Knockout, you've got to take some risks for sure, but Panafresh now, you know, match point for them. That is huge. But will they be able to keep it going enough to rule out Navi?
Yeah, it's the... Oh, Rafa nearly goes down. It's the first set that goes to game 3 so far, which says a lot about how one-sided every set has been thus far. Very low HP Gene. Blacksea gonna get pinched here. Surely they managed to take him out, and somehow Cube remains intact as well. The trade from Jaime is there, but still a 1v2. Not completely unwinnable with that Brock super, but not exactly looking great either. And he's going for it. Nearly takes down Angel Boy. That could have been a little bit dangerous, but so far, so good. And Jaime, he should not be able to win this one. You hear from my voice, I'm getting some doubts here and there, but yeah, it's going to be all good here for Navi. Their chance now to go to a 5th set.
Keep coming in. Rafa almost went out. Cubic now low as well in the mid, and everyone clustered on the side of FA Panafresh as Angel Boy just sits back. Mine's triggered. Nicely so. Peep coming in again. Blacksea again, though, just getting very, very close to the action. A bit too much for me. I do worry, but it's a great pull. Now that 3 versus 1. Oh my word. I mean, this is surely going to get tied up. The question is, how many supers can FA Panafresh fill on their side off the back of Cubic here? I mean, if Rafa gets his pull, which is likely that he will, and I love the strategy there, everyone just letting Rafa gain it. That is solid. Can FA Panafresh do the unthinkable? One more round win, and Navi are just in a perilous situation.
How did Angel Boy go down? He's in his spawn with his super, and somehow there was no protection. Big blunder there from Navi. What could have been the final. Angel Boy falls, and that might just be it here for Navi. Panafresh, they know that they are on the verge of knocking them out. and getting their best chances at qualifying themselves. Cube, low HP, gets reset on the heel as well, and this is a nightmare of a 2v3 for Na'Vi.
This is going from bad to worse. Cubic having that shield as a saving grace for sure. Nice pop of the gadget there, and it does knock down both Jaime and Rafa low. Blacksy's got to be cautious, does not want to feed into Alex here. He's got to keep his distance and just get that controlled aggression. The shield's missed! Cubic missed the shield, that's going to be disastrous, and Rafa knows it gets the pull! Cubic now 3v1, it is done!
the balloon! The shield! What? Even just auto aim on yourself, you can't lose it at that point. That is the worst position to do something like that I've ever seen. Bo wasn't even that low, right, when he tried to give it to him. He could have used it on himself. He could have got some damage done, and you know, you can't be risking it. You've got to use it on yourself, surely, to be able to at least have somewhat of a chance in that 3v2. And honestly, no bias involved, but as soon as Blacksy span, I was like, please, Navi, please just turn this around, please. I was begging for it, but they do manage to win it, and Panafresh are going to make some big things happen. We've got a heck of a tiebreaker coming up.
Yeah, this is now, like, going to get a lot stranger and harder to you know, sort of transition to the viewers at home. I mean, you know, it's going to be now a question of a multitude of potential outcomes. I mean, you know, tiebreakers, you know, it's going to get very hard to follow, but we're going to do our best to talk everyone through it as it goes, you know, round by round, because now everything's relevant. Now, you know, this is the start of what I said at the beginning, which would be the craziest of outcomes, but there's like 6 others to combine with that potentially here now. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, we came into it saying that Navi is surely gonna take it. Like, all of us unanimously said that. I don't think any of us expected to see what we saw.
I can't say I did. I can't say I did at all. And, you know, I've got a question. Was playing Nanny in the spawn the right move? Because you can play it at the front line. You can play it at the range, and you dominate them all at the range. Why stand in spawn? Give them instant control, and that's not only a question for the gameplay that they actually had, but also in the draft as well. They've got to have thought beforehand, we'll wait in the spawn. It's a 3v2 in mid if you do that, and he missed so many peeps as well. And the ones he didn't, he hit on a Gene, where it makes no difference. Didn't really try to target the Brock that much, and could have genuinely got his super just as fast from hitting shots. And, you know, I don't know about you, Teddy, but that was one of the big issues for me.
It's just, I mean, I think Nani was a mispick in the first place, but, and yeah, using that super off the bat and round in your spawn is also a misplay for me. But when none of your teammates even slightly protect you, they just didn't care. No one was there. How does the penny of all brawlers manage to get to you, you know? Yeah, I think that just, you know, sums up nicely, or maybe not so nicely, this performance from Na'Vi today, which I thought was really bad, especially considering what we know those guys are capable of, the fact that in a couple of weeks they are at the World Finals, and right now they went from one of the most likely teams to qualify to one of the most unlikely teams to qualify, really not that far off from Tribe. So this is an interesting one, because now they add another bad head-to-head to their list, because they're 3 and 4, just like Panafresh, except Panafresh now wins the head-to-head against them. So it's bad for Navi. It's really bad.
Yeah, with Navi losing, the power is no longer in their hands. We've got a very intense tiebreaker going to be happening regardless of the rest of the scores at the end of today. But we'll be seeing in the next match who will be heading to the Challenge Finals and who will be mixed up in this absolute muddle of Brawl Stars. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Series, we are 1 game down, and we have 3. But actually, not 3. A lot more possibly to go. That is one thing. Up next, we do have another absolutely incredible match, and it influences so much once more. One team will go on to that challenge finals in Valencia, and the other one will be going into the tiebreaker arc.
Yeah, this is where it all is going to get very, very interesting, because everything has a knock-on effect on absolutely everything. There are scenarios where Navi are just about still in the mix, and there are scenarios where Navi will be completely out of the mix, and there's probably more of them than not. I mean, we've got Tribe to come still. That can play a factor massively, so they've obviously got to win their match, but if they don't, then that has a knock-on effect. There's literally so many outcomes here, Trav. But one thing's for sure, Navi from the sidelines are going to be cheering for one team, and Tribe are going to be cheering for other teams as well. Everyone's going to have their rooting team.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a bit of a 2v2 going on. I think Tribe are cheering for Chazmak, right? And then Navi are going to be cheering for Mystic, or is it pretty much near enough ruins their chances of going to the later phases of the competition and the tiebreak? And it's definitely worrying for the teams watching on, because Tribe, everything's going so well so far for them. Opposite for Navi, but still, both teams are in the mix. We need to see some big things happen, and regardless of what happens, whoever wins this is going to be on top of the world.
Yeah, well, I mean, right now it's a 3-3 versus 3-3 match, right? 3 wins, 3 losses for both teams. Whoever wins it qualifies. They're out of the nightmare tiebreaker, which Navi, you know, could have avoided too. Not gonna get back into it, that for now, you know. Given enough, you know, of my comments towards Navi for today. But, yeah, things are getting very complicated now, except for one of those two teams that can just, you know, escape it. But the other team is straight back in that 3-4 mess. Because all the teams 3 and 4, they are in the tiebreaker hoping that the other teams that end up with them have the worst possible matchups against them, right? When it comes to the head-to-heads. So, it's all a big mess. A lot of possibilities. I think that the easiest takeaway for now is that whoever between Team Mystic or Chasmac ends up winning this game, or this match rather, they qualify, they're safe, you'll see them in Valencia.
Yeah, well, now that we've got a few of those little tiebreaker storylines out of the way, let's take a quick look at Team Mystic's roster, as they've only got one target in mind, and that is a win. Uncle X, Mebius, Arturo, and Nob. Still, a lot of people probably unfamiliar with these guys. If you're, new to watching this competition and new to watching Brawl Stars especially, you probably wouldn't have heard of them. But they were probably, in my eyes, if I had to do a power ranking, 8th seed coming into this. And they're sitting in a position where if they win, they go to the Challenge Finals, which means they will have secured top 4. Big things need to happen for this team to go through, though, because they're facing an absolute monster.
Yeah, they really are. I fully agree, though. Mystic came in as such an underdog in this competition. I think many's expectations of this team were definitely reserved, let's put it mildly, but they got a big 3-0 against Navi in Challenge Day 4, and that's really something to be said, maybe not reflecting upon today, but that was a huge result for them, probably their biggest result so far, and they got the 3-1 against Panafresh in Challenge Day 6. They're capable of great things, and I would say that for sure is a thing that the viewers at home cannot underestimate. Don't count this team out. They have got a fantastic opportunity ahead of themselves, and as Teddy put it, whoever wins this matchup qualifies, and more often than not, that is the kind of feeding mechanic that you need to give yourself a win.
I mean, we saw, these guys have beaten Navi, they've beaten Panafresh, they're looking good coming into this one, but Chasmac is a fierce opponent. We'll take a quick look at their roster right now. Big roster then, Rama, Jiro, and Nawi. They've been making moves this year. I will say they've made World Finals. They're almost getting to the finals of this competition, and they've been playing really, really well as a whole. They're sitting at 3-3, the same as Mystic, but the head-to-head matchups aren't as good. You still liking the chances, Teddy?
I'm confident, but here's the problem. I was confident in Navi too, just a couple minutes ago. So I'm not sure what it means, but you're right though. They luckily at least have a good head-to-head matchup against Panafresh and Tribe. But besides that, it's a decent amount of losses too. And I think though that they come off the bat of a 2-win streak. They were one of the teams we were the most worried about at the start of the season. They were 1-3. Which, we expected better from them. And we said a couple of weeks ago, yeah, a very disappointing season so far. Then they win 2 in a row, including Tribe. So they're in a better place right now. They're starting to really build up that confidence, and the synergy is building up as well. Since Meow left the roster, they had some pieces to kind of, stick back together. And I'm starting to get more and more comfortable with this team.
I think so too. I'm going to ask the tough question on percentages. Talk to me.
I've said already 60-40 today, and that didn't work out the way I expected. I do feel like Chasmac should have this win, but they haven't necessarily been the most consistent team. Mystic got the win over Navi. That was a team that actually Chasmac lost to, but Chasmac got the win against Tribe, and that was a team that Mystic didn't get the win to. It's very close to call. But I just said at the beginning of the show, something today tells me that Chasmac are going to get this win. 65. I'm going to go 65 on Chasmac, and mathematically then 25 on the other side. No,
35.
Right? 35. Yeah. Found the first hurdle.
Mathematically, of course.
Teddy, percentages. I know you love it.
I do love them. Dude, it's so intense with the music as well. I feel like I'm revealing something important, I'll go 60-40. I think it's a closer match in theory than what the previous one should have been in my books. I think obviously, Chasmac are favorites, more accomplished, more experienced, in a better form, arguably too. But I think Mystic, they've shown to us that sometimes they just win those. We don't really know when, why, what, but if there are some for drafts on the side of... my point is, if there are some mistakes on the side of Chasmac, I can definitely see a world where Mystic really capitalizes, punishes them big time, and we end up with a similar scenario than in match 1 today.
I'm done underestimating Mystic. I am done with it. 50-50.
Okay.
You give me £1 million drop, I'm splitting it halfway. Because I honestly think that they've been underestimated too much. I came into this season, I thought they weren't going to do well. I thought they'd be the queso of this season. But they're not. They're 3-3. They have 100... Well, not 100% chance. They have a 50% chance. I was going to say they 100% have a chance of beating them. 50-50 against Chasmac, that's what I'm going for. And honestly, I do think they can take it. Chasmac, they've been looking somewhat worrying here and there. They had a couple of good last match days, but they were against the bottom of the tables. And Mystic, they've won some games that they shouldn't have won, and they might do it again.
The thing that I'll say is that Chasmac on their best day, in my opinion, look a little bit better than Mystic on their best day. But Mystic at the moment, honestly, they are looking so good. They are getting so much momentum in the competition, and today is the day to really bring the fire. Canal Grande will be our first map for Bounty. Next up for our second set will be Brawl Ball Super Beach, third set. Open zone for Hot Zone. If we get to the 4th and 5th, Knockout is out in the open and Heist is pit stop. Pick and bans shortly to follow, and of course, looks like we might have had the API issues still sorted out now.
Yeah, hopefully so. I mean, gotta love them drafts. But this is gonna be an interesting one, and to be fair, I'm done underestimating Mystic too, because you know it can happen that an underdog team wins against a Tribe, a Na'Vi, those sort of matches that they were able to win. But not only that, they're genuinely just in a much better situation than them. You know, if you look over consistency for this entire season, they're in a better place than Na'Vi. They're in a better place than Tribe. They're in a better place than Team Queso, which would all by far have been favorites over them. So I don't see why they couldn't add Chasmac to the list. But you know, more often than not, Chasmac should have this. And as you said earlier, I do feel like on their best day, Chasmac should be a lot stronger than Mystic, but we don't quite know just yet what kind of day it's for either teams.
Yeah, well, drafts are in. We got, well, bans are in, should I say. Tick, Bo, and Squeak on the top for Mystic Esports. Chasmac Gaming EU have got rid of the Janet, the Penny, and the Otis. Solid bans all round, but we've got a Gene. Early pick from Mystic Esports, and I really do like that. We've also got the Gadget Talk to the hand, which also increases that just by a little bit more and allows you to be maybe just that little bit more of a surprise factor coming in.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether it's being ran, because a lot of the community kind of like consensus was that it's just going to make no difference. But I do feel like pixels matter in competitive, in Brawl Esports, and you know, it's going to be a thing to see. But it's a very strong counter, and it just shows that Chasmac have just got that knowledge of draft to come in, counter out immediately with Ruffs, and ultimately in a game where like Bounty, Ruffs being able to provide those supply drops over to your teammates and just keep them all in the mix, having more damage along the way. It's a great counter. Bell coming in, don't necessarily mind it. I think since the reload gear coming into play, Bell is now in a much, much better place. I do like the way things are shaping up, but Mystic having that first pick Gene, it's such a good one to have. You know, in Canal Grande especially, if they're on point with those pulls, then, you know, and obviously trying to avoid the roughs ideally, it could go from a potential good day to a bad day very quickly.
Yeah, I'm seeing maybe a little Carl Gale opportunity here again, you know, get that free blue start call. Pretty good counter to Ruffs overall. Not half bad against Bell either. And yeah, Carl is in. Are we going to see the Gale too? There's I think, a pretty solid chance. It would be weird to me to leave it open for Chasmac as their final pick.
Yeah, I mean, especially now that they've picked the Carl as well, it would be very, very weird to see them not take it. And it pretty much perfectly counter what they've brought to the table. So definitely a little bit worrying. It also kind of prevents Chasmac from taking a tank as their last route and just walking down on the Gene and the Carl as well when he doesn't have those walls to bounce against. Something that they've got to be extremely cautious about if they do leave open, or even if they take it. There's definitely some picks that could go quite a long way against it. You want to probably see a thrower come in if they do take that Gale as well. But they've gone with a Brock. They've gone to open up the map, and that surprises me just a little bit.
I don't mind it necessarily. I'd be curious to see if it's like full rocket in motion, because ultimately if you get that Gene pull and the Brock's there to support it with just all shots available, it's a swift takedown. That's kind of what you want to have. Carl is going to be able to provide a little bit with super to that avail, but ultimately, I've got a bit of a soft spot for Brook recently. I feel like since the Relay Gear coming in as well, it really has just kind of catapulted him in. Buzz is a risky, bold play from Chasmac. Going to depend a lot on having that mid control, of course. And, you know, one Brawl for sure that's not going to be going anywhere near the Buzz is the Gene. The knockback will obviously be a factor as well, as a bit of a counter. But I don't mind it. But it is, Teddy, a bit of a risk. We can't deny.
Yeah, I mean, the lack of Gil opens up that possibility, right?
Yeah.
It would have been pretty much covered with a Gil. But either way, I mean, it's an odd one. It's an odd one, but it's definitely going to be an interesting one to watch because I feel like both teams really have their merits with their drafts. I think on Chasmac's side, it's going to be about popping off, right? With the Buzz really get the value out of it, which early on doesn't quite seem to be the case as he ends up going down. Blue Star, obviously, with Zakaru goes the way of Mystic, and that means the 3-star lead now, maybe even more, as now he gets swept by Mebius, and that's going to be 5 now in the bag for Mystic.
This is the issue with the Buzz pick. Ultimately, when you haven't got that, advantage or control, it just seems like Mystic so far are just shutting it down pretty well, and you can end up being just a walking target, just feeding stars over, and that's what's happening so far. As 5 in the pocket for Mystic and 0 for Chasmac, but there's a stun, but no support there. But that's not the fact that his teammates just weren't supporting him. It's just the fact that he went in alone.
Yeah, especially on Canal Grande, right? Like, if your teammates are on the other lane, they're not going to be there to help you. And so far, is he the only player that's gone down on the side of Chasmac? I think he has, until now, obviously, as Rama joins in. But he's gone down a lot. And it's definitely worrisome on the side of Chasmac. And I don't know. I mean, I don't necessarily hate the idea of it, but I feel like you need to somewhat play with your team a bit more instead of kind of soloing your lane and giving away like 5 kills already.
I personally love seeing those kind of bold ideas come into play, but I much prefer to see them come to fruition. I mean, it's just not doing anything, and it's allowing Mystic just to continuously feed off the back of it. I mean, you've got to time those runs, especially if you're going to be going in alone. You've got to have better judgment. We're not seeing that so far from Chasmac. It just feels like it's just a free win. Nothing to take away from Mystic. They're playing it perfectly, exactly how they should be. But what were Chasmac thinking? It felt like they had a bit of a plan that had been tried and tested. Whether that's because Mystic was just kind of like on point for it, or I felt like more often than not, he was going in alone. You just can't do that. You've got to have support from your teammates to be able to follow up those kills when you get that stun in and come back, unscathed.
Yeah, I just feel like there wasn't much to be hopeful for in that first game. It was a 21-0. And we didn't really see any big opportunities. I think the only pull that actually was good from now is the one he missed. And it's like that was his best opportunity because Zakaru was by himself. That stun would have been a kill, and here it goes for a super and just dies. Definitely less than ideal. Garo maybe was a chance. No, not even. There's a kill at last, the first one of the set for Chasmac, but there's still a 6-star lead for Mystic as well as the Blue Star. I mean, not exactly putting them out of their comfort zone so far.
It's not looking great at all. Chasmac have got to make some changes. They've got 2 stars now, which is something. Garo hitting these shots is going to go a long way as well. They get that bottom left-hand side takedown, and maybe so will go a long way as well. The Blue Star then will transition over. Not very low here as well. The ricochet shots did not quite connect though, and Roman now low as well. Gotta say, maybe he's playing a fantastic game so far. He's been very, very impressive, but now in this corner, will he be able to stay that way?
So far, Mystic has been impressive overall because, I mean, okay, Mebius goes down now, but either way, was that a mark on U4O that was already marked? That is an... I mean, that's a way to use your super, I guess. 25 seconds left. There is a chance here for Chasmac. They got that Blue Star. A kill on anyone on the side of Mystic, and suddenly things are turned around. Now he has super, but needs to be careful because going in with a super means you're more likely than not don't have a super to go out, although he does have a gadget if worst comes to worst. Big tag there on U4O. That is going to be the bounce that claims the kill, but a follow-up train up was 100 HP. And somehow, Mystic come out of top.
I don't even see how it happened, to be honest here. I was focusing on the other things. I thought they were walking away with it. Chazmak got the kills. They were getting out. But Team Mystic said no. The Brock hits the shot and somehow gets away as well. A little bit unusual. And I'm surprised Chazmak didn't manage to close that one out. I'm not going to lie, because it seemed that, like they were going to.
Yeah, Rocket Laces over the lake. I mean, Noah played it great. I mean, there was definitely a moment, though, that Chazmak could have tied that one up. I mean, it was theirs for the taking. But again, just a lot of their picks just didn't pay off. I mean, I say a lot of their picks. The bus pick did not pay off at all. I mean, now he was feeding into the Gene towards the end as well, just giving, free Magic Hand and just, 3 stars in the first game and the second game. It just went from bad to worse very, very quickly. But I say that, it was kind of already bad from the outset. It was quite clearly not working, and there weren't really many adaptations to make it work.
It definitely is a little bit of an issue. I thought the Buzz, honestly, coming in wouldn't have done bad. And I think if played better, it would have been fine, but just was not played out the way. And it was 21-0 in that first game. Any improvement made by Chazmak and it would have been better. It did almost go their way, but Mystic were able to close this first set out 38 stars and only drop 10, obviously collecting both of those blue stars off the start as well, which is such a valuable pick, that Carl being able to swoop in and get out pretty swiftly as well. A lot more damage, and you can just see by all the statistics, Mystic earned this win.
Yeah, it's a little odd again, because when you see the Buzz come in, you'd expect Mystic to be a bit worried, because they don't have an easy way to deal with it or any proper tank counters, and you'd think the first game is the tougher one and then they adapt. Here, it was kind of the first game was free because Chazmak didn't really seem to know what they wanted to do with that Buzz pick. And then the second one was better, but still, apparently not quite good enough. And I don't know. I still feel like maybe they should have just gone Gale against the Carl. And I feel like it's a pretty decent brawler overall on the map and helps, stick to your defensive positions a bit better too. I'm not entirely sure. The best pick, they tried it. We saw a couple moments where it did somewhat work out, but that was just, 1 out of 10 if you look at the set, and that doesn't justify bringing that brawler in.
But why not a Gale? Why not? There's no reason not to, I think, at that point. Does better at range than Buzz does. Still very good against Carl, if not better against Carl. It's just a little bit unusual on the draft side of things. But Super Beach is the map up next. Same map pool as we saw in the previous game. Hopefully a bit less Jackie, because that really wasn't the best thing coming out of Navi in the previous series. But, Super Beach, we're back. Probably going to be seeing some more Griff, possibly some more B. Were very solid picks throughout that last thing. And all of the good picks really came out of that Panafresh roster and just able to get this incredible comp that was just unrivaled by Navi.
Well, Super Beach, as we know, is a map that's really caters to a lot of speed, and that's something that Mystic have brought to the table a lot with those max ideas, and kind of was a little bit surprised that we didn't see it in Canal Grande, because it can be a great thing to have. It provides a lot of maneuverability. It's maybe not the most meta idea, but nonetheless it can provide so much pressure. I think here, both teams have got to heavily consider that idea. Chazmak love to play it as well, and they do pretty well with it, so if it is on the table, that coin toss is going to look ever more tasty. I think as well, like having a Gale in Brawl always the way to go. I mean, and banning out the Gale, I think is the wise choice there for Chazmak. Ashe banned as well from the side of Mystic. Barley being banned. I did say that Barley's a brawler that you've got to pay close eye on. It is a map that he always used to thrive on, and especially with the recent buff, and damage gear in play, and star powers, and there it is. Yeah, straight off the bat. Max for Mystic. We've seen what they do with this brawler, and it is scary, Teddy.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I mean, it's exactly what we expect from Mystic and what they've been shining with so far this season as well. So far, so good on the side of Mystic. Chazmak, I'm expecting a strong response. We've always known them for the high-quality drafts, and at some point of the year, it started maybe going down a little bit, but I feel like they're back in a pretty good place, and despite a few moments and buzzes here and there that were maybe uncalled for, I still have a fair amount of trust in their drafting capabilities and trying to really set themselves up for success, as they are going to go penny as their respawns. A brawler which I've said multiple times I'm not the most in love with myself. I think it's alright, I think it's a decent map for it too. Ems is a bit of an interesting one here as well, not completely unheard of, but probably not my favorite when it comes to Super Beach.
Yeah, I mean, it pairs well with the Max, and also they're going to be able to counter out tanks that would be paired with the Max as well, so I don't mind it as a pick. Penny's a little bit more unusual to me. Yes, you can establish that turret, but when you've got, you know, a Max steaming at you, possibly even some tanks as well, the DPS just isn't really going to be there. Once you establish the turret, though, you're going to be fine, and if you can use those salty barrels effectively, you know, and even splash through the Max when he's coming at you with some aggressive teammates. They're going to go with Janet, which we saw tried and proven now by Panafresh on this map. So definitely a little bit worrying for Chazmak once more, because I feel like, yet again, we're just seeing an incredible comp being built up by Mystic Esports, and Chazmak just don't have the right brawlers to do much about it.
Yeah, Ems, I really do like. It's just we don't really tend to see much of her. I mean, primarily in Hot Potato for Heist. It can definitely work in Brawl Ball, but it has got a lot of vulnerabilities. Let's see what they decide to bring in next up. I mean, you know, I'd love to see a Stu myself. I think that it provides so much aggression with the amount of coverage that's there. Going with Spike, we always tend to see teams picking Spike as that third and final pick always on Brawl Ball. It's not necessarily my favorite. It's definitely a map that caters really, really well towards it, so I'm not going to hold anything against it. But yeah, it is a bit of a tank counter idea to have in the back pocket. Carl coming in for Chazmak. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, Carl on this particular map, when you've, I assume, got either the Ems or the Penny mid, I just struggle to see where the lane ideas are coming from here with Chazmak's approach, because it's going to be a struggle to retake a little bit. I definitely prefer what Mystic are running with.
Me too. I think Carl is probably my favorite pick. Okay. But as I said, I'm not the biggest fan of Penny. I feel like the Ems is a bit odd here too, at least in my books. But we'll see how it works out on the side of Chazmak. I think Carl is a pretty decent option overall. Just he doesn't really get hard countered by anyone here. Has okay matchups against everyone, and a great one against the Spike for the most part. Should be able to deal with that gadget with ease, but with a couple shots and going down, a wasted super as well, I believe, as we have a 1-for-1 trade. Maybe this is too low HP to really go for a solo hero play there. So Bo ends up cornered on the side of CMG. But overall, I feel like the ideas from Mystic are just a little bit more straightforward, and so far today, straightforward has kind of been the go-to.
Well, good pressure on the right-hand side from Udo. Gary now in a tough spot. Damage gear, but the range is just not going to happen. Now he's healing up. Nicely done, actually, as well, to evade those curveballs. Let's see now, though, whether Chazmak can start to push the ball through. Drop the base down as well by Nob, and is taken down very swiftly by that Penny turret. And we were a bit concerned as to whether Rumble would get the value that he needs from that particular brawler, but Speed coming in now from Mabius. Too low on HP to be able to really make it work. The pinch potential here is there for Naui. Not quite sure why it wasn't followed through, but Mabius decides to back off, and the ball also going to have to be forced back into the pocket. But that clear up might now change things as Mystic start to make a push.
Yeah, still quite low HP on U4. Oh, a barrel placed down. Not really going to make much of a difference here, as Ramak goes out either way. So does the barrel. U4 trying to go for a play. Going to place down a cactus. Not necessarily the best solution against Carl, as Mabius does have super. Garo goes in with a gadget. Nearly. I don't know if that was worth it. A gadget and a super just to get a kill and get killed by the curveball right after. Yeah, not sure about that one. But 30 seconds left, and overtime is going to closer and closer. An overtime which I feel like should be fairly even, maybe to my eyes a little bit favorable to Mystic, but there is a chance here to not even get there as Rama gets the shot, and oh yeah, that would have been a nightmare for Team Mystic, but they'll just barely escape that scenario.
Yeah, that's the tough one. That really is, but now this is going to be fantastic for Mystic, pushing the ball forwards. Rama out of position as well and getting scrutinized for it. Survives on there with the help of the salty barrel. My word, it did well, but can they get the pass through? And the shot off, no super to hand for Naui, but the goal over to be, choose the pocket, and it's saved off the line. I don't know whether that was the right time to shoot the ball, maybe push it forward a little bit more, but Nob coming in as well means two bodies in the goal mouth. Either way, Chazmak are really struggling to land this goal, and I just feel like Mystic are getting more and more momentum to be able to do so themselves.
Yeah, I think Chasmac forgot the ball, needs to go behind the line. Just on the line is not quite going to cut it, but second missed opportunity here. Close goals, though. Now overtime is looking dangerous as Mystic is getting really up close and personal, and that's the team wipe. That's going to be Mystic taking another game, and Chasmac need to be incredibly careful with how they assess the situation from here on, because one away from being 2 sets behind, that's not a good look for Chasmac.
Yeah, not great. Not great at all. But again, Mystic are, in my opinion, just playing better. I mean, there were mistakes on the side of Chasmac, there's no doubt about it, and they haven't got much time left to start to iron some of those out. They just kind of feel a little bit off at the moment. The draft, I don't think... Oh, what a great move. Great move there. But go off the line again. What is happening?
Well, I mean, thing is, even though the play itself didn't work out, it completely destroyed the defensive structure from Chasmac, right? Every player was focused on trying to save that goal, leaving their lanes open, and Mystic still capitalized, still get the goal. And, I mean, still a big part of the credit here goes to Mebius, which actually might give them another opportunity as Garo is low. Nope, does end up going down, and that just keeps Chasmac in a little bit longer. But, I mean, they need to be careful because there's not much in it, and Mystic are getting dangerously close to winning a second set.
Oh, Rama can't finish off Udo, and actually Mebius comes in and finishes off him. Now Udo's got to stay alive. He goes down, the phase shift is there. That's going to bring Mebius even closer towards the goal, bringing the ball forwards now, and surely this is... Oh! Rama! Off the line, salty barrel value right there for him. But nonetheless, Chasmac are still behind. They do need to get a goal and make this one even. They got the turret down as well, which is providing some value, but everyone low HP, and just we see this continuous effort on the side of Mystic to make these pushes forwards with the ball. We're not necessarily seeing the same from Chasmac.
Well, we have all 3 supers available for Mystic. Might wait to pop, then Mebius actually pops speed now, not low HP, takes it up into the skies as Rama is in a troublesome position too, not lands. Garrett resets his own heals by missing that pickaxe and at least gets the damage gear still up. Not low HP, nearly a trade, but now he gets to live on with 200 HP, start healing up as well. 20 seconds left, now only Mebius alive, and Chasmac still need to find a goal of their own. This could be their chance, but it's their final one.
Yeah, very little time. There was a super to hand. It might have been better to get a super pass off, but Rama is going to try to get the pass through to Gary. He's too low. He can't really go for it. He goes for a shot, gets body blocks along the way, and a bit of a fumble for me. Chasmac do not get the goal they need, and that is going to be Mystic Esports EU taking another set.
I honestly don't know what I'm watching today. It just seems like it was an incredible set, don't get me wrong, but so many mistakes. From Chasmac in the first, overtime should have been 100% finished off. He spawns with 1 ammo. There's one person respawning, just walk up and do a 50-50 shot. He's not going to be able to save it. It's not even 50-50 because it's pretty much 3 ways where you can shoot mid, left, or right. And even more, I feel like maybe they could have had a chance there, and he was so hesitant on it. When he's got 4 seconds left, what are you going to do? Just not try it? You've got to go for something, and he didn't go for it. Just massive disappointment from Chasmac here, and they're 2 sets down now. We're seeing the same thing as we saw with Navi. They're coming in probably the favourites, and they're getting destroyed, Teddy.
Yeah, I came in here today knowing there's a lot of different scenarios for how this goes. This so far is the most unlikely one, and like genuinely, like did anyone at home prepare mentally for Navi losing to Panafresh today, Mystic potentially winning to Chasmac? What's next? Is Team Queso taking Don't Try?
maybe, to be fair. I think that's the kind of route we're going at this point, but 126,000 damage for Mystic Esports compared to just shy of 80,000 for Chasmac. A lot more heals from the side of Chasmac, though, regardless of I feel like them being in the spawn for quite a lot of the game. Just not really the best, and I feel like they had so many mistakes throughout that one. They had chances, they just completely threw them. But on the other side as well, Mystic had chances and threw them. They were kind of giving each other lifelines, and Mystic were just the ones to abuse them just that little bit more.
Chasmic looked nervous. I don't want to pin it down to one thing, but I do feel like in Brawl Ball, you know, if the coin toss is not in your favor, you gotta ban Max against Mystic. I mean, we know that that's their kind of trophy brawler. They do amazing things with it. It provides them so much aggression, so much value. And, you know, unless they had it on their side and were willing to pick it first, you can't not ban it. You can't kind of be stubborn to your own strategy and ideas and the things that you kind of cater towards as a team against, you know, what Mystic can achieve with it. I mean, again, there were more mistakes than just that, definitely for sure. Some goal-scoring opportunities, no doubt about it, for Chasmic that were not sealed in the right manner. But this momentum that's behind Mystic now, I mean, it's looking like it's going their way.
Yeah, I think one of the things as well is like, yeah, they leave Max open, so they don't ban Max, which we know Mystic love, especially in Brawl, and then they ban B and Gale, which would have been great ways to try to address the Max, which is just very weird to me at least. But open zone, a new set, a new map, a new opportunity, maybe for Chasmac to turn this one around. But I mean, they got themselves in a tough spot, really.
I mean, we've got Tribe watching on in tears, I'm sure, and we've got Navi watching on and feeling quite happy about the way this is going, regardless of the fact that they lost their initial game. Bans are in. We've got Crow, Fang, and Squeak from the side of Mystic Esports, and then we have Gus, Bell, and Otis. And my oh my, have Chasmac made the same mistake again? Max first pick from Mystic Esports, and that could be the decisive one.
Well, I do feel like that is a lesson not learned, isn't it, by Chasmac? In open zone, if you've got a Max, it's just going to propel you into the mix. Don't mind the response. The poker's good. The stew, it can be hit or miss, but it is nonetheless still very, very good despite the nerf to the speed zone. I mean, having that decay damage over time is going to provide less value, no doubt about it, but still value and good value nonetheless off the back of it. But I just feel Max is better. I mean, you can combine it with a lot of things. I kind of worry a bit here, to be honest. I feel like Mystic may have just dealt the final blow with just that first brawler in the draft.
Yeah, I agree. I do think it's a pretty decent response from Chasmac, to be fair. I think Stu here does pretty good. Amber. All right, we'll most likely see that reload gear at play for, you know, the first time was Amber, I think, since she got it added to her kit. And B as well, I think I kind of expected B, right? Because you're facing a Poco, you really just want to have that be on your side. But yeah, man, this is gonna be an interesting one for sure, because I still feel like Poco can just be such a threat, and Stu likewise can be incredibly annoying to deal with. But they got one more pick to add to their ranks, and so far, I'm not hating on Chasmac's comp whatsoever.
I'm not either. I do like the Poco. They've gone with a mech. and Teddy, I'll give you a chance to retract that statement now, because honestly, it's not the worst, but it doesn't get healed up as much in that mech form as I'm sure Meg would like. And obviously, it's against a B, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, in the Bellas tournament, I got destroyed by a mech here, so you know,
skill issue.
Yeah, probably. But to be fair, I'm not a pro player, so I didn't know how to deal with it. But those guys are, and I even feel like against B, I don't even know if it's that good. I don't know. I mean, it's interesting, and I agree with you. The value you get is dramatically lower when you get healed up by the Poco as a mech, because the healing rate is just much lower. So we'll see, Ark, but this is an interesting way to kick things off, as Garo does get a super quite early, which is going to be quite nice for him.
It was kind of funny, because I was literally discussing just the other day about how Meg is very underrated on this map. But the question still is, can Chasmac make it work? It's definitely a bit out there, but I kind of like it. I think it is a bit tried and tested, especially with the back of the Poco as well. Stu doing a good job of dodging so far until that moment in time. And now Garo's going to be struggling off the back of this B, but you know, not necessarily taking the time to focus on him. Wants much more to get Rama out of the mix here, but it's great burn down there value from Yudo. Garo, they're just going to sit in his pocket and just wait his timer out, and I don't see that being a bad thing. Now, though, very susceptible to damage and just goes in like that. I mean, Yudo was 147 HP, yeah. Meg can do that, no sort of damage, but it's felt a bit overly aggressive for me.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, gave up the positioning that was working out so nicely for them. And I don't know if I'm as confident about the ability to retake control once Mystic is nicely settled in. Was that come from Chasmac? Mac does come true and is when trouble starts to really rise. Thing is, as well as with Mac, you're going to want to pop those gadgets really early on to get that strong early control. And since then, a lot has changed. No more gadgets for Garo, and Mystic taking over the lead.
Yeah, it's a great response. I mean, it was a fantastic start for Chasmac, but now their lead is dwindling and it's now completely gone. And just look at the team synergy, honestly. Mystic just shutting down every single angle. Garo needs that super, but the burn's still there from Yudo. But just the range there. Why did he back off, though? He could have just finalized the kill. The flame would surely not have led to his demise. He would have been back into regular form. And it's going to be Mystic Esports EU moving on to match point.
Wow. I mean, a sweep is definitely not what I expected here. Definitely not this side as well. And now it's absolutely on the menu. And Mystic, I have to say, I mean, so far, they're the most impressive team I've watched today. They definitely are. I mean, they've been performing the best so far today out of everyone we've had the chance to watch. Let's see if they close it out, or if Chasmac have something to say about it. But I think one of the problems with this come from Chasmac is how much it relies on early game, right? Because now with the decay on the speed zones, it doesn't last for very long. It's a very early game thing. With the gadget on the mag, it's also very early game, and if you can't really have that utility later on and you rely on it to win, it's challenging. Let's see if they manage to get an even better start, as so far none of the gadgets have been popped by Garo, maybe one, and they do have a very similar lead to the previous game. Still, we saw how Mystic were able to come back.
Well, it's a decent start, but like you said, Telly, when those gadgets get to the base for Garo, then it causes a problem. But good pickup, gets the kill. Nice block there as well with the gadget from Naui. Does mean a vital shot from Nob will not be there, and 15% left now. It is looking better for Chasmac. They need this win. They can't survive without it, and that is a convincing scoreline. But we've seen this resolve from Mystic. Their ability to adapt is definitely there. They made a couple of mistakes, but they handled it like the first time round. I mean, they actually came back phenomenally off the back of what was a pretty miserable start. So I just kind of feel like they could still very much take this. It is definitely a great sign for Chasmac. They're starting to fight their way through this. They know that it is now or never. And that was convincing, but will it be as convincing this time round?
Well, let's find out. We saw in game one that once Mystic took control of the mid, there was no coming back for Chasmac. But Mystic got to get in that position in the first place. So far, they're actually going to get the better start. Another speed zone out of the mix. I don't know if that's the first or the second, actually. Garo not in the mech for very long. And in the meantime, Mystic are getting some percentages on the board. Very decent start. As Nob pops a gadget as well. Garo is able to dodge the follow-up. And Mystic with a dominant start, finally Garo in the mech, and let's see if he manages to stay in it for a bit longer too.
You've got to remember as well, this match massively affects Tribe Gaming EU. I mean, they could very well be out. If Mystic win this, I don't believe there's any way that they can bring it back in. So they're watching aside now thinking, please, someone help out Chasmac behind, but nonetheless not out yet. I do feel like this comp can work, but it's about whether the Mystic are able just to kind of see through the strategy. Yudo now pushing forwards into the mid, is going to force out Rama, who does then cancel out a lot of the effect there. And pushing forwards, the B is going to be a risky thing to go up against, but not being so low, why not go for it? He's going to get the swap, he does get the takedown as well, and it's going to put a lot of pressure as his 3 versus 2 comes to the mid, as now Chasmac take the lead.
Yeah, this is close. Now we low, but at last Rama goes for the heal and gets Mebius and U4 incredibly low HP as well. Speed was popped. Not entirely sure if it was the moment to do so, as U4 was trying to heal up and wasn't even able to do so successfully. Chasmac getting dangerously close to the finish line, though. Garo steps into the zone. Mech is out of the picture. A 1-for-1 trade, but Chasmac, they're close to ending things right here, right now. Now he only to stay alive for a little bit longer, and it's going to be Garo to close it out on the Mech. And Chasmac will take the set, but that was a close affair.
And Tribe Gaming are going to be pretty happy about that one as well. It was looking like a Mystic sweep in the start of that game. They had a 50% lead or something like that, but Chazmak took a leaf out of Mystic's book and managed to pull it all the way back. So nice for them, and also for Tribe as well, because Chazmak aren't going to want to go down through this tiebreaker. They're going to want to finish this off right here, just as Mystic are as well. So both teams heavily banking on this game, because it's going to be a tough tiebreaker, because Tribe might not have been performed, but nobody wants to face off against them or any of the other teams again, because they might be having a good day, and the same with the rest of the teams as well.
Yeah, you got to remember, Tribe lost to Chazmak. They beat Mystic, so ideally they want Mystic to to be in that head-to-head, and at the moment it's not looking like that's going to be the case. The winner of this match qualifies for the Challenge Finals. We can't forget that. So ultimately, for Tribe's sake, they're banking on Chazmak turning this one around. It would mean that if they were to then win their matchup today following this one, that's the big if again, because we've seen them dwindle, and it is against Team Kesso, who have yet to get a win, but nonetheless, as we've seen already today, anything can happen. But, if Chazmak did turn this around and Tribe were to win their match, then it would be that situation, that scenario where Navi would be out. They wouldn't be in the tiebreaker scenario at all because of the head-to-head being so poorly against them. So there is so much in the line, not just for these two teams on the screen, but for everyone watching from the wings, and it makes it more enjoyable to watch. I gotta praise the way that Chazmak went in with a bold strategy there. They tried to do that in Canal Grande with the bus pick. It absolutely backfired. And I was chatting to Joker and others, about Meg being a bit underrated, because we saw them in Reply Totem were playing Meg in Hot Zone very recently. It wasn't that particular map, though. It was Ring of Fire. Nonetheless, it is a brawl that can work, and because we haven't seen Meg really thrive at all, just be completely out of the meta, realistically, let's be honest, it does kind of make a lot of people scratch their heads and go, what? Are we going to see this actually work? It did work against a team like Mystic, who are normally very good at being able to handle that with a comp, which I think they probably were quite happy with.
Yeah, I think so too. And even before you said you spoke to Joker, it definitely seemed like a Reply Totem kind of strategy. Let's face it.
Right.
The comp was just had Reply Totem written all over it, and Chazmak just used it perfectly, I will say, keeping themselves alive. And that's the name of the game for them at this point. They're going to be alive no matter what, right? But you don't want to go through that tiebreaker. Out in the open is the next. In the previous series, this is the one that closed it out for Panafresh. Can it do the same for Mystic Esports then?
Yeah, back to out in the open. Not expecting any this time around, but I think there's a couple opportunities to try to hit hard. I think maybe something like an Eve could be really considerable. Now, yeah, sure, the reload gear has been nerfed a little bit, but I still feel like it's a brawl that, this is probably Eve's map besides Canal Grande. And I probably prefer her here over Canal Grande myself. So yeah, maybe a Wild Eve making an appearance here. But besides that, I mean, we've seen a lot of standards, right? Jean, very dominant. Vision gear here as well. Just gives you a lot of ground to cover. It's going to be banned out. Same for Bunny, as well as Otis, Janet, Piper, and Squeak are going to be the bans on the side of Mystic. So, I mean, a lot of heavy hitters are out of the way. I think, yeah, Max still open. Going to be the first pick here for Chazmak. Brock still something that could be considered too, as well as brawlers like Carl. We saw Bo earlier, which I don't hate here necessarily either. I think the problem when you're facing a Max like this is you don't really want to go for any sort of sharpshooter besides maybe a B on your side, because something like a Brock, the Max is just gonna breeze through those shots to make it very hard to get that damage out consistently.
Straight off the bat, I really do like these bans. I feel like they're pretty on point for sure. Like, the Max is a daring one for Chazmak because, again, it's not necessarily a brawler which thrives in out in the open, but, I do prefer the Brock. I think the Brock is, like, it's, for my opinion, one of the best brawlers you can have in out in the open now. It just really is, to be able to just, rocket fuel, if you wish, through the mid and just kind of really open up a channel there to be able to have more maneuverability or more visibility on the other side of the field, be able to break that ball open as well. Bell, again, with that reload gear, it's pretty dangerous, and in a map like out in the open when you're clustered, you can get a lot of value from it as well. So far, I'm preferring what Mystic are bringing to the table, but I've got to feel, Trev, like Chazmak must have a strategy in mind if they're going to be bold enough to pick Max first.
I mean, they've got to work for this speed, right? And you've got to bear in mind, Mystic have just completely disregarded everything Teddy said and just gone 2 sharpshooters that aren't B, so...
I know. I literally said, you don't really want to go sharpshooters against Max, and Mystic picked 2 sharpshooters.
Nightmare, but Gus is the next pick from Chasmac, and honestly, we might be seeing a bit of a tank coming here. Maybe. We like the Ash-Gus combo, pair that with a Max and get some speed going, and it might be quite dangerous for Mystic Esports, but it's a risky thing for them to go at this phase in the competition, where they are almost dropping down to this tiebreaker kind of realm, and it's not, you know, a map where you want to be risky either. We saw Navi be risky. We saw them sit at the back of the map with Nani, which was just a pretty stupid idea of mine, but they've gone Fang. They've gone for the tank, Max, and Gus combo. I don't mind it, but I also think that it's going to get abused quite early on, quite heavily.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about the Penny. Okay, I mean, it has some ways to try to deal with the Fang's aggression. I think Chasmac have a decent chance with this comp, to be completely honest. I mean, Brock kind of struggles in general against tankier brawlers. He can jump away, which is probably what is going to be the idea here, rather than the break, because, you know, removing the walls still is useful, but getting out of there alive, especially in knockout, it's not even like Bounty, where worst case you get traded out, or you come back a little bit later. Here, there's none of that, right? You go out, it's just done for the round, and I think you gotta go for the jump at that point, facing the Fang. This is gonna be a wild one for sure, and it's hard to really tell at this point, at least to my eyes, which team is clearly better with the draft. As I think it depends a lot on how Chasmac approach things and how Mystic are able to defend off that aggression from the Fang.
Yeah, I mean, Fang is a brawler which can get a lot of value. I mean, honestly, I've got to shout Semantic out, because he is, for me, the person in this region who just demonstrates it on this game mode the best. Chasmac, if they can do Semantic things, are looking into a good spot. But again, the Brock could be running rocket launchers, which is a good defensive mechanism away from it, and there's a few considerations there. But ideally, both teams just have got to stay on their feet for as long as possible. Great taps already, though, early on. Now he goes in, but he won't come out, that's for sure. As the rocket over the top there puts Rumble over the shield, is keeping him alive. Garrett might get this 1v1, but that's a great turret. Great defensive turret, 83 HP, and he survives on.
Yeah, and actually gets to follow up as Nob hits 2 shots, and suddenly Garo is left in 1v2, runs straight into a Brock rocket, and this is looking good for Mystic. And to be fair, I think Chasmac have a draft that can definitely win, but they need to play better with it. That initial Naui super was just not it for me.
Yeah, and he just managed to get out of that one unscathed. And Rama there as well, struggling massively so. And you just got to say early on, the aggressiveness is there for Mystic. They are just absolutely tapping on their shots, and it's only going to be a matter of time before Chasmac misjudge it. Now he's trying to push forwards on the left, and just keeping it back, and again has Soup to hand as well, and would ideally like to land that mark onto now. Ideally you want to get that Fang down as quickly as humanly possible. I think running the reload gear as well from the icons, but there's a bit of clustering going on here for Mystic, and that could provide some good value. Now he did not quite get there, but nonetheless support was there, and this is looking pretty decent for the most part. If Chasmac can just be cautious, not very low here as well. He could go down, but he's healing up now. Speed comes in just the nick of time. Garrett's so low. Oh, and now he comes in, and they might be able to do this with a 2 versus 1 despite being low. Not surviving, but not long enough. Oh my word, that was so incredibly close.
That, I mean, one shot from not connecting could have just turn it into a 1v1 with another player that's low HP or low HP and marked. So that could have been really going wrong for Chasmac, but they get a very important round, because now this next one is going to define if Mystic hit match point or if Chasmac get to set point, and it would make quite a bit of a difference for both sides. Max super available, probably want to try to either combine it with a Fang super or help him get that Fang super with it, or maybe just keep it for the later stages too. That is always a possibility as well. Snob is standing a little bit further, needs to be a bit cautious, as so far a very defensive setup on the side of CMG. A super is available on Rama, and he's gonna have to pop it on himself just to stay in the mix, but he's not even gonna. A 1-for-1 trade, as now he is able to assassinate U4O on the right-hand side. A 2v2 turned into a 2v1, and that is going to be match point for Mystic.
Oh my word. It is very close. It is very, very close. I did like the way that Chess was being reserveful with that max super just to be able to get out of those bonus situations, and it almost paid off. But Mystic were able to dig deep and just stay composed, and that's really what you gotta have. You need that in a game mode like Knockout. But it's so exciting to watch, honestly. I believe that regardless if Chazmak were to lose this, they are still in contention. They still are going to get a tiebreaker scenario. How that will favor them or not, I'm not too sure myself. But it does mean, of course, that they're not out of the running. But Mystic, if they get this round, this last game in the bag, they qualify for the Challenge Finals.
I mean, just to go back to our conversation from earlier, 8th seed, according to Trav, and according to most of us, whether it's on the casting desk or at home, and they are on the verge of qualifying now over so many European titans. What a pop-off. Either way, even if Mystic choke it and get reverse swept, what a show they've given us this season. But a great opening kill from Nawi on the right-hand side, saying no to Mystic's advances. Garo, yeah, forced to shift away, incredibly low, so is Rama. This could still go wrong, but yeah, not so much. As Nawi either way had a super to clear it out. It looked a bit more dangerous than it was, but I mean, this is a much needed round for Chasmak. They're going to be happy at least to get it.
Again, Tribe are probably watching from the sidelines with their hearts in their mouths, because again, if Mystic win this, they're out of the competition. 3 versus 2 now, that's going to heavily favor Mystic. If they can start to regroup now and get their HP back up to full, then that's going to go a long, long way. But this is a dangerous comp. You know, with the Gush Shield combined with the Fang, it can be very easily a 2 versus 2. But with the explosiveness here, great pressure from Nob, and now he goes in, gets the stun, and does survive on. Now it's that 2 versus 2, but now he's way out of position here.
Yeah, now he gets another super, and yeah, gets greeted by the salty barrel that actually was placed even before he supered in. Suddenly, a 2v1. Not completely unwinnable, but getting close to that, as he does get 2 tags off on U4O. If one of them was a little balloon thing, that would actually have been a possible kill with the gadget, but it's not quite going to be the case. Rama does have super, but decides to save it, which I can respect. Still, a round here is all that Mystic needs to take the match.
Penny Turret goes down, speed coming in for Chasmak. Trying to push, get those early supers. Have now he tried to go in and make it that 3 versus 2, but no, Mystic are going to buy their time. They're going to sit back and let the Penny Turret do all its work, and so far it is working. Gero under a lot of pressure for it. Its shield popped out there, and Nob's super connection is there as well, just going to keep Fang deterred. So far no one goes down, but aggression being shown from both sides.
Yeah, Mebius dangerously up close, but wow. Still now he gets the kill, not with the trade, but it's a 2v1 all by himself. Are we going to see a hero play here? It's going to be tough as a Brock. Need to really hit those shots. It's getting closer with super though, and that should be easily cleared up. Chasmak will be taking that game. I mean, if that super hit and he was able to run away, maybe we would have seen something, but we're going all the way to game 3 for this one.
I don't know about you at home, but I'm feeling this. This match is just got me on the edge of my seat, but I'm standing. Nonetheless, oh my word, it is just so close. Honestly, just tiny increment here and there to decide it. Now on the right-hand side, it's going to get a lot of pressure here. He needs it quickly just to be able to get away, and he does not. It's a 3 versus 2 very early on. Chasmak are all over the place, and just Gero on his own again. Instantly eradicated, and like when you compare that to the previous game, it's like all that for seemingly nothing.
Wow, that is unfortunate. Not sure either if that's the gadget of choice I would rock with on this map as a Bell, but it is a gadget. It did connect. Quite low HP across the board. Some opportunities perhaps for Mystic, but they're playing it safe and can respect that. A mark is available. Needs to make sure he doesn't waste it like in the previous game against that Fang. That might be what makes the difference if he decides to go in for a play.
He do has mark, but now he's being cautious to try to stay away from the range of the Bell. Good pressure from the top right there as well onto Mebius, but speed. Is it going anywhere? That's the question. It may have been better to reserve it for these moments here where it starts to come into a much closer affair. Maybe it's slow, but also on the side of Chazmak, they are low as well. It's a 2 versus 1 now. Yudo staying alive, using as much cover as he can, but how long can he realistically survive here? Because surely this pinch is coming in, and it does. Chazmak survive on, but can they keep doing this? How much stamina, how much life have they got left?
Yeah, 1 round each here. This round, we either end up going to set 5 or Mystic takes it, qualifies, and puts Chazmak in a world of trouble. Only 1 round here to decide that now. As so far, a bit more of a defensive positioning on the side of Chazmak. Now we not willing to give too much away, does get tagged. Forced to fall back just a little bit. Gero also giving away a fair amount of space on the right side. Does get a super. We saw how much value it can bring at times. Sometimes not nearly as much as we would have wished. And it's still rather passive, but Team Mystic pushed back quite a bit. All players still healthy and ready to fight. But someone eventually has to go in.
Yeah, that reverse polarity there, trying to get the value that he got previously from it. It didn't work out. Mark, though, was missed, and now he survives on the shield there. It was beautiful from Ramos. It's going to be set Mabius as well. Almost fell victim to the gadget. Yudo's low HP, and now he goes in. Oh my goodness me, what an explosive end as Chazmak take it to a 5th and final set against all the odds.
Oh, what a play from Nawi there, coming in at the end. That was absolutely mad. Some clutch shields coming in left, right, and center, though I will say, unlike in the last series, we saw them missing. They're clutching in this one, and so is Nawi. Incredible gameplay. They've kept themselves alive to go straight to this finals. They've kept Tribe alive, and Mystic were this close from being in those challenge finals. And now it could be a massive gap, especially if they lose this set. They're still going to be thriving on, and they want to win badly.
Could say a 50-50, Trav.
I'm telling you, I'm the best predictor in Brawl Stars, except from when it comes to the VSC.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy because we actually went from Mystic being in a much better situation to now arguably Chazmak having the better cards, because they go in with momentum and the heartbreak on the side of Mystic, especially for, you know, I don't know those guys personally, but I would think that this is a loss that hits very hard, because that was their chance, multiple chances too, and yet they go to this 5th set and it's back on even footing, and it doesn't quite feel like even footing for me. It feels like Chazmak. They go in with, yeah, that momentum and you know, good spirits, because they know that they just escaped death, whereas Mystic, they know that they may have just choked on Valencia.
I mean, momentum, all with Chazmak, but the stats aren't. 91,000 damage from Mystic Esports, and they were playing this ranged game. They were playing it well for quite a lot of it, but as soon as Nawi gets positioning, you know it's not going to be a good position, and unless you catch him with the salty barrel like he did a couple of times. But there were moments where he bounces that, bounces another, and bounces another teammate, and that is when it's danger for Mystic Esports. And grouping up when a fan comes in, it can be a savior, or it can be, you know, the biggest mistake of your life.
Exactly, and I felt like that could have been a pit that now he could have fallen into when we saw him get just completely eradicated, because it is like a blink and you miss it moment when you are faced with a salty barrel as a Fang. You know, you're there 1 minute, you're gone the next. But he did learn from that, and he was a bit more patient as the game went on and started to really get the value that a Fang can bring to the table. And, you know, yeah, I think that's really powerful scorelines to look at in terms of the statistics, because, like, you know, Mystic, for all intents and purposes, should really have tied that one up. I think there was definitely some very, very close calls on both sides as well, but I think it was a wise decision. I kind of did the same as I did in the previous match to bring it back to one particular brawler, but, like, you know, getting that max pick early on for Chazmak, I think, went a long, long way. It deprived Mystic of a strategy which they're known to put in themselves, and, you know, they made it work. It's not an easy brawler to make work out in the open, but they did do just that, and they were a bit patient in their approach, especially as you have to be with a Penny, because ultimately, when everyone's hunkered together for that max super, that's where you're going to get the most value off the back of a Penny. So I do feel like they played the draft a lot better than we've seen them do previously.
I still don't think the draft was, too much in their favor, though. They just played just that little bit better, and we're on to pit stop now. This is where we're going to see if people are going to be scrimming those new maps, and this could have a massive effect on who comes out on top. Mystic Esports coming in with the Buzz, with the Daryl and the Rico bands. I love those bands. Daryl, Nita, and Ems on the bottom side from Chazmac Gaming EU. Carl as a first pick, and then Ruff's coming in as that first pick from Chazmac Gaming EU. And it's Ruff's first pick, then Carl as a return. Yeah, it makes just that little bit more sense, doesn't it? I was about to start questioning it, but my eyes are deceiving me. Bonnie coming in after that, and Bonnie on pit stop? I'm not sure how I feel about that.
I mean, I don't know, because I've never seen it, to be completely honest. Oh, actually, maybe I've seen it once, but it is definitely a bit of an odd one. I mean, the idea is, you get your super, you jump onto the safe, and if they don't have anyone, really in a defensive position, it takes a while before they catch up to you. You get some damage. You're either going to get taken out and well, I mean, I'm going to hold that thought for now. We got a Primo here brought in by Chazmac. It feels like a very SK Gaming sort of heist play. I don't like it, but I'm happy to see it, if you get what I mean.
It's unusual, though, to see it as a second pick, but again, it's followed up by a third, but it's normally that kind of like third and final pick that we tend to see coming in. But, on pit stop, I can see it working. There's a lot of cover to maneuver your way forwards, and there isn't necessarily much to be said for the wall break on the side of Mystic. I think Bonnie's going to be a tough one to make work. It's not a map that really caters much for long range, except in the mid if you can get a little bit of breakage. If you don't, then the angle is kind of tight, but the ability to be able to jump in is definitely a strategy in heist that is definitely a strong one. It does bring back the flow of action. Surge coming in, I don't mind it, especially if you pop Gadget early on to have the speed, but it's a problem that we just never see in heist. It can work, but it's gonna be needing a lot to make it work.
I don't think it's, it's not the Surge being picked because it's heist, it's being picked because it's playing into Carl and Bonnie. Bonnie jumps in, you can jump over it. Carl comes in, you can jump onto him. Easy as that. But Otis, I like that. It's got the DPS, got the fat splatter, got the ability to mute up Primo if it jumps on you, and even if it doesn't, I like it quite a lot, but also got to be quite wary of the possibility of sandbags being there from Ruffs. Can tank obviously quite a bit of Bonnie shots and also Otis shots as well, but Carl going to be slicing through those, and it's definitely going to be a question of if they can get these matchups, it might be able to work. But I was expecting a wall breaker from Mystic Esports.
Exactly.
You're bringing in Bonnie on a map. I just had to double check that it was pit stop. It's been out of the rotation for so long. I was like, pit stop's the maps with a load of walls, right? Yes, it is. Why is he playing Bonnie?
Well, only one way to find out, Trav, and already a bit of a base race. Primo is left on safe, which he's not the most threatening brawlers are on your safe, but I mean, we've seen what a Gil alone on your safe can do, and so far, I mean, it's fairly even. Eventually, I think someone died on the side of Mystic, so they went back to try to deal with the Primo, but now he's just kind of running around there, not really finding any value, and yet there's two players from Mystic to just try to deal with him. He gets his super, he's gonna find the kill, and that is an interesting turn of events. Eventually, the walls get opened up. That's gonna make it a little bit easier to find access towards that safe, and the lead, however, is slightly in favor of Mystic, but HP-wise, now a jump in. Didn't really find much with it, but it's still going to be 13% in favor of Mystic. Not a whole lot considering the positioning of Chazmac.
Yeah, that jump in just kind of served to feed Garo. That's not what you want to do. In fact, that's why you saw Mystic go in so aggressive early on, because they know that if they just capitalize down the early game, then it keeps Surge suppressed at just very, very low stacks. And now look at that, Garo on max stacks has got the supply drop rolling in as well. And this is only spelling bad news for Mystic. They are going to be in a bit of trouble now, despite the scoreline being incredibly close. If Garo stays in the mix here, it's going to go very, very badly wrong if he keeps staying alive and causing this much damage.
Yeah, this is going to be rough here for Mystic. The positioning still really good. Supplying drop. Nice 2.8k damage on safe. The jump in from the Surge, that should settle it. And it's going to be no one else but the Primo to get the final blow. Match point for Chazmac. And how do you recover as Mystic? They had match points, they had opportunities. They were a round away from taking it. And now they are facing their first match point.
Yeah, multiple match points. And the strategy that I would say upon a loss is, yeah, go more aggressive before the Surge gets those stacks. But that's what they did. And it didn't work. It was very close, though. I don't think this is necessarily over here. I think it could very much go to a match point. Now he goes in. He's going to juggle his time between Yudo's low and the safe, which is going to be then tanking a lot of damage. And Astro Belt coming in yet again is going to force away Yudo. This is looking like a great start for Chazmak, and they just stay on defense. I mean, Mystic need to push this.
Yeah, so far 31. That's the percentage lead in favor of Chazmak. Rama is in a tough position, and no amount of sandbags is going to be enough to save him from there. Jumping from Naui onto Mabius. Garo joins up, gets a nice tag, and some good teamwork to get a couple of hits on, because so far it's been a bit tough for Garo to get the connections he needs for that second stage. At last, he does get it now. The jump in comes through as well from Nob, and Garo is there to greet him. At last, some damage for Mystic onto that save, but they're definitely not out of trouble just yet. U4, very low HP to call. Gonna try to find some better positioning, but as Garo jumps in, he should be able to claim that kill with ease and start popping off now as he actually hits stage 4.
That was disgusting. There's no other word or way to put it. You know, again, when I saw the Surge, I really like the pick, but you've got to make it work, and this strategy is paying off, and this could very well be Chazmak qualifying for the Challenge Finals if they keep going like this.
Yeah, they're getting close to it, Art. They're getting close to it. 12% is all that Chazmak need. A jump in from Garo. Could they just leave him on the safe? What? Hello?
I don't think you can, and I think that could very well be it. It is it. Chazmak Gaming qualify for the Challenge Finals. They keep Tribe Stream alive, and what a day. I mean, who saw this coming? I mean, what?
Chazmak they're answering wishes left, right, and center. They're going to Valencia themselves. They've got to the Challenge Finals. They've kept Tribe Gaming in it, and now it's in Tribe's hands. Tribe have got everything lined up perfectly. The one route that could allow them to be in tiebreakers has paid off, as unlikely as it was, and it has happened now. They just need to beat Team Queso.
I'm still recovering from everything.
Yeah.
Wow, I mean, what a way to go here for Chazmak. What a journey today. Just their journey of today. It was crazy, starting things up very poorly against Mystic, but able to slowly but surely do what Na'Vi couldn't, and actually turn things around, get that reverse sweep in, and now just lock it in, secure their spots in the Challenge Finals. Mystic are not out, and they got some fairly decent head-to-heads across the board, but what a story.
I mean, as well for the coming match, because, you know, if Tribe were to win their match up next, I don't want to take away from the stats on the board here, but, I mean, for me, it was a very, very convincing game also for Chazmak. I mean, Mystic just didn't quite, in my opinion, draft it accordingly. But, you know, if Tribe win this next game, you know, what that means is that Na'Vi are out. Like, that is it. And for the fact that Team Queso have yet to get a single win this season in the Snapdragon Pro Series, I don't know about their chances. I mean, it would be very fitting, especially today, of all days, you know, to you know, see them get their first win. And they have been growing quite noticeably so in the last couple of weeks. But I just can't, Trav. I just literally can't.
It's ridiculous how they've managed to turn this around. They were 0-2. They bring it back to 3-2, reverse sweep to send themselves to the Challenge Finals in Valencia. That is just absolutely huge for them. Massive storylines all round, and they don't stop there. We've got so much more coming up, and everything can line up perfectly.
Yeah, it's been a crazy day. It really has. I mean, we've had it all. But one thing there's no denying is just how exciting the games have been. There's definitely been some moments where drafts haven't been great and some plays haven't been great, but like the fact that everything has a knock-on effect has just been so enjoyable to watch. And I mean, you wouldn't want anything less, would you, from the final day of a challenge season at the SPS?
You really wouldn't, but I'll tell you one thing we do want. to give Snapdragon Elite Gaming a massive shout out for allowing such great gameplay, and this is even further today, allowing you guys to watch this, allowing us to be here, and also allowing these teams to progress on to events like Valencia, like we saw at Gamescom in Cologne. Just incredible that they're able to back Brawl Stars to this amount and allow us to have just that many more LAN events for us, for the players, and for the viewers at home. A massive thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming today.
Yeah, I think LAN events is one of the things that I'm personally the most grateful for, because, you know, the last 2 years, it's been rough. It's been rough, but there's not a single, you know, organization able to get this many months of LAN events on the table. It's been LAN after LAN here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, and I mean, obviously, a big part of it is because of Snapdragon.
Well, 2 games down. 2 more to go, one of them being incredibly meaningful and one of them being very close to Ark's heart. He wants to see the totem streak either ended or carried on. Don't go anywhere, more beauties coming up next.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where you have the home of the best gameplay in Brawl Stars, clearly, as it's lining up to be even better than it currently is. Tribe Gaming versus Team Queso up next, and it does have quite a lot of effect on the rest of the competition. This one will mean Tribe Gaming, if they win, then Navi are out. And if they don't, then Tribe are out, and then we'll have a one-way tiebreak. It's all a bit back and forward here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Nobody knows what's going on. But Ark, give us a bit of a clue.
Well, I mean, what we know is that Team Queso have yet to get a win. That is the biggest stat on the board, let's be honest. So, I've got to say, though, if there's any day to get a win for Queso, I mean, it's definitely today, because everything else has gone the way that we didn't expect. You know, but, you know, Tribe, I mean, you know, I guarantee you they did not expect to even get to a place where they were in control, somewhat in control of their outcome. I mean, they surely thought today that Navi would have won in that first round and they were just already out the running. But we've now got to this place where if Tribe get this win, which on paper they probably should do, let's be honest, but we did say that about the match with Panafresh and they lost that. So they've still got to not drop the ball. But if they win this match, then you'll find a head-to-head between 4 teams. Navi are in that head-to-head, but this is the problem that Navi have now, is that, like, you know, Tribe have got an advantage over them. Navi will lose and not be even in the tiebreaker. They're out. They may, I mean, I double-check with the legals, but they may even be out already. I'm not too sure.
I think so.
Yeah. I think they are as well. Yeah, Navi are apparently out. We're hearing it in. It's confirmed. Navi are out of the competition. We are down to, you know, 3-4 teams who are still competing for these spots, and it is quite worrying for a lot of them because, you know, they've kind of bought Tribe their redemption by losing to then have probably the biggest threat be reintroduced to this tiebreaker, which is definitely not what these teams wanted. They wanted to just win, move on, and get today over with, especially, you know, Navi, who are now out, and also Mystic Esports, who had such a good opportunity being 2-0 up as well. It's kind of completely turned on its head, and now surely these teams are going to be praying for Tribe's downfall against Team Queso, and this is what you say. Can Team Queso, do they have that much hate for Tribe Gaming to manifest a win today, Teddy?
I think you make a very good point. Hate is maybe the only thing that they have left, you know, because they have, let's be honest, Team Queso is nothing to it, right? Like, they're going to be dead last, no matter what. 0 wins, Tribe already has 2, so they can't even, all they can get is some honor of at least taking a win, but they don't really have anything more than that. So on paper, Tribe, you know, they have a good matchup because they're playing against the team that's performed the worst so far. And
has the best matchup they can hope for.
Yeah, exactly. They have nothing on the line. So that could go in their advantage, but you never know. I mean, what we've seen from Tribe in the last couple of weeks, I don't know, man. It's been crazy because it's like one day they win a monthly final and then the other they, you know, lose to a lot of teams they shouldn't really be losing against. Just to clarify Navi's situation from earlier, they have like no head-to-heads that could go in their favor anymore. Like, they lost to Panafresh, they lost to Team Mystic, they lost to Tribe. So whether Tribe even win here or not Navi, I mean, yeah, 0 head-to-heads go in their favor.
They're done for. Tribe Gaming clearly has been established as a very unpredictable team, and I agree. Let's take a look at the unpredictable roster. Big team then, Drage, Linane, Tom, and usually on the bench, Yoshi. I don't imagine we'll see much of a appearance from him today because they would surely field the roster that have been playing with the best, and at the moment, that would be Drage, Linane, and Tom. So quite a big roster. You don't expect many losses from them, but they have taken a lot, and that does have to amplify the worry that they're feeling, that we're feeling, that the audience is feeling, and Tribe Gaming fans as well.
I mean, with the unpredictability of today, I mean, it would be fitting for Yoshi to start making an appearance, let's be honest. But I think you're right. I think it's got to be Drage, Linane, and Tom. But, you know, it's a weird scenario to see Tribe looking so low on our leaderboard. And especially when you consider that Navi coming into today, you know, we're in such a good place on the leaderboard, and they're already out. They had a 3-3, Tribe on a 2-4. I mean, you know, big losses. I mean, to a lot of teams which, yeah, we're used to seeing teams lose to, like Reply Totem in Challenge Day 1, you know, SK Gaming in Challenge Day 4. But then you've got Chazbek, which is a bit of a 50-50, more often than not that Tribe should have taken that win. But the biggest one for me, that big loss to FA Panafresh, I mean, that really caused a sting.
It's not a game that they should be losing at all. And pretty much all of the games that they've lost, except from, you know, Totem and Escape. The other two, it's just shouldn't be happening for a team like Tribe. Teddy said they come off the back of a win in a monthly final, and then they lose against, you know, Panafresh. They lose against some of these other teams, and it is a worrying situation. Let's catch up, though, with the Team Queso roster and see Tribe's opponents. Some very menacing looks on those pitches in comparison to Tribe, I will say. Staring straight into my soul. They're trying to make Tribe afraid, clearly, and honestly, it's working on me, so it might be working on Tribe. Alias SJ, Boss, and Javi being the Team Queso roster definitely had their ups and downs. More downs than ups as of recent, but they are a team who can, on the right day, take a win against Tribe, Teddy.
I just want to ask you, Trey, what ups?
Yeah, that's not exactly what I was thinking.
Hey, they've had some a qualification to a monthly finals a win in my eyes. That is a win in my eyes.
All right, I mean, sure, Trev, sure. You have low standards, man. You have very low standards.
Hey, you guys roast me for being mean to Team Queso.
I'm
you
not
roast me
being
to
mean.
be nice to Team
You're
Queso.
0-6. There's no ups.
I can't win.
There's no ups. It's just just flat on rock bottom, really. I might be harsh, but this is a team that qualified for the World Finals. Those are players that, you know, are really good at the game, and I expect the team that hosts those players to be really good at the game. And so far, they haven't. Now, they had some better performances in the last week or so. I mean, you know, they took a set against Totem. They played all right against Chasback. It was a trio sweep, but those were probably their best performances yet. So is this the day where Team Queso take a win? It would be a good day to do so.
It really would. And looking at the statistics, much better from Tribe Gaming. It actually seems to be a rarity in the SBS that we see a positive KD, and that they have. Same can't be said about Team Queso, though. 2.08 to 2.62. That's possibly got to be one of the worst KDs we've seen. But more damage from Tribe Gaming EU as well. And, you know, I'm going to ask the dreaded question. Percentages are percentages.
I mean, to be honest, I mean, my percentages have been right 50% at the time today. Okay, on paper, realistically, this, in my opinion, should be like, you know, an 80-20 or higher.
I was going to say that.
I mean, it's gonna be, but having seen what we've already seen happening today, I don't know whether that's necessarily as clear cut.
Teddy, let us know.
I would agree with Art, you know, but honestly, I've lost a little bit of confidence in Tribe.
Yeah.
I lost confidence in Team Queso a while back.
Oh, wow.
But no, both teams are quite inconsistent at the moment, and I know in other events, Team Queso has been not nearly as awful as here at the SBS. So no, but you know, if you look at the full picture, they're not nearly as bad as if you just looked at the SBS. Yeah. But we are at the SBS, and here they have struggled massively. I'm trying to avoid going for my actual percentages. I'll go 60-40 for Tribe.
60-40.
Dude, have you seen them play like the last 2 weeks?
Have you seen Team Queso play the last month?
This whole season.
Yes, but I don't know, man.
60-40.
I mean, 80-20 is too extreme.
I was honestly thinking 80-20 to be fair.
I'll
go 75. I'll go
75-25
75 for mine. That's what I'm settling on. But harder at mine, the return of the beauty, return of, in my opinion, the best map in competitive. Tribe Gaming bang out Rico, great ban. Reload gear is just ridiculous on this map, and regardless of the nerf. Ruffs and Janet. Team Queso getting rid of Stu, Max, and Carl. Otis as a first pick.
Yeah, I mean, Otis is going to be strong here for sure. I just don't know whether it's first pick. Actually, I think it is first pick worthy, to be completely honest. I think that Splatter can get a lot of value. 8-bit is bold in the mid, but it is one that is tried and tested. It does work very, very well. Penny, though, on that lane side, is going to be pretty fierce. I mean, you know, you've got Salty Barrel there for defensive purposes as well as going on the offense. But again, this is a map that's been out of rotation for a long time. I mean, the meta's massively shifted since the last time we've seen it. That could be something which could benefit Team Queso if they get this right. I mean, you know, ideally for me, I think that Sandy Lane here was always pretty decent. I don't know whether anyone's going to be bold enough to bring it in because it, it hasn't been seen for such a long time. But nor has 8-Bit in gem grab, Teddy. So I mean, at this rate, anything could happen.
Yeah, I think Bell mid as well here is pretty straightforward, right? I mean, reload gear is a thing now for Bell, and she's always been a pretty decent option overall here on the map. There's also the reload speed actually for 8-Bit, so I mean, kind of matching ideas here. I think Jean would have been another option still that is somewhat viable. Struggles a little bit against 8-Bit, but could still have been something Team Queso brought to the table. They have a final pick on their side now, so they're going to go Bow, which is interesting to me. Also reload gear, but you would expect it more as a mid, whereas I'm assuming it's going to be Bell mid and Bow lane, and then the Squeak also on lane. It's going to be an interesting one to my eyes.
I don't know whether I like it, but I was expecting Tribe to really kind of, I don't know whether Squeak was it for me. If they hadn't banned Ruffs, it would have absolutely been a Ruffs pick for sure. I mean, there's not too much aggression. Sure, you can get a lot of control with Squeak, but I just kind of worry about whether they've got that kind of aggressive nature of it. I think Bo could be a little bit underrated maybe, but I would have said I would have liked to pick more if Reload was at 20%. I know it's only a 5% difference, but still, it's kind of like one of those safe brawlers that you kind of go with at the end, where you're not really wanting to commit too heavily to an idea, and we shall see. We shall see. But nonetheless, they are in, and so far is a good early start for Team Queso. Boss with those 4 gems in the mid, and Javi, aggressing heavily so into the tribe spawn, taking down now, but then Tom goes down himself, and Dragey. Can't remember the last time I saw him with that tag, but nonetheless, struggling. I mean, at the moment, there's not really much kind of lane control going on with Tribe, but it's just allowing Queso to really just control that mid.
Yeah, I like the Bell pick against 8-Bit, like, if you're marking him up especially, you kind of lose just the advantage of having such a bulky gem carrier. So I think it's a pretty decent option here, and Boss so far has been hitting a lot of shots. 7 gems now to his name as well. Lena is still marked up from earlier, so he's had to be a little bit careful. He got a decent bit of control just a bit ago on the left side, but had to give it up eventually, as now gem number 8 for Boss, and a nice pinch onto Tom, one that could have been a little bit troublesome if with that positioning he was able to take down Boss or even Ali SSJ. So far so good here for Team Queso, and Dragey in a lot of trouble as well. Very low HP, does manage to get a damage booster, but there's a gem that is just dangerously close to Team Queso's side, and that one would give them a countdown.
Nice cheap cartridge though, just keep him in the mix, and the speed off the back of that damage booster is going to start to bring things more in favor of Tribe. They're starting to get a bit more control, but Lanana's muted out. He's going to go straight into the path of Boss, and he's got the mark as well to hand, but as he is the only one still standing, he can't really aggress this mid, now taking shots as well. Low HP, I mean, he might even go down here, 255, as Harry comes in to try to protect the president. He's now going to be aggressed by Tom, and Tribe are bringing this back. I wasn't sure that it was going to happen, to be completely honest, given how much of a head start Team Queso had, but it could very much be the... Oh, Boss goes down! Disastrous! What was he doing in that bottom left-hand side corner? So vulnerable without his teammates there.
I don't really know how Team Queso would let this one slip away, to be fair.
Yeah.
All they had to do is not lose both lanes. Genuinely, they had like, what, a 6 gem lead or something? Just, and a gem on their side too. They just had to hold on for just a little bit, get that gem, get out of there, and that should have been a Team Queso game, but yeah, at the end as well, I mean, weird positioning for a low HP Bell. That is carrying 9 gems as well. Especially when they could probably just have reset the countdown either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, questionable on the side of Team Queso, but not awful, which is a start for me.
Well, so there's a slight advantage for Tribe early on. 2 gems to 1. Now the 2 of Team Queso as Ali SSJ comes forward, but connecting shots from Lanan were there. Super though to hand will break up, and Lanan's got to make a choice. Does he want to break these now? Or yeah, he's going to go for it now. I don't necessarily mind it, but it is going to take away a lot of that unpredictability that you would have otherwise had as Boss places down a Nestic into the mid. Low HP though for him, and that's a concern, especially as Tom now pushing up the left-hand side. Going to wait in those bushes. Salty Barrel as well could be something to really just harness in to protect as well from the mute from the Otis and get the takedown. And he will do just that, does get it, and Alice Shea slow in the right. It's Tribe starting to find the momentum now.
All right, calm down. Initiated as Drage picks up his 7th gem, which means that there are opportunities to interrupt. Lena is still quite low HP as well, but not really that many opportunities left now, as Tribe Gaming will be taking game and set number 1. Pretty decent overall. I don't think it was like mind-blowing on the side of Tribe, but yeah, Team Queso kind of gave away the first one, and the second one not too much of a presence from them.
Yeah, I mean, I think, to be honest, it was definitely a first game was the Team Queso game to win. Like, they should have won that one so easily. There was even opportunities, I think, where if he'd have just walked up and picked up the last gem, like, he was waiting in that back bush with 9, and then does the kind of opposite and goes down the other side of the map and just provides all the gems to Tribe. And, you know, you've just got to play as a team. And, you know, there was even possibilities of even out. Like, Drake only had 10 gems. It was 10-9, and he's off into no man's land and just going and providing all the gems. Second game was much better for Tribe. Lane swap seemed to be just that little bit more in their favor. Well, not a little bit, massively more in their favor. And there just really wasn't much Team Queso could do about it at the end of the day. First set to Tribe Gaming, but me and you were having this discussion earlier, Ark. First set to Tribe Gaming isn't always the best thing.
Yeah, it genuinely isn't. It does seem to be a kind of consistent thing where we've seen it happen before, happen with, you know, if they Panafresh. They get the first set, and it kind of just seems to give them like a sense of confidence, and they tend to underestimate their opposition that they're facing because of that same thing. It's been a bit of a curse for them. Question is today, you know, it felt like that is surely going to have done damage for Team Queso. I mean, especially in that first set where you make an obvious mistake like that, you take that into the next set, and then if that set doesn't go your way, you're very quickly potentially against the match point. I mean, they really have to wipe that slate clean and definitely look to iron some of those things out moving forwards. Potential communication, maybe, but yeah, like you rightly say, Trev, I mean, Tribe Gaming cannot get too comfortable, despite the fact that Team Queso have yet to get a win this season.
I mean, I can't just not talk about these stats. Tribe didn't drop a single gem, and Queso dropped every single gem they picked up. Definitely not the most common statistic in the world, but Team Queso did actually do more damage, and honestly, I quite liked the bow lane. I thought the bow lane was pretty decent. It was doing a decent job no matter who was, you know, down on his side and holding it pretty nicely, but overall, it just wasn't the same for Team Queso. Tribe Gaming not dropping a single gem, and Team Queso dropping them absolutely all. Gold Arm Gulch come up next, and nice to have a little bit of differentiation on the maps. Knockout will be our second, and, you know, I feel like Knockout's really been a kind of Tribe game mode this year.
It has been. I mean, you know, the slower pacing, but then the burst of action, and also the clutch ability, right? You have to remember, this is a team that has players like Lena, like Drage, like Yashi, obviously Tom too. I mean, I'm just citing the entire roster at this point, but players that do usually quite well under pressure, and, you know, in a 1v1, 1v2, they like to play the sort of brawlers too that can just kind of somehow make it work. So I can definitely see the appeal for this mode for Tribe. I think it's one that's a little tough for Team Queso as well, because they're a team that kind of have been doing a lot of mistakes overall, and it's a mode where it's very punishing, right? You make a mistake, you lose a player, usually you lose the round.
Yeah, and there's a lot of brawlers that are potentially viable here on Gold Arm Gulch, and you got to really get those bans on point, you know, and survivability is key. You know, that's something that, to be honest, both sides struggle with. You know, we've seen Tribe time and time again, despite having, you know, a pretty decent track record this year in Knockout, you know, they do tend to make it that 2 versus 3 too early on, and it goes against them. And it's been a struggle for them to kind of get the balance between aggression and defensiveness. I mean, for Team Queso though, I mean, I don't necessarily know whether they're, you know, doing too much better in that respect themselves. They're definitely struggling when it comes to their chemistry as a team. They've got to start to iron those things out very quickly here if they want to try and cause a stir. Like Fang banned, Max banned, Bonnie banned by Tribe, Piper, Max and Bonnie banned by Team Queso.
I kind of like it, pretty similar bans across the way, you know, with obviously the Fang and Piper kind of mirrored out either way. I definitely feel like maybe the bans would have usually been flipped, and, you know, Team Queso bang out the Fang, which I believe it might have been, someone touched on earlier about Lenane being really solid on that brawler. Brock coming in for Team Queso, and, you know, we spoke about this pick all day, and it is really solid. New gadget on it as well with a reload, but we can't forget about the thick head as well that Tribe is surely going to be running.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Rico here is also a brawler that can be very dangerous. I mean, also a reload gear brawler. We've mentioned a lot of them so far today, but they're going to go Jean, which I think is fair. Overall, I mean, Knockout is a good mode for Jean. It pairs up with pretty much anything, and it can help as well a little bit against the tick. You know, if your teammates get tanked up a little bit, magic buffs kind of, you know, make it work and heal your teammates back up to a healthy state.
I feel like tick first pick here is very, very good. I mean, but Brock arguably slightly better. I mean, it's got a brilliant amount of defensive capability against those tick heads. It's going to have a lot of synergy with Jean as well, if everyone's communicating. That is a brawler that of all the teams to have it in this particular scenario, I did not see coming. I mean, if any team was going to pick it, surely it was going to be Team Kesso. But try bag it at that third and final pick stage. And I don't know, I mean, I did say at the time of the balance change that Eve is going to start to come in. We haven't really seen Eve start to come in. So I've got to assume that this is, you know, riding high off the back of the reload gear. It was a very kind of modest buff. I don't know whether it's big enough to warrant it now coming in as a meta brawler. But, I mean, I'm excited to see if it works, how it works, whether or not it's going to do big things for Tribe. I don't know. I think that if they combine the Gus, you know, with it in a way, then that could go for them. I think that tick pick's going to probably likely carry the conflict.
I mean, it really does. I think Tribe have to play as a team. Like, if they don't play as a team here, it's going to be devastating. Daryl can pick any one of these brawlers out and take him in a 1v1 matchup, and even, you know, 1v2 in certain situations if Tick's involved. Definitely a little bit worried. But obviously they couldn't double down with the Rico, because if the walls go, then they're just not going to pick Daryl at the end, and they're going to have Tick, Rico, which out in the open are going to be terrible. So I'd imagine Team Case was still willing to open up. We're going to be a little bit more cautious about it.
Yeah, it's tough to say, because now it kind of feels like it's probably Eve's job to try to, you know, get damage off on that Daryl. I think probably the knockback gadget from Gus is going to be huge at stopping the Daryl from getting too close up. Either way, I don't know. I'm not the most confident about this Tribe Gaming comp. Let's see how they actually play it out. Some good value from AliSSJ's shots, and beautiful kill from Drake, one that is very important because it's probably the most problematic brawler as well.
Great start. This is the perfect start. Oh, great body blocking there from Lenan to bring out that egg at just the right time. And now AliSSJ in a 3 versus 1. I'm surprised, genuinely, that final Daryl pick there coming into play, that looked as smooth as it did. But I do feel like that was mainly because they focused a lot of their attention on getting that tick head super early. I mean, that's what you need to have in your back pocket at all times against the Daryl. And then isolating it. You know, really focusing down on Javi to make it something more viable to counter. And Javi now just going to wait out his time, and has no idea. But Eve getting, you know, some solid value so far for me. I mean, having more of an ability to utilize that space is going to mean hopefully not feeding up the Jean too much. But now that Boss has Magic Hand anyway, and Nan's going a bit aggressive, he can jump back away if he gets pulled in as well. But let's see, so far it's pretty slow for both teams to start this one off.
Yeah, every shot that Boss feeds here, even if he takes some damage himself, doesn't really get any value out of it, right? He already has a Magic Hand. But now, even if he only hits 20% of the shots in that firefight, he's still getting closer to his super, which is going to be bad for Boss, because an Eve super, that's a good counter to a Magic Hand. So let's see how this goes as Gas finally pops in, and now should be about a shot away. Yeah, gets it now, and it does get dealt with by Boss. A great kill by Lenan. Just wins the 1v2 like that. There were some kills across the board, but Tribe Gaming, they'll take the first game.
Yeah, and that looked confident. You know, it looked like Tribe, as we remember them. It kind of feels a strange thing to say, but with a 2-4 to your name, it's definitely not what we saw them this time in Season 1. That is for sure. But nonetheless, it's, you know, they're not so far buckling under the pressure. Javi is incredibly low on that right-hand side now as a result of those taps from Lenan. And they clearly feel comfortable with this Eve pick. And for all intents and purposes, it is working really, really well in this scenario. I didn't kind of expect it to work as well as it is. But again, focusing on Javi, keeping him low at best, getting that tick super, all those things are so important, or this comp could very easily crumble.
They got some decent damage on the side of Team Queso early on, but not really an opportunity to capitalize. The Dickhead is available, but so is the Daryl Roll. One of them goes out. The other one will follow shortly after. Stump does get tagged out by that rocket, but not really able to do all that much just yet there as Lena jumps in, and that is beautiful synergy. Only Javi left alive. Surely they clean him up. It got quite messy, but I mean, Tribe so far have been able to embrace that.
Yeah, it was so clean, so clean. There's the 2019 championship pin there for the BSC of Tom. Just came in off the fresh of the update. Will it be that winning championship luck today for Tribe? It's not necessarily luck, of course. There's a lot of skill involved, but to get to this stage where they are able to even put that into motion, it's been out of their hands. Now, though, this is looking so far like it is very much within their grasp. Team Queso have yet to really find their footing here. The momentum is just not there at all. You've got to really start to iron out some of these things that they seem to be struggling against. And, you know, I think Javi's the one that's going to kind of kickstart that. So far, Tribe have just been completely on top of him every step of the way, and it shows.
Yeah, a great gadget from Drage, and that is going to claim the kill onto Daryl. A 2v3 now. There is that gene pool available, and the connection follows up. Boss with the kill, but there's no chance he survives that encounter. Lena with the final kill as well, and that is going to be Tribe with another set. It's 2-0 now in favor of Tribe Game.
I mean, it was just so great from Tribe. I said they needed to play as a team, and they played it perfectly as a team. That play where, you know, Drage got pulled twice in 2 rounds in a row, and then Nane's just going to go in. He's going to follow him in. He's going to get the kills. And even at one point, I'm really hoping it was intentional. He, like, jumped over the pull to bait Drage into getting pulled, to then land on him and have a 2v1 when the pull came into fruition. But that was just insane. It was really, really nice from Tribe Gaming. And honestly, I felt a little bit scared for them going in with that draft. Daryl, if he made the plays, could have made some big ones, but they just didn't happen.
Yeah, they just seem to be very, very fixated on Javi and just making sure that, you know, Tom was able to get the value he needs to be able to defend against it. I mean, you know, Last Hurrah, definitely always a great, you know, gadget to have, but you do also need the tick head as well and just have everything to utilize there. I mean, the damage there in terms of the stats says it all for me. I mean, it was just very explosive plays, a lot of utility available to try, but also being aware to keep that utility available. I mean, you know, more often than not, you know, if Drage had that, you know, Gus Soup to hand, it was reserved, you know, because you just never know when Javi was going to roll in and try to, you know, change the flow of the action.
Yeah, it was, I mean, you know, they obviously healed more on the side of Team Queso because they needed to. Like, Tribe just did way more damage, and, you know, they still healed 2/3 of the damage on the side of Tribe Gaming EU anyway, which is, you know, a massive amount, and especially in those last-second encounters where you're just not going to be healing. It's just all-out auto-aim button spam, or at least just shooting. It's a good statistic to see that they've healed 2/3 of the overall damage coming out of Team Queso, and, you know, this is 2-0. This is Tribe Gaming one set away from moving on into the tiebreak, and coming from, you know, the deepest depths to one of the highest highs they're going to have had all season, considering their performance today.
Yeah, no, I agree. For me, in this individual set, I have mostly my eyes on Lena, because he's been the weak link when it comes to knockouts specifically. So often in, you know, this season, he dies super early on. As Ark mentioned earlier, 2v3s, and more often than not, it wasn't Lena that was kind of just out there trying things and not really bringing all that much as a reward, but he kind of popped off there on the eve, so I respect that. I respect that. Moving on to Dueling Beetles, we are not going to be seeing any Sprout, Poco, and Penny as they are banned out by Tribe. Team Queso also not fond of Penny, but also add Janet and Stu to the ban list.
Ban-wise, I'm surprised actually a little bit to see the Sprout, just simply because, you know, it's kind of one of those brawlers that tends to come out as a last pick, you know, but nonetheless, you know, so far so good for me. I kind of like what I see. I mean, B is obviously going to be a staple diet for Drage here, and more often than not, you know, he does pop off with it. But Bell coming in for Team Queso, as we know, it's kind of really catapulted its way in terms of the pick and the win rates since the introduction of the Relo gear. Lou, I really like that brawler. I really do like that from Team Queso. It's just such a good way to buy time, and Tribe have got to respond. I mean, Max could very well be on the cards here, I feel.
You know, I like it, but it can also go so wrong. And honestly, I like it. I'm seeing Arc pull his face. I quite like what Tribe have gone for here, right? Like, Lou is going to lock stuff in. Griff is going to open it up. Like, it makes sense for them to go with this. Gus is very solid. We've seen him played quite often. It's just they've gone for quite a long-range comp here, and I feel like if Team Queso can get close range, it's going to be a little bit of an issue, especially with Lou being able to chain supers and stuff like that. And even if it can't lock off, you know, a choke point, it can lock off the zone entirely, and that's probably what he's going to go for here. Lola, I do like that as well. Tanking those B shots, tanking the Gus shots as well, obviously, and you know, it will become very difficult for her when the map's opened up by Griff, but I think she'll be able to hang on anyway.
Yeah, I think both teams have decent prospects with this draft. No team is massively better. I think for me, it's going to be quite a bit about how Team Queso apply that Lou in practice, because I feel like Lou, especially in dueling beetles, sometimes it's ridiculously strong, and sometimes it's kind of just not really getting the value you want it to. It's also, you know, if you compare it to most of the other brawlers on the map, or maybe even all of them, it's harder to hit your shots, you know, compared to everything else here on the table. It's a bit more complicated to make that happen, and I mean, AliSSJ got great mechanics, but he is starting things off quite low off the bat here. Big pick up there from Boss. Super from Tom finds a connection. Boss, low HP still. Drake was a nice follow-up onto Javi, and Drake was another connection as Boss falls, and Tribe Gaming was the better early start.
What a shield from Drake. I mean, honestly, the timing on that could not have been more perfect, and we've already seen today, you know, how disastrous it can be when you do miss them. AliSSJ low in the mid and force back. Drake just trying to heal up, but damage gear going to roll in a little bit longer. Tom is very much struggling a little bit on this right-hand side as both AliSSJ and Javi are focusing, but then those supers come back and you just see how quickly it just turns the tides. Super goes down now, but, you know, Tribe could still get that zone capped if they are able to go on the aggressive, which is why Tom does so on the top right, but goes down, and now Boss coming in to then retake the mantle.
Yeah, very slight lead for Team Queso. Nice pickup from Boss onto Lena. Finds a nice follow-up connection onto Drage as well. Tom shielded up, trying to get a super. Not quite gonna get one as Boss eventually takes him down, and Mark to help him out do the job as well. And Team Queso now over double the percentage that Tribe has. And so far, honestly, looking the best they have today. Final gadget, I believe, from Drage. Not necessarily going to be providing as much value as the previous ones. And as he is low HP, and now falls, Tom not exactly able to do much. Does connect the super onto Javi, but eventually falls as well. That's a pretty convincing win for Team Queso.
Yeah, it's looking the other way, but Lenang pistol per kill has the amplified shot. Has to try to tank the other, but I don't think there's any way that, you know, Team Queso do not hold this until the end now. But I don't want to speak too soon. I mean, it has been a day full of craziness. It wouldn't be the craziest of things to see a defense. 98% no. Tribe is still holding firm. I mean, if they break this and get the B rolling in, no one can die, that's for sure. And they keep Queso low. It's doable. It's unlikely, but still potentially doable.
I think the problem as well is going to be time, because another Lou super, and I don't even know if Tribe can catch up. Either way, I mean, Tribe in position right now, getting dangerously close. I don't know if that was the Lou super they should have gone for. If it was in the zone, it could maybe even have ended things right here, right now. Instead, it's a defensive one, and Tribe, I still think time-wise it's going to be complicated for the least. And, well, I mean, that's settled.
Yeah, I think maybe the timer was not on their side anyway. I think you're right. It was very close to call, but nonetheless, I mean, it just goes to show, though, that, you know, if Team Queso lose that control, Tribe are quick to punish it, and that's something which they've got to take on board. Despite that round win, you know, that is something which they clearly struggled with, you know, in the later part of that game. And despite that promising start, it almost left their hands. But let's see this time round how it fares as Tom breaks open the entirety of the Tribe side. A little bit of time spent on the zone as Drage connecting nicely onto Javi there, shielding to Tom in the mid, and that's going to allow him to push forwards. And yeah, Boss goes down, everyone goes down, team wipe for Tribe.
Yeah, this is the situation that we only got when Team Queso were at 97% earlier. But now, they're at 0. And that is a lot more worrisome, because Tribe Gaming have the opportunity to just build up a nice lead, and even if they lose control now, they won't have such a massive deficit to come back from, so it's much better on the side of Tribe Gaming, but Team Kaizo was a team wipe able to finally get a foothold in the mid and start stacking those percentages of their own.
Yeah, they've got to start to really value that time on the mid and bring this back to even. Tom low again, and Drake with no shield to hand over this time round. Can't do too much, but Lenang gets a very important takedown. If he'd stayed alive there, it would have been applying so much more pressure, but he does go down, and Tom just desperately trying to hang on in the mid. Drake's probably about one shot away from Super, but he goes down as well. It's quite close now. 52% on each side. It can really genuinely go either way. It could be Kesso, though, getting their first set.
Yeah, this is their opportunity here. All they need to do is stay in that zone. Super plays down by LSSJ as Javi is one shot the gadget from Drake to secure that kill, but Team Kaizo, they're running away with this one. Boss still there as well. A Super eventually, a double kill from Boss. He ends up going down, leaving Lenine an awkward 1v1, one that he will win, but there's only 9% in it. And Team Kaizo, they could end things right here, right now. Tribe this time around, though, they're close behind. Can they shut them down?
I think Lenang did so well there, honestly, because this one would all be over if that weren't the case. But now the push through, and Kesso are all over that mid. The pressure is there, mounting higher and higher. They take their first set. It could be the start of a potential spiral here if they keep this up.
I mean, that was Boss versus Tribe. That's all it was. I mean, Boss played so well in that game. He was tapping and tapping and tapping, and then he made the play that was, 1v2 and took him down and traded them out really, really nicely. I will say, just Boss played that so incredibly, and nobody on Tribe was able to match his mechanics and just the ability to hit those range shots in that game, and that was the main issue, I think, with that. But it wasn't down to comps this one. I genuinely think it was pretty evenly matched, and yes, the Lu helped out quite a lot. Was pretty solid, being able to throw down and just waste so much time in that first game. And in the second game, Tribe started off strong, but then everything just kind of fell apart so quick.
We've seen this with Tribe as well when it comes to those long-ranged open space kind of affairs. They start to kind of almost get into a bit of a panic, and when they miss a couple, they just kind of end up getting into a bit of a ruckus, and they just don't tend to be able to bring back their composure enough to just get the takedowns that they need to get that control back. And again, Team Kesso with that bit of momentum, it's a small amount, but it could well be enough. I mean, it's going to surely revitalize some team spirits, if nothing else. They are already, bottom of the leaderboards. It can't get much worse. They would like to be able to get a little bit of redemption in this story and at least end with a win. I mean, if they don't, it's going to be for them something they're going to take into the World Finals in the BSC. They don't want to do that, at the very least. It's already looking tough for them, but they can start to revitalize this. They've just got to keep doing things like that. It was a smart draft. It was kind of working against Tribe in everything which they had to throw at them. But going into Pinhole Punt now for Brawl Ball, obviously a very, very different game mode in its entirety. Bans coming in thick and fast.
Yeah, I mean, we go from very control heavy to opportunities to just end things quickly in Brawl Ball, and I think Tribe, they don't want to mess around. It's a big deal for them to win this one. Gets them straight into the tiebreakers, and that is their final chance, really. So it's going to be do or die. Obviously, Layer Cake is still an option if we end up going to set 5, but it's just a level of danger that Tribe should really try to stay away from.
Yeah, it's definitely not something that they're going to want to see. I think Pinhole Punt is just one of those maps where a lot of different things can happen. It is heavily down to this composition. Crow, Max, and B banned out. Carl, Janet, and Max banned out on Team K, so neither team wanting that Max pick, and gone for some kind of different ideas along the other two. Crow and B, clearly, they don't want to be slowed down, but then again, they don't want to be sped up. That's the kind of little bit of a controversy within the kind of Tribe's bans there, but overall, I think the bans are pretty solid all round.
Yeah, I feel like they are pretty much the ones that you've got to go for here. Ruff's first pick for Kesso, definitely one that Tribe would love to have picked first. They've done so frequently this year. So I like that start. I do like that start. Banning out the Max, I think was wise for Tribe, but they would possibly like to have left it open. I feel like, having Max, is just such a game turner. but obviously they didn't want to take that risk and going to go down with the Amber and the Penny. I love the Amber idea. We've seen Tom really thrive in that particular brawler. Penny, for sure. Yeah, we've seen like just the ability that you can have to shut down, you know, a shot on goal with a salty barrel. It's definitely going to be, you know, a great thing to have when you've got those rough sandbags there. Amber just shreds through the whole thing, so it's a great counter there as well. But Team Kessel will have a time to respond next, and you know that's got to be, you know, on their minds as to how they want to approach this. Do they want to go with the aggression, or do they want to have some other ideas in play?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind these ideas from Tribe. I don't think I have to, you know, explain my thoughts on Penny anymore. But I do like Bell. I think it's a wise decision for Team Queso because so far there's not a whole lot that has been working out, but Bell has been like the best thing that's happened to them in a while. It feels like, you know, and if they can have the same performance with it, I welcome it. So I want to see what TQ have in mind and how they can apply it, and if they can pop off with it as much as it did in Dueling Beetles.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, you know, pretty intriguing to see that Bell being picked again. Obviously, it worked for them in the past, as you said, in Dueling Beetles, so why not bring it back again? Stu, being another pick, drop that speed zone down pretty much off spawn, and it'll be doing quite a lot of work, but, you know, against Amber, who can track it fairly easily, and Penny, who's got Salty Barrel, if he becomes aggressive, it might be a bit of an issue, but also, if able to keep, you know, that medium range that he does have, just staying in, kind of in and out of Amber's range, and obviously being able to avoid quite a lot of Penny shots, then it'll be quite effective. Tribe Gaming had this last pick, and they go with Otis, and I like that. I like that a lot, but we've got Speed Zone, we've got Sandbags, which is a possibility of coming in. To be able to tank it, it could also go quite wrong.
Yeah, I like the aggressive ideas that Kessel are putting into motion, though. I mean, Stu is a great thing to have, in my opinion, in Brawl Ball, especially. It's just about those later moments. Over time, I feel like, you know, the Bell is a good investment to have, for sure. I'm surprised the Tribe, to be honest, didn't pick Otis earlier, because they've definitely really enjoyed that particular brawler ever since its release, obviously much more so since the buff. Let's see how it goes. Fat Splatter early on from Lenun. Boss does take one shot, but the gadget from Alias J will force Tom back a little bit. Slow and steady start so far for both sides. The speed zone is obviously provide more maneuverability on the side of Team Keto, and Dre just takes a lot of shots there, very low. Hallie pushing forwards, is spotted now though, and dancing around it. He stays alive, and that's going to be surely a walk-in goal here for Alias J.
Wow. Wow, Tribe, they had the upper hand there. And somehow, Team Queso able to just turn things around. Javi popping off Ale. SSJ popping off on the right side as well. Wonderful stuff there for Team Queso. 1 minute and 45 seconds on the clock here, and Tribe trying to initiate things from here on, as I think the roughs will burn down. No, 150 HP. Going to be unfortunate for Tribe, as he has that supply drop as well. Team Queso don't want to mess around. Drage low HP. Ali still wins against Luna as well. He's been so low for so long, and Team Queso, I mean, they want to just end things here.
Yeah, I mean, they, you know, riding off the back of that momentum which they had in Hot Zone, and it's definitely exactly what they should be doing at this moment in time, because we've seen Tribe struggle to regain their composure when they, you know, lose the set. It's happened a lot this season. They've really struggled to shake off their defeats. Now, though, they have got time on their side. Boss low and keeping his range carefully so, as Tom burns down the Javi on the left-hand side. They've got to start to confirm some of these kills, though, as it is allowing Kessel to heal up a little bit, gradually pushing things forwards. Alias SJ there, low, goes down himself, but Drage also incredibly low. It's just Tom now alone, but he's not going to be able to do much from here. They're going to have to reset this. That's going to be 30 seconds less than they had previously to score this goal.
Yeah, this is looking good here for Team Queso. Tribe Gaming really in a tough spot. Really much of an opportunity here, and the game itself has been fairly even so far. It's just that one opportunity that Team Queso had. They seized it and popped off. 10 seconds left. Maybe something here, actually. I don't think so. Was this 2 still there? Yeah, it does get shut down. A little bit closer than I would have been comfortable with, but Team Queso now a game away from taking it to set 5, and some people said 80-20. I'm looking at both of you guys. But
you would
yeah.
not be saying that if Kesso had won that game. Yeah, but I was going to say, I worry massively so for Tribe now. Hugely so. I mean, as we saw previously with Chasmac and Mystic, I mean, look how that went. And it's a great start. It's got to be said. Kesso pushing forwards. Lenan is too low to be able to contest this. One goal is all that separates Team Kesso from just undoing all that work that Tribe put in motion. It just has been the case that ever since, Hot Zone, it just hasn't been the same.
I mean, potential reverse sweep, not that far from coming to reality here. Javi should be able to deal with Lana here, or actually ISSJ will connect a beautiful shot there, splitting shot 2. Strange gets a mortar down, no real easy way to deal with it for now. But a nice mark that connects onto Tom, and Javi is gonna try to heal up. It's very low HP, but the aggression does somewhat pay off. Lena nearly takes down Boss, so the left-hand side not going nearly as well for Team Queso. And Lena might just be able to walk this one in. A bit of a miss there. Don't know if that was really a scoreable situation either way, as the ball does not quite get cornered up, and Tom is able to retrieve it quite easily. The mute is on point. It still gets very messy, but a goal from Tribe here. I mean, it's what they needed.
If it's in the game, it's viable. And I've been saying from the beginning that I don't like, personally, the fact that you can connect a mute against an invincible brawler coming off the spawn. Because you shouldn't really be able to in the kind of laws of Brawl, but it is going to be the thing which might lead to a goal here. But Alias, she comes in clutch. Drage can't really contest. They'll push that now. And it's going to have to come back, reset, heal up, and just hope, I guess, at the rate that this is going, that Team Kesso don't get another goal. It's a saving grace, but a great awareness from Lenan that he knows as a player, as a professional Brawl Stars competitor, that that's a mechanic. You can just mute someone who's invincible and it gives you an advantage.
Yeah, Javi gets pinched eventually. A trait is there. Lenan still has a mute as well. The supply drop, but no follow-up shot. That is close, but it does save the day for now for Tribe, as overtime is looking more and more likely. Nice stack from Boss. Gets a pickup on the right-hand side, keeping that man advantage as Tom is now marked up, and Javi is looking to catch him off guard. Opening on the left-hand side, a 2v3, but the ball is going to be hard to reach on the side of Team K, so not all that much that can be done here, as Drage is still holding on with a mere 72 HP. Lena on 420, not exactly great either. And some beautiful dodges from Ali SSJ. That should be what wins the set here for Team K. So chart shot! Oh, the one corner that was covered there by Tom. A final chance? Oh no, Team K. So not like this.
Oh my goodness me now. Does this land? It doesn't land either. Oh no. 20 seconds now. The ball cornered off, and Tom just trying to itch his way forwards here as Hallie gets burnt very quickly, but they've got to get that ball. And Alias has been dangerous. He is not there. Boss goes down, and Try will score it. But, oh my word, those moments I feel Team Kesso really should have landed.
Yeah, it's not the first time we say that, you know, where Team Queso have some chances to make something happen in a match, but wow. I mean, match point for Tribe now, and things get really quickly again for Team Queso.
That's a good start so far, aggressive-wise. They get the takedown there as well. Alice Shay's got the most HP out of everyone, but not sure whether that was a shot or just trying to reset there and pass the ball forwards. Either way, Gadget out, and Tom tanks some shots there as well, as Drage and Lenan just trying to earn those supers early on, give them the best possible chance of staying firm, because they have struggled in these opening moments of Brawl Ball to really do so. I think just leaving the ball there is not the worst of ideas. Just kind of get their flow, get their supers, get their utility down, and start to even out the odds.
Yeah, at least there's no incredibly early goal here for Team Queso, which is probably the best start Tribe have had so far, just by avoiding that. Harvey is quite low, and I mean, so far Tribe have looked a little bit better for the most part of this first minute. But eventually here, it is a 3v1. Still, Team Queso not really capitalizing, playing it very safe from here on, as Javi has a big chance here to take down Drage, and even follow up with Lena. That should be a goal here, but I thought that was going to be another choke, because surely that was a safe one for Team K. So they do manage to slip it through, but not comfortably. And with a minute left on the clock, it's now Tribe that's not quite comfortable.
Harry going on the aggressive and just healing up along the way. Drage as well. Got to heal up here. Place down the turret. That will help out a little bit. The time is not on Tribe's side here. Turret will do its thing. Alice J can get a firm grasp on it, and now goes down. Billy Lenan can't push this either. Kesso are playing this great. They really are. They're just holding their own and getting the takedowns and securing the kills. Focusing on one person, moving on to the next, and just keeping the pressure on. I thought they might even be able to finish it there. But again, Tribe have got to score in 25 seconds. That's a big ask.
Yeah, that is going to be a challenge and a half for Tribe Gaming, and a fifth set is seeming more and more likely by every second that goes by. As we have that final push now from Tribe. Slow push, a mute onto AliSSJ. Tom is low, the ball gets kind of lost, 3 seconds left, and time just runs out. Team Queso, they push things to set 5.
My. Team Queso. Is this the first time they've been to a set number 5 and they've actually got a chance of winning a game? This is unbelievable. No, they went against Panafresh. Bro, I remembered it in time, so Art couldn't prove me wrong.
I was there first. But
don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him.
Give me one. Give me one.
No, but I mean, this is a massive opportunity for Team Queso. I mean, not really, but they can get their first win. You know, Tribe Gaming, they've got so much more to fight for, but also so much more on the line, which is kind of a win-loss situation, because they're going to have nerves about getting to this tiebreaker to start with, and then on top of that as well, you know, Team Queso just don't really care if they win or lose it.
Yeah, no, you're right. And it's what I said about Na'Vi in the beginning, right? You never really know in advance how teams react to nerves and high-pressure moments. I think whereas Na'Vi usually shine, didn't see it today, but usually shine in those, you know, very high-stakes moments, Tribe is a team that has traditionally choked a decent amount, you know? And, I mean, they've had their moments, too, even when the stakes were the highest. But right now, we should never have been in this position. Let's be honest. This match should never have been a do or die match for Tribe. But now that it is, it should not be going to 5th set. Because, as you said, Panafresh is the only other team where there was a 5th set against Team Queso. I think it was a double match point as well. But, yeah, we expect more from Tribe, genuinely. And right now, it's worrisome because they might just get completely wiped from the competition, despite every single scenario today going their way. Like the Brawl Star gods, they said we want Tribe in Valencia, but Tribe they're fighting.
They don't want to go.
Yeah, they're fighting to not go.
Clearly don't like Spain. I think that's what it is. Don't want to go to Spain to play in Valencia at DreamHack. But Layer Cake is the decider. Penny, Max, and Brock banned out by Tribe Gaming. Team Queso have got rid of Piper, Gus, and Tick. First pick of the Gene. We know Tribe Gaming love that pick, especially Drage. Going to be a very, very solid Gene, and that's something that Team Queso have to be cautious about. They've gone with Janet. I like it. You've got to drop the base to tank the pull. You've got a flight to be able to avoid the pull. It's quite good. Then Ruff's on top of that. You can bring in sandbags, but you can also bring in some meteors as well, which is going to be, you know, another good thing, even if they don't want to bring those sandbags.
Yeah, and it worked out last time round. It's something which I feel, you know, Tribe, despite getting a really solid first pick, you know, it's been this case more often than not. Kesu securing in that Ruffs is something that they know that Tribe wants, and therefore that's working around that, and it's kind of throwing Tribe off a little bit here as well. Sprout coming in at a very early stage, and Notice to follow up. I don't mind it. I think it's pretty decent, but it is still a little bit risky. I mean, it's not necessarily the best thing to have if you find yourselves losing control.
I think this is looking good for Tribe, to be completely honest. Like, you know, even if Team Queso have like a big lead or something, you know, a Sprout pull, and suddenly there's a world of opportunities that open up. A Gene pull, and that lead can quickly be turned around, and a mute from the Otis can be devastating as well. I like how many possibilities there are here for Tribe to just shut down Team Queso, whether it's on the defensive side of things or when they try to catch up. And Carl as a final pick for me is definitely a viable pick as well.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the Carl's solid. It's going to be able to go aggressive onto the Sprout, but also I think it's a little bit questionable at the same time. They don't really have an identified mid. Like, literally all of Tribe can play mid, and it seems kind of like no matter who plays mid for Team Queso, they're going to be at a disadvantage. You know, Gene not back, Otis mute. Maybe Carl's going to have a bit of a tougher time than we think, and that could be a bit of an issue. I definitely think that Tribe Gaming have got the composition here, but Boss goes in. First star, but also a risky first star, as he should go down. Drage just gets the shot round, and that is it.
That's the opening that they were hoping for on the side of Tribe. Javi low HP as well, and that's a free kill for Tom. Been sitting on that overgrowth for ever, and that point he was ready for it, and now has a wall 2. 3-star lead is exactly the sort of position that Tribe wants to be in here.
Drake does not want to be in the position of missing that pull because he's got to earn it again now, and Queso are pushing forwards. They bought a bit of time with the help of those shots from Tom, but not out of the woods yet. That wall's going to be going down now, replaced potentially with another one shortly after. But again, this is what I was a bit worried about. They need to get back into the mid as quickly as possible and just kind of assert their authority yet again. But I feel like Queso are going to start to turn this tide, and if they get Drage, I mean, they instantly take the lead with that blue star as well. Tom going to recycle another wall. It's his last gadget. You know, the time is against them in that respect, and they've got to start making a play. Getting in that dream pool now, connects with Boss. That's what Tribe needed.
I just don't see what Team Queso can do, to be completely honest. Like, they don't really have any way to open things up, you know what I mean? I think their comp is just kind of a losing one across the board. 30 seconds left here, and 7 stars now in favor of Tribe, and I don't see exactly how that is meant to be turned around as another Spartan wall comes down. Dragey takes down Javi, and that is probably going to settle it for me here, and very likely imminent match point for Tribe.
If Boss somehow does the unthinkable, though, he can go... Well, that wall, that wall puts that idea to rest. The mute is there. Drage and Tom will be safe and sound there. 15 stars to 5, a convincing start for Tribe. It's not over yet, though. And it's not over. I agree, though. I think Tribe have by far got the better comp in this scenario. As long as they just keep kind of maintaining it, I think it can crumble if the right pressure is applied at the right time by Team Queso, which it wasn't in that game. There's no doubt about it. I mean, if, however, Team Queso were to bring us back around, you know, it would mean that Mystic, if I'm not mistaken, would take the full seat, and therefore it would inadvertently qualify them. But so far, Tribe are making this comp work, and it shows.
Well, if there's any team that is incredibly experienced facing match points, it's got to be Team Queso. They faced 6. At least they faced them in every single one of their matches so far. Let's see, though, if this one could be the one gets them to double match point here. Wall's getting opened up. That's better than earlier. Lena gets shut down as well, and out of nowhere. Yeah, okay. Well, I was going to say lead for Team Queso, but now also a gadget being wasted. That is not ideal as Tribe is back with a 1-star lead.
But that could happen easily again. You know, this is the thing. If Queso start to, you know, really make what their strategy is start to work and time those runs perfect, you know, Boss can get in and get back out again with, you know, the star advantage. But now, Tribe earning back their utility, and that's a really good break from Javi. I love that break. It's going to really eradicate what Tom can do, and therefore has to shut down the left-hand side lane. He's got to stay left. That's the only place that he can realistically be now, unless he wants to shut off the right and really would need to push forwards to do just that. Nice fat splatter there from Lenan to really just zone out there. Boss on the right-hand side. 35 seconds remain, but there's only 1 star in it. I mean, if they just get 1 singular kill on anyone for Tribe, they'll bring the lead in their favor.
Yeah, there is a chance here for Team Queso to take it all the way. Alias Jado just jumps in. Wow. I mean, yeah, that's not going to work. Boss gets shut down, and for me, that was just poor team cohesion. And, I mean, Tribe, they'll take it. They'll take it. If you give it to them, they will absolutely take it. Tribe Gaming are going through to the tiebreakers. And, I mean, I was going to say Team Queso is out. They were already out for a while. But, wow, what a way to do it.
I mean, Alias J, come on, man. The wall was going down. He had no gadgets left, and he jumped over prematurely. if you just wait and your teammates can pinch in, they can bring that back. No question about it. It should have been a teammate so game, but Tribe Gaming managed to hold on. They kept a hold of it and just slid their way through, and that 80-20 definitely wasn't realistic from us, I will say. They just slid their way through to this tiebreaker, and from the team that they are, even going into this tiebreaker, it's worrying for them.
I mean, but who would have thought that we would be in this position? You know, a three-way tiebreaker now between Panafresh, between Mystic and Tribe. You know, and that's going to be, you know, an interesting thing to see play out. We'll have one of those matches, I believe, off stream, and have two to follow after we watch the outcome of Reply Totem versus SK for that #1 seed clarification. But, you know, who would have thought? Who would have thought that Tribe would be even in a tiebreaker scenario today? It's really been one of the most roller coaster rides that we could ever have hoped for our final challenge day.
Yeah, I mean, it really has. You know, everything lined up for Tribe perfectly, and they almost just gave it away in the last set here. But they did manage to make it anyway, and you know how unlikely this circumstance was is just unrealistic. You know, there were 7 possibilities even after the first game had finished or something like that.
Yeah.
And it all lines up for the one possibility that Tribe make it through to this tiebreaker. And you've got to think, 2 and 4 coming into the last game day is pretty much like unheard of to be making the playoffs in those later stages of the competition. But Tribe, they have a chance of doing it, and I think it's a pretty decent one.
I mean, absolutely. Absolutely. They had one chance, really, right? There was one scenario where we get here. And we said it earlier, it's probably the most unlikely one, and yet somehow things lined up perfectly for them. Even then, they kind of still struggled to make it past in Queso, but now there's a world of opportunities that opens up and a chance to just forget about the past and, yeah, perform. They really just gotta perform, and I think they have a pretty decent shot at it. I mean, if you look in general at the caliber of the teams, you'd expect Tribe to win against Panafresh, against what was it? Mystic. Yeah, you'd expect them to win, right? So it's not half bad. I mean, it's the best they could ask for, at least so far.
I mean, we expected them to beat Panafresh a couple of weeks ago, but they just didn't, to be fair. And that was in a moment that was just as tense as this one as well, because it was kind of, in their minds, if we don't win this, we're not making it. Like, because of how unlikely this circumstance was to have happened. But they've managed to make it this far, and I'm sure they're going to be pleased about that one. But at the end of the day, you know, they've got some real fierce opponents. You know, Mystic, you know, they're coming in pretty fresh, and they're looking very good at it.
Yeah, I do feel like Mystic have got a very good shot at this. I mean, you know, we've seen that back and forth rivalry since the Open Finals to present between Tribe and Mystic, for sure. Like you rightly said, like, you know, Tribe shouldn't really have taken that loss to Panafresh. You know, let's be honest, that's shock to everyone. The question will be, I suppose, as to whether they've learned from that loss. And that's going to be a really brutal time for Tribe. It's going to bring out some demons, and as we've seen, Tribe don't handle demons all that well. I mean, we saw just how quickly that unraveled, and it didn't take much from Team Queso, despite how dominant Tribe were in this opening set. So it is a victory story for Tribe, massively so. I mean, like, again, this was the only outcome that they could have possibly asked for to survive on. But have they got what it takes to get through this tiebreaker? That's the question. Because again, Mystic, I mean, I kind of feel like I've got to put my money on them just a little bit. I mean, we've still got a match to play between getting to that tiebreaker, SK versus Reply Totem, of course, but I don't know, that might give them a bit of an opportunity to, you know, kind of maybe take it easy, or maybe they have to play it offline and they have to get straight back into the action, who knows. Yeah,
I mean, it will be Tribe and Mystic playing off stream during this one, so I thought that would be a pretty tense match to watch, to be honest, but we will not be seeing that. We will be seeing another game instead. Reply Totem versus SK Gaming. We also want to give a massive shout out once more to Snapdragon Elite Gaming for allowing us to put an event on this, allowing us to have, you know, the tiebreakers coming up, allowing us to be here, tournaments to be put on, and LAN events that people are going towards as well. They really do help us get everything together to be able to strive forward and go towards these LAN events and have these kind of productions being put on, which is just absolutely incredible, Teddy.
Yeah, it's an honor and a pleasure for us to be here and celebrate Brawl Esports in all of its greatness, and there's no event really like this Snapdragon Pro Series when it comes to, you know, quality, budget, and just everything put together. So a massive shout out to everyone that makes this possible, but especially Snapdragon Elite Gaming.
Indeed, Teddy, indeed. We will have another, well, 3 games apparently coming up now because we've got a massive tiebreak. Another 3 games coming up just after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Up next, we have Reply Totem versus SK Gaming. In my eyes, it doesn't matter too much. But in Ark's eyes, it means the world. Because he would really like to either see, I'm not sure what he wants, either see this streak continue or see it end. What were we saying?
I just have been really enticed by this storyline because I've never seen it happen. I've never seen a team throughout a year be as consistent as Reply Totem have been. I don't know myself whether I want them to keep it or lose it. I feel like I want them to keep it, but I think nonetheless it's just kind of astounding. It's never really happened in Brawl Stars history, and for it to be brought to light by Snapdragon Pro Series, I think it's just a wondrous thing. I feel as well like SK in the big picture are the team that stand the best chance of breaking that streak, and that's what makes me so excited.
Yeah, I mean, it is the fight for the #1 seed as well. We can't forget about that, you know? Valencia, DreamHack, #1 seed. It is going to matter quite heavily. I mean, you know, with the quality of these 4 teams, it's not as influential as it could be if there was, you know, a weaker opponent lying in that seed number 4. But at the same time, they could be. You know, Tribe Gaming are probably the team that the majority of these top 3 teams are scared of the most. But it could be at Mystic, it could be Panafresh. It just all depends on who comes out on top of these tiebreakers. And yes, we will be having Mystic versus Tribe play each other off stream at the moment. But to start things off, we have a roster ready. Let's take a look at it. Joker, Mori, Maru, and their coach, Inso, helping out in the background. This is undoubtedly the best team in the EMEA at the moment, I think, and they're just so strong. They've got a massive win streak throughout this competition. They've done incredibly well since Joker joined on. I believe it was 87% win rate or something like that, right, since Joker's joined this roster and replaced Lloyd Breza. So it's just really something to be afraid of if you are coming up against them. But SK Gaming, they're not going to be too easy to walk over, Teddy.
Absolutely not. I mean, Reply Totem, as incredible as they are, we've seen some moments of, again, I'll use some UK slang, flakiness. And it still, you know, still says a lot about this team. The fact that their moments of weakness are when they just barely win. You know what I mean? For most teams, it's, you know, your weakest points are when you get stomped. For them, it's barely winning. Still winning, and that's just the Reply Totem formula.
Yeah, I mean, Reply Totem, they're a very scary roster, and you know, SK, they are probably the team who can rival them at this point. The team, pretty much the only team in this point, because you know, Tribe Gaming, they're really not doing too well in this competition, and it's just not something that's going to be too scary for Reply Totem at the moment. SK, on the other hand, they're sitting 5-1. They're feeling quite good about themselves. The only game they lost was against Navi, who now aren't even in the competition. We'll take a quick look at the SK Gaming roster right now to see who's on it. EA, Chaos, Semantic, and their coach Pedro. Got a bit of a coach off in this one. Not many of the rosters have the coaches on them, but these two do. Pedro Guajaro, arguably the best coach in the world, always comes prepared and always provides them with some great comps, but it is, you know, something as well. Totem always have phenomenal comps. They try stuff out and it works quite a lot of the time, but household names, EA, Chaos, and Semantic Arc, and you know, they really are just a very solid roster.
Yeah, I personally feel like the fact that they have got, you know, coaches on the rosters on both sides, they should just throw the coaches in and decide to settle it once and for all. But yeah, I mean, SK Gaming have had a phenomenal season. Like you said, the only loss they took was to Navi, but that was in Play Day 6. It's going to be fresh on their minds. It didn't necessarily have the biggest of impacts on their performance, and obviously the #1 seed is something which they would absolutely love to get their hands on. If they got that win, then that might have changed things just a little bit, but I don't think it would have done at all. It would have been pretty much the same outcome regardless. But nonetheless, what they've got to say about SK Gaming is they've not been to a 5th and final set this season, which is pretty astounding realistically. You know, Reply Totem went there once. They went there once against Tribe Gaming EU. So they have been really consistent in that respect, and we kind of expect that. I mean, you know, this is the two teams that came first and second in Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. You know, it's basically that rekindling of the grand finals in that challenge finals. So I can't wait to see where this goes, honestly. I think this is going to be such an exciting game.
I mean, I think the head-to-head pretty much perfectly shows the playstyles of these two rosters. Totem, they're aggressive, they've got a lot of kills, but also a lot of deaths. SK, very passive. Still maintain that high amount of kills, just less than what Reply Totem has, but have way less deaths. 1.92 deaths is going to be one of the lowest statistics we've seen. Totem got that little bit more damage, which backs it up just that little bit more as well. And, you know, we've seen Totem, their playstyle does usually prevail over SK Gaming. Do you think it'll change today or not, Teddy?
I don't know, just an extra stat though that I think is quite interesting is actually, despite SK Gaming losing a match, whereas Reply Totem have won every single one so far, they've actually lost less sets on the side of SK. I think it's 6 on the side of SK, including one where they lose 3 since they lost. And there's 7 on the side of Reply Totem. Still, I mean, admirable on the side of Totem, but I feel like most of their matches, despite winning them, were a little bit more scrappy. And as Ark said earlier, I think if any team is here to stop that insane win streak from Reply Totem, it's gonna be SK. But just because, you know, they've what, 22 wins in a row now? 23?
At this point, I've lost count. I mean,
it's too many.
genuinely.
It's too many, and I feel like just betting against them is not smart. So I'm just gonna go Reply Totem. But I think there's a chance SK Gaming just take it. I'm still going Reply Totem.
I'm going to have to go Reply Totem as well. I think it's solid 55-45, to be honest with you, because it's just that close. I don't think it's quite 50-50 because Reply Totem are Reply Totem, but SK are a very good opponent for them.
Yeah, but having you guys say that makes me feel like actually now I maybe think that SK might take this. I mean, the streak has to come to an end at some point,
No, it doesn't.
doesn't it? Well, they're going to have to come first to the Challenge Finals of Season 2 for that to happen. But I just kind of, like, I sort of go back in my brain to Challenge Day 6 when you yourself, Trav, said to me, you know, does this streak mean as much to Reply Totem as it means to me? And I think back to what Teddy said about the fact that Reply Totem are still winning, but they have got progressively, you know, not worse along the way, but it's getting closer. Their matches are getting closer. So, I don't know. The loss that SK took to Navi in Challenge Day 6 definitely would have hit them hard. They've had plenty of time to recover from it. I think they're going to come in and hit this one hard. One thing I will say straight off the bat is there is not a Brawl Ball mode in these maps. I mean, that is a decisive moment because we know what SK are like. I mean, sure, time and time again we've seen Reply Totem go very much on the aggressive and kind of counter out their strategy, but I mean, that would have been a game mode that I'm sure SK would have loved to have seen.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I also think Totem would have liked that as well because, you know, they do like this aggressive, pacey kind of style of gameplay. And quite often, like as I said earlier, it works against SK quite a lot of the time. It's what a lot of teams have tried to adapt since, you know, that Gamescom game between these two teams. And time again, Totem were beating SK because they were going so aggressive and SK just weren't really learning from it. A lot of people started to question SK's playstyle, but they're still really, really solid team and anything can happen between these two here. Ring of Fire, you know, it's one of those maps that Reply Totem does experiment quite a lot, and I believe Ark said they played Meg on it at some point, which is definitely not the most common pick, but it can work out quite well, Teddy.
I mean, Meg, 100% win rate in the hot zone from you know, a very small sample of 2 to 2 sets played. But our draft is coming true. We are not going to be seeing any Griff, nor Lu, nor Squeak as Totem bans them out, and SK Gaming not wanting to see any Carl, Otis, or Penny. Just before we get really into that draft, I think Na'Vi actually winning against SK is maybe a good thing for SK. You know, it could be a bit of that wake-up call where they know things aren't quite as they want, they need to fix some stuff, whereas Totem maybe are starting to, you know, not really care as much because they've been just winning everything all the time. It's been too much winning, maybe.
Teddy's very anti-winning here today. Well, I mean, I do like the start. I feel like actually, you know, banning Lu is quite an underrated idea here from Reply Totem, and a strategy surely that SK would love to have implemented. Going with Bo very early on, quite like it. I would be at all surprised to see a Stu follow-up though, to be completely honest. It's definitely a map that I feel it works well with. We know that Semantic needs no excuse to use it. But ultimately they've got to consider, like, you know, I mean, if they're going to have Bo mid, you know, they've got to be very, very cautious. Sure, you can have like Super Totem to tank some of those B shots if needed, but, you know, I do feel like it's quite a dangerous thing that SK have got to take into consideration. But they do need some aggressive lanes if they are going to play that Bo mid. I assume so. I mean, you know, I've seen it used a little bit on like right lane, but I don't know. It's an acquired taste. Stu coming in, yeah. I mean, this makes a lot of sense for me for SK. Pretty much shaping up to be what they want. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see even like a Pam follow-up as well, because like this is definitely an SK comp.
I don't love Bo. I feel like if you expect Reply Totem to like stumble across your minds, it seems like kind of like an over-enthusiastic idea to me. Because besides that, I mean, Bo is a decent brawler overall. I just feel like for the most part, at a pro level, teams are able to deal with it, and it's leaving dangerous ID is open. And we see the Poco coming already on the side of a Reply Totem. Could even potentially have added a max to it, but we're going to add the mag, I guess. And I don't really know what to think about it, to be completely honest, but Trav, enlighten me. You seem to be quite the mexpert.
Nah, take that back right now. That wasn't funny. Meg coming in. Meg coming in though. I don't mind it. You know, it's not like Stu has the biggest burst DPS, right? And you know, Bo obviously has the mines, has a decent amount of DPS along with it. But I think it's really solid. Can tank a lot, and with the Poco as well behind it, does quite a lot of damage. Spike coming in though, it's not a pick we see too often. It's got obviously the cactus that can place down and tanking a lot of B shots and tanking a lot of non-tanky meg shots. How many tanky words can I say in one sentence? I think that's the name of the game there. But I do think that Meg can pull through and really put some good work in here. Yeah,
I really quite vouch for it, especially with the Poco. You know, there's going to be a lot of survivability there for Meg, and you know, it's kind of like a perfect comparison between like the way that Reply Totem was so mechanically skilled, and these are all brawlers that kind of like say that same story. The SK comp, I don't mind it. It's very kind of safe though in that respect with the Spike and the Bow. You know, Stumantic, as I was about to say naturally out of my mouth there, is going to be one of those things that could be a deciding factor here. Getting in that aggressive spot early on, but again, with that survivability for the Meg here, you know, I'm surprised in all fairness that SK have done such a good job of being able to deter Maru from the mid.
I mean, they have, but they haven't really stepped in the zone either, and nor prevented Totem from being there. So they've done a good job at not dying much, but I mean, they haven't really gotten much more out of it than that. A couple of kills now slowly heading their way as they are starting to cement their presence in the mid. Need to be careful with those mines on the side of Reply Totem. Don't want to give away a free kill. Let's see how this retake is going to be, as it's not... Yeah, well, I mean, talking about the mines, Joker stumbles and gives away a free kill. Maori also falls, and Semantic is out for a carnage here. And SK Gaming now overtaking the lead.
Holy ping! Semantic is really rocking it right now. But the question is, these Poco Hills coming in, how long is it going to last? I mean, you know, it was great what he did, but did it kind of affect Reply Totem's ability to retake that control? And, you know, look how far Maru's up the map now. He's not even in mid. Joker's just sitting back with the amplified shot and waiting for SK to make the move. And I think it's working out super, super well. Joker's been absolutely tapping this game as well. His shot's been on point, and there was a great moment where he took down the live plant and then just very quickly followed up with a super to connect, and they're just kind of shifting the responsibility around. 1 minute Joker's in mid, the next minute Maru's in mid, and then you've got, you know, Maru as well doing his thing. I love the way that Reply Totem just kind of share those responsibilities out. The communication, therefore, clearly showing that it's on point. It's kind of unusual to see SK losing a game of Hot Zone. It's one of their better modes, to be honest, but it was the first. There's some lessons to learn from that, and no doubt, if there's any team that can learn from mistakes, it is SK.
Absolutely so. One thing, though, is that I feel like Reply Totem did their fair share of mistakes, too. Just some missed heals, some, you know, just stepping on a mine and dying and giving away the mid for free. There were a decent amount of mistakes on the side of Reply Totem, and yet they managed to fairly convincingly take it, which is a bit worrisome on the side of SK, because to me it means that if Reply Totem play a more clean game, it could be much worse still. We'll see if it gets to it, as so far SK have really yet to step into the zone. A single percentage taken, and it's back to 3 members from Reply Totem. Most of them still full HP and sitting in that zone. SK needs to find some sort of way to get them out of there, and Semantic flanking is not going to pay off as Maru takes him out. There is the trade as Gabe picks up a kill of his own, but it's nearly 60-0 now, and SK Gaming, they need to find that opening.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he wanted to say Semantic. Semantic is doing exactly what he needs to do, but just look at the way that Reply Totem just instantly eradicate him out of the mix. I mean, they can't do anything against this comp, and I thoroughly wonder how long is it going to be until everyone is bringing Meg into Ring of Fire. Reply Totem are just showing that it's so good, and 100% to 1%. That is a scoreline that you just don't expect to see against a team like SK Gaming.
It's really not. It's not a scoreline you expect to see in any form of competitive Brawl Stars at this point, because it's rare that it's that one-sided at this point in you know, SPS, BSC, anything. Any Brawl Stars competitive, it's rarely like that, and that just goes to show how well Totem have brought it out and how unpredictable this Meg pick can be. They didn't expect it, they didn't account for it. Meg, great pick. I might have doubted at certain points, but it is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and also, you know, we saw it already today in Hot Zone, out in the open. Sorry, Open Zone, did the same thing you mentioned earlier, Teddy. Like, yeah, and it's just, it seems to be such a good choice. And you've got to bring it back to the balance changes. The buff to Meg was so minuscule. I mean, it was barely anything to write home about, but it is bringing her into the meta. And look at those stats. I mean, the damage dealt by SK didn't reflect anywhere near the objective. But again, you know, the tankiness of Meg, and you know, they were doing their best to counteract everything as much as they could, but they just couldn't do anything about it.
Difficult stuff then, indeed. 16 kills to SK Gaming and only 13 to Reply Totem. But yeah, it's just all the heals. It's not about the damage at all, because SK were rating that down like nobody's business. 82, nearly 83,000 is just absolutely ridiculous in comparison to Totem being just shy of 60, and it just really goes to show how well Totem played as a team, Teddy.
Yeah, I think those stats are very odd, you know, because there's more kills, more damage, and pretty much the same healing, to be fair. And it was a 2-game set where one was 100% to 1, which it doesn't get much more one-sided than that. But I think it says a lot also about where the fights were, right? When SK were lower HP, they would fall back, they would be able to heal, and they were not giving away a lot of kills, to be honest. I mean, less than what Totem gave away, but they would reset in their spawn, get back to the action, get back low HP, and go back to their spawn, and you know what I mean? Like, sure, you're getting some damage off, you're getting some heals for yourself, but you're not really winning your lane. And, I mean, in the meantime, the Totem, they're kind of just sitting in the zone, and always, as Ark mentioned earlier, always someone sitting in the zone, and that's how you get to that result, I guess.
I'm going to say I'm glad my old friend Double Swoosh didn't leave me. I absolutely love this map, mainly because you used to be able to play Tara on a qual, and I absolutely love Tara. But we will get into the bans just shortly, and, you know, you've got to get rid of Jean here, I think. With Vision Gear, Jean is just so dominant, and, you know, we see Amber sneaking in, we see these other kind of brawlers. But is it too much to ask to see another Meg Ark? Is it too much to ask? Because honestly, I quite like it. You know, it's going to be hard to scan these lanes, but once you do get that Meg, if you can run it down, then it's going to be very solid, I feel.
Yeah, it could be. I just don't know whether it has enough packing of a punch. I mean, it's definitely going to be one of those things that SK don't mind, you know, bringing in Bow Mid at all. Like, it's definitely something which they would do. Amber, Penny, these are all picks that SK would be looking to try to establish. You know, I do feel like you've got to point a little bit of a nod towards the Ashe, you know, as well. It's something that SK would probably like to get their hands on the same side. Look at that, Bow ban, Penny ban, Amber ban, Stu ban, Janet and Max for SK. Jean first pick, yeah, I mean, you know, why not? You're gonna ban Bow, pick Jean. It makes perfect sense, and the Amber ban as well. Like, the Jean is more often than not going to be able to stay pretty concealed whilst retaining that control over the mid. Could get a poker mid coming in for SK here, which could be problematic also, though. But I think good start, good bans. So far, I'm liking everything that I'm seeing.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Jean here is still my favorite way to open things up in the draft. And I think that whether it's scouting and turning the game around, it kind of has everything. Plus, obviously, healing from Magic Puffs. Just so good for me. And I think Totem make a wise decision to take him in as a first pick, especially considering Bow is banned and Max is banned, which would have been probably the two most viable options to answer it, or maybe even Penny, which is also banned. So Otis for me, I mean, I think it's alright here. I just don't think it's nearly as impactful as a G.
It's kind of baffling to me to see pretty much all three of SK's bans banned out before Jean when you don't have that first pick. It is maybe just a slight bit weird. You know, Jean with this Vision Gear and also Talk to the Hand, it can be very dangerous. You're gonna, even as minuscule as that extra range is, it can be devastating on a game mode like Gem Grab, especially when Vision Gear is going to be making you appear and you kind of maybe even slip the memory about that, and then you think you're safe and you're just not. And that's where Jean really strikes and where it'll be very good. Ruffs though, if they don't kind of counter it out and not allow them to play those sandbags, it can be a very good pick against this, but I feel that's kind of exactly what Totem wanted. They'll probably be able to just go in and take it out. Crow, I'm not too sure about. I don't think it's especially necessary when you have the Dream Vision gear, and Carl, it can slice through those sandbags, but I'm a little bit questioning on the Crow pick. I do kind of like it. Yes, it's going to reveal. Yes, you can slow, but I don't know. I feel like maybe there would have been a better pick in there.
I would tend to agree. I mean, Carl, yeah, I can absolutely see that here. I mean, the thing about the Crow is, like, is it going to be great against Ruffs in the early moments? I mean, sure, you can exacerbate the gadget until then. It's going to work out pretty nicely. But there's going to be that moment where, SK can use utility, body coming in for SK, and I really like that. It's a brawler which has been tried and tested for them a lot, and they get great results with it. I just don't... they were picking Crow into what they could already see, and I just don't know whether it's going to be a great matchup for Reply Totem. I mean, definitely they can make... If there's any team that can make it work, they can. Sure, you're going to get a lot of value when it comes to being able to have that visibility within the bushes. That's primarily where Crow is going to thrive. It's just about making sure that those moments really count when it comes to those assassination attempts, and having that support there when those gene pools are there as well. It's going to be pretty Maori. It's going to have to take a lot of the responsibility when it comes to those things.
Yeah, I think, besides some big slows maybe that can cause a pull onto the gem carrier or something along those lines, I agree. It's a little niche and maybe overkill on the vision side of things, as by, no doubt is Joker running vision gear either way. We're going to see the Ruffs mid as well, which is worth mentioning. Didn't really expect to see it. It makes sense against Gene, right? But Wizard Carl on a lane, if you're playing the Ruffs mid, you know that he's always going to be close enough to hit those sandbags and take them off quite swiftly. It can still be enough to deflect the pool and, survive on. A jump in here from Guille, and a little bit optimistic, as Joker has still, until then, all of his gadgets, so too much of a chance to pull that connects onto Semantic. A beautiful one there as well, and so far, so good for Reply Totem, a 3-gem lead in their favor.
But you're right. I mean, I was kind of expecting maybe to split for the first time ever. It didn't kind of occur to me that they were going to be looking to go Ruffs in the mid, to be honest, because it's not ever really played there. But it's a good break there for sure. It's going to open up things a little bit for Guille to be able to get some taps into the mid and kind of juggle his tasks in that respect, as Semantic throws out the Fat Splatter, and lots of clustering, but a lot of healing then, therefore, off the back of those magic puffs. Again, another pull consistently so for Joker. It's 7 gems, though, in the pocket of SK. Now, though, Chaos could be way out of position. He does go backwards. Definitely the right call, but kind of a bit of a close scave there, because I think Reply Totem maybe could have got a bit more out of that situation.
Yeah, if Mario was any closer to his super, and I think it was about a tag away, that would probably have been a kill in Totem's favor on the gem carrier, with some potential escape mechanics as well available to them. So that could have been a bit of a nightmare. Still, they have the gem advantage, and Maori is going to go aggressive against the Bonnie, trying to bait in that super, I think, but not successfully, meaning he used a super and a gadget to no success. Joker falls, and I'm not even sure if they can take down Guille here. He's running away with it, and somehow not punished for it either. SK Gaming might just steal away this first game.
Beautiful steal. Honestly, it was spot on. I mean, the synergy was absolutely on point for SK then to make sure that went down the way it did. Not an easy thing to pull off at all. I mean, so little realistically that Reply Totem could do, despite having just a lot of control, a lot of great moments along the way. But in that final moment that really mattered, SK just come in and just go back out with those gems. I mean, what can you say?
I think that Carl gadget was kind of a blunder, just giving away pretty much all you had to deal with the Bonnie jump in, and not get the kill, not get any control. That was the final blow in that first game of Jam Grab. But overall, I mean, Totem showed was their comp. They're definitely capable of making things work. Semantic easily dispatches of Mara on his lane. Again, questionable Crow pick overall. I didn't find it to be particularly valuable to Totem in the first game, but maybe there is still something that they have planned out and we have yet to see from them.
Mari's doing a good job so far of keeping Semantic at bay, and a great pull there from Joker does get takedown onto Chaos. Gear didn't jump away, and I think that's probably wise considering that he's like the last man standing in that scenario, but it does mean that Reply Totem have got that team wipe in play and are spending valuable time collecting those gems, and only one more away now from a countdown. Chaos, those one shot away as well from death at 600 HP, and I think it's a great time to jump in there from Maru. He's got a gem in his pocket, but surely, it could be the same mistake happening again. The lamp blower is good, and the pull is not. DA is still alive, but I think Reply Totem, for the most part, will be able to come back and try to defend it.
Yeah, that should be routine from here on. Not much that can be done about it by SK Gaming, and Reply Totem rectify their mistakes from game one, and a much stronger one here. And I think SK, yeah, it was a tough decision, you know, for the Bunny. Do you jump in earlier, you know, or do you just let them have those gems? I think that was just kind of a magical pull to hit onto the roughs in the bushes. Roughs that had sandbags, just didn't quite place them in time. Maybe didn't expect a blind pull at that moment in time. Let's see though, as we go to game 3 of Gem Grab, if Reply Totem are gonna get their second set, or if SK can tie things up.
Wow, slow and steady start. Reply Totem just trying to find their moments, but Joker goes down very uncharacteristically early on there. Chaos coming forwards, just going to collect every bit of work that Reply Totem had been doing until that point. Now, just struggling to gain just that solid start there. The jump away from Gear is there as well, but SK have just turned up a gear so far for me. I mean, it's looking like a good amount of control. Semantic will burn down, but nonetheless, the trade out is there, and a lot of good pressure as well from Gear on the right-hand side. 7 gems now to the 1 of Reply Totem.
Yeah, I just feel like, to me, it comes down to that groping, where if it just wasn't there, I feel like there would be a lot more opportunities. And yeah, I don't know if I like that play particularly much. I mean, he does keep, actually, not really much value when they all get back to full HP. Now they have one less Crow jump and one less Crow gadget. Not that they could have used them now either way. It goes down. Joker is very low as well, and that is going to be a set for SK Gaming. A bit of a scrappy one, and to me it does still kind of go down to that groping, which I feel like was massively underwhelming on the side of Totem.
It did seem that way. It had its moments, so I do feel as well. It was able to hold lane at certain points in the game, but definitely, as you say, some certainly underwhelming moments as well towards the end. And, you know, also, I feel like Reply Totem should have won that first game. Like, they were, what, 7-1 or something like that ahead, and it just all kind of crumbled and fell apart. These kind of mistakes made towards the end game as well, and somehow they don't manage to kill there. A little bit unusual as well, but, I mean, Totem, they had their ups and downs, but SK were just more concrete throughout, I'd say.
Yeah, but I love that still. I mean, to get that mute there from Semantic, to then time it in with the body jump there from Gear and just have everything work out, they earned it, in my opinion. I do feel like there's definitely a moment there where Reply Totem probably should have been able to get the takedown, but Gear was weaving his way back and he just wasn't firmly in control of things. I mean, statistically there, you know, those 17 gems dropped by Reply Totem largely for that blunder, but I mean, I think it's a mistake which they're fully able and capable of recovering from. But this is now a bit more interesting. You know, SK is still showing they've got some fight and that they are able to stand the heat against Reply Totem. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Reply Totem starting off so strong, it was definitely a little bit worrying for SK Gaming. We'd see them bounce back so flawlessly. I'll say flawlessly, but there was a few hiccups here and there. It is good to see, and it shows that SK have still got the fight in them after being completely dominated in that first set setting.
Yeah, I kind of agree with what you said earlier. You know, I feel like Reply Totem kind of should have gotten that first game, and that would have made their lives a lot easier now. But the matter of fact is they did not, and yeah, I'm still salty about the Crow pick. I feel like that's such a good... No, but genuinely, I feel like that's such a good draft going for them, and then they just picked the brawler that was the least impactful on both teams, you know? And I think if they went Bonnie themselves, or, you know, anything else, really, I feel like it would have been better. But, I mean, that was the past, as now we're moving on to Shooting Star. We are going to see a Piper, Bell, and Nani ban from Reply Totem, very standard on their end, as SK Gaming takes down Gene, Max, and Carl.
Well, bans-wise, I kind of like what I'm seeing. I mean, this is pretty standard stuff. I mean, it does open the doors a lot to Brock, you know, Tick as well. You know, we've always had that situation there where if you do have a tick, then it's like, well, Brock can just open everything up. But I think the bell ban is a really, yeah, well, there you go. That's going to be a consideration that Reply Totem now are going to have. I mean, it's a great start. I kind of wonder, I don't expect to see it, but I wonder who is going to be daring enough to bring in a comp, considering the reload is now a thing. I don't think it's going to happen, but I just would love to see it. I just feel like it would be such an enjoyable thing to watch. It's not going to happen, though, let's be completely honest. Nonetheless, though, I think that's the best starting pick that SK could hope for, realistically, here. I think it just makes it a much more challenging thing now for Reply Totem to have moments. Who knows? Maybe they're bringing like Peg again, to be fair. Bonnie. Okay, nice. Because you know that SK are going to want that anyway. And as Tilly put it, earlier that they could have gone for Bonnie earlier again instead of the Crow. Yeah, I like where this is heading.
I wouldn't mind like a B or something like that. That was going to be my first shout anyway. They've gone the Byron, kind of like the other only long-range brawler. I'm sure that SK will probably pick up the B now, just considering they are playing against that Bonnie. Would be a pretty solid pick, no matter which lane, as long as you're following the Bonnie around. But Brock's definitely the start that they wanted more than anything. If they can get the breaks, you pair a Brock, you pair a B, and they're the two superior sharpshooters to whatever Reply Totem have got at the moment. But you've also got to be cautious, because Byron, not only a bit of a long-range sharpshooter, but can heal up his teammates as well, and that kind of leaves that last pick open to a bit of interpretation.
I think it's a very odd pick. I don't understand why Totem didn't go B.
No, I was thinking the
honest.
same.
I feel like now B counters Bonnie, which they could kind of have avoided, and Bonnie doesn't have a whole lot of counters either, So I think it's a bit of an odd one, and I feel like between Byron and B, it's fairly even, So I don't know. I think it's a pretty odd idea here, and SK could go for like a Fang or something quite aggressive here still as well, and it's not exactly like Bonnie or Byron are big threats. They're gonna go Eve, which I'm trying to come up with reasoning here. I don't think it's awful. I just don't really think it's that great either, but maybe they can prove me wrong.
I mean, they're going to break, obviously, Reply Totem's side immediately, and then utilize that space with Eve behind their side of the wall. I'm not against it. I didn't expect it at all, though. I mean, but SK are that kind of team that do like to experiment a lot, but yeah, I don't know why that they weren't thinking Fang themselves, like, in that moment. I guess it opened up the possibility for Reply Totem to be able to hard counter it, and that was probably a concern, but, SK are that team that would go Fang. They absolutely are. Now, though, as well, they've got to make sure that they time those Fang runs perfectly. I do love Fang in Shooting Star, I've got to say, but I also feel like it is a risky thing to have and can end up feeding more stars than it brings in for your team if you get it wrong. I mean, Eve has got jump. Brock could potentially have jump, but I imagine they're going to be running Rocket Fuel because it just makes more sense to open up the map and to allow that B to really thrive. I'm not as against the Byron as I think, you are. I mean, it's something which I've seen SK work with pretty well, so I don't see why Reply Totem can't make it work the same, but I just do feel like you're absolutely right in what you said about the B pick. B's a stronger pick to have. I just don't think the Byron is necessarily a bad one to have. It's in that order of the draft, yeah, it would have made more sense to go B.
I mean, I don't think it's the end of the world, and obviously having a healer opens things up for maybe, a Fang or something like that. I just think it's a little bit odd. I would have preferred to be on their side, and I think there would have been a more of a aggressive draft, forcing some things into SK Gaming's side. But either way, Blue Start is firmly still in the hands of Reply Totem, and we get to really see any kills on either side. Joker has a super, so if anyone gets over aggressive, they will be greeted by a kick in the face. As Maru is down to 96 HP, there's another charge shot available. The jump in from Joker gets the kill, gets traded out, and now out of nowhere, it's going to be SK in the lead. The jump in from Maru doesn't quite pay off, and I think that's the aspect I like with Eve, right? Is you can kind of just use that water to your advantage, especially against a Bonnie that tries to jump in, or even a Fang. It can save your life, and it just did.
I like to see the way that, as well, SK are really valuing their synergy when it comes to the Fang. Joker's really struggling to get much value from it because as soon as he goes in, SK are ready for it because they are a team that know how to play that particular brawler, in my opinion, best. Like, it's kind of like, they know how to play up against it for those reasons. Mary goes down there as well. Joker goes in, does come out with a kill though, but low HP. The heals can't keep him on his feet. 10 stars to the 6 of Reply Totem now, and surely then going to be the game for SK. Probably not enough time without that body jump to have any moment of turnaround here. So, yeah, solid start. Solid start there for SK Gaming.
I kind of think SK got the better comp, to be completely honest, and I found Byron to be quite underwhelming so far. To be completely honest, I just don't think it's been providing that much value. I mean, the heals are welcome onto the Fang, obviously, but every time you go for a heal, you're kind of just leaving your lane open. And it can be felt now as well. If you look how aggressive Semantica allows himself to be, Joker is kind of forced to go on the left-hand side, and it makes some of the interactions just a little bit awkward overall. But let's see if SK again can find that opening kill and turn around the lead, as Reply Totem once again able to find a blue star early on. Does give them that early advantage.
Joker's having to do so much to just even find space here, as SK are just juking everything that he has to throw at them. Ultimately now, the question is, where does he even go? Does he go for Semantic, who's going to jump away? Chaos is going to absolutely sting him for doing so, and Guille as well. If he's reserved for with his rockets, then he can do a lot. I'm surprised that he didn't kind of go for the motion there, but then he would have got taken out on the right. It's a tough one. It really is, and now low HP, Byron coming in, but as that is the case, Reply's forced further back. Joker didn't quite get any value off the back of that because the hatchling's coming in as well, and now SK take the lead.
Yeah, I don't know how Totem can turn this around. I mean, obviously, a godly Fang play is always on the menu, and I think that's what it takes here, to be completely honest. As good as a good jumping could be from Mary on the right side, I just don't really see any sort of openings anywhere rise up, as Joker might even end up going down there. Actually does manage to survive, instead it's Mari that falls, and that lead just extends furthermore. 7 now in favor of SK, and maybe even more as Joker is in a bad position, ends up going down. I just think that this could have been a very, very good draft from Totem, but they kind of missed the mark for me with the Byron.
I agree. I think, taking B would have been by far the superior pick there. You kind of just leaving yourself very susceptible to just the pure sharpshooter thing, which they kind of did, and then Fang just wasn't able to get as much value as they'd like. And as much as I love to hate the Eve pick, it worked. Like, it had the evasion needed, a lot of those parasites coming in as well. It's an issue for the Fang, for the Byron, for anybody who doesn't have high DPS, which is basically every single person on the Totem roster, and it's definitely an issue for them. I mean, SK was all over them in this one.
See, I still disagree a little bit, because the Byron was only trying to keep Joker on his feet. The problem for me was the fact that they chose Byron. They chose feeding into it. Chose the Fang. Like, because you've got Eve there already, it's there. Like, you've got all these brawlers that really can shut down fast. B is going to eradicate you. Brock, if you're getting your reserve with those shots, can get a ton of them off and just keep the pressure on. The Byron was doing nothing because it was just keeping Joker trying to earn his super, and then as soon as he had it, SK were completely aware for it. Should have gone cold. No, I'm kidding. But there was definitely, an opening there for something else other than Fang. It's really hard to make it work under that scenario. I think there's plenty of other options. Well, I say plenty. There's not that many other options, but there are other options regardless. And, again, you're picking Fang into SK. They are like the Fang gods of this region. They know how to play against it for that very reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one because a lot of the sharpshooters were banned out, right? So you can't just pick Byron and play him as a sharpshooter. Change the kind of avenue you go when you see the opponents pick B. You've kind of got to double down. You've got to just try and go for something. And I think, the Fang pick was terrible, don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
they had to take something like that. And Fang is the best thing that is like that on this map. Yeah. So it's difficult. It all kind of rooted and sprouted from that Byron pick to start with. But Safe Zone is up next. And I've got to say, this is an SK map. I just feel like, their defensive play style paired with these kind of sharpshooters that they've proved they're so good at is just lining up for them to finish in a 3-1 hit today.
Just as a reminder, that the win streak might just end. It's the closest it's been from ending. The only team in this challenge season that's been able to take Reply Totem all the way to even just a fifth set. That's been tried. So And that was the first match day as well. So it's quite an interesting turn of events. Ever since then, they have never lost 2 sets in the same match. It's a lot to just let sink in. But moving forwards to the Giraffe, Brock gonna be double banned here, as Reply Totem also banned B and Otis, SK banning Bonnie and Carl, and we'll see who gets first pick in just a second, as actually it's Reply Totem waiting for our first pick Colette here as we move on to Save Zone.
Yeah, I quite like that. Again, it's a safer first draft for Reply Totem, because obviously, you know, there's the 8-bit strategy. Reply Totem would normally play Buzz, and SK will be well aware of that as well. So, like, those are really risky ideas that you can't really commit to straight away when there's, you know, 2 potential brawlers to come up shortly afterwards. But both sides have banned Brock, and that's kind of like the first brawler that you want to have to be able to really open up the map. And I do like that both sides, you know, showing that they value that so much. Griff coming in for SK Gaming, which I kind of like. I mean, it's who am I kidding, Trevor? I mean, it's my favorite brawler. 8-bit coming in for SK as well. Wow, okay. I like where this is shaping up to be. The question is, are Reply Totem going to be daring enough to bring in this Buzz, considering that they have that final pick on the side of SK?
I don't know. I love that. Don't get me wrong, I love the Buzz here, right? But with that last pick, it's risky. It really is, because, you know, they've already got Colette, which is decent against the 8-bit. It's all right against the Griff, but Bell, I think, is a really solid pick through the mid here, which is where Bell will be playing, bouncing shots off the 8-bit onto the turret, onto people who are also heading down the mid. And they've gone with the Colt, which Arca's just done a little fist bump next to me because he's seen it and he's loving this brawler, honestly.
I mean, I don't really know what to expect with it, to be completely honest. It's been a while since I've been a Colt in competitive, so why not? Why not? I mean, brings the destruction factor that you would have won from something like Brock, which is clearly the superior option here, but you gotta make sacrifices. When it's banned out and you still kind of want to stick with your guns and your ideas, there are alternatives like that, and Ruffs is another one. Definitely an interesting one as well to bring in, considering they already have destruction from the Griff to open up some of the most important choke points, at least with Griff, with the Ruffs. They have even more options to open things up, get some buffs dished out to your teammates, you know, the 8-bit, for example. That could be very valuable with the damage station as well. That can be a lot of damage coming down on that save very quickly if they're not careful, but I think that Reply Totem have some very similar options available to their side as well. So I think this could go either way, but I do prefer SK Gaming's draft just a little bit.
Wow. I'm so pleased to see Colt back on the field. It's such a fun brawler to watch, especially when it pops off, but Maru has got to hit those shots. That's the thing. It will shred through the sandbags for sure, but for him to get real value from it, he's going to have to clear up the sides, and Chaos has got shorter range, but utilizing the wall really nicely in this scenario. EA in a bit of trouble in the middle, and Mari now equally so. Damage gears in play, and Joker has earned super, but he's got to push forwards a little bit more to get into a spot where he can really start to get some damage from it. He's only got 10%, but they would like to get some more.
I just want to mention how impactful that one shot from Mari onto the damage booster was, as the shot bounced twice against iChaos until eventually got the kill. And that was the first time really anything went right on the Maru's lane. Gonna be short-lived as he ends up going down, and iChaos starts pushing up on the right-hand side, but even then it's a 39% lead in favor of Reply Totem. A missed super from Joker is always a missed opportunity. Semantic dishes out a super, but gets greeted by a lot of damage. Joker playing a risky game, but one that does pay off as Maru gets the kill on the right side. He is low HP. He's slowed as well. Eventually Maru catches him. Joker tries to reset on the left. Great teamwork as well. Nice baiting there, as he just didn't expect Maru to come back to action so quickly, and that lead is extending furthermore in favor of Totem.
Great taps from Joker, honestly, and the follow-up from Mario is on point. I can't believe Joker survived that moment when the Griff Super came back. I mean, it was like a pixel he was standing within to do so, but Maru surely now got to keep his distance, does so, stays alive, but Semantic going to be healing off the back of that. It's a mighty lead so far for Reply Totem, it's going to be said, but this can turn pretty quick as now Semantic left, you know, completely uncontested onto the safe, getting some good value for it, but The pinch is going to be there between himself and Joker. Actually, Joker goes down. I mean, as now, Mario does as well. This is the moment that SK push forward. That damage booster can do so much work. There's not going to be... They're running cheap cartridge, so plugged in can only do so much. Can they get this now here? Can they?
I think they're taking it. I mean, I absolutely think they're taking it. I'm sorry, Ark. I think Maro really struggled on the court.
To the point, I think he was doing all right until then.
I mean, he never won his lane. He got some help too, sometimes make it work, but he never actually really got that much done. I was watching him a lot. I didn't really think he was... I thought he was struggling quite massively, to be honest. But, I mean, I may have a different perspective on it. The end result is SK on match point now.
Yeah, that is a big storyline here, especially when you consider just how much of a lead Reply Totem had. You know, like they had so much damage and control for the most part, and it just goes to show, with an 8-bit on your side, it can just turn the tide so quickly. You can't turn your back on it. You can't let SK push up for the mid. They've got to hold a bit stronger, a bit firmer, or yeah, that streak's going to be over. And more importantly, in you know, arguably more importantly for me at least, SK will take the #1 seed going into the Challenge Finals.
Yeah. Well, Maro early on losing that right lane again, but there's not nearly as much of a consequence. For now, at least. It's 7% in favor of Reply Totem. SK, that's 7% they can afford to lose a TP back there to ensure that Gia stays alive, as that slow would have been very deadly. Great connections from Chaos onto Maori. Maori goes down. Gia with a damage booster now, and those 7% from earlier, they're nothing compared to what he's unleashing down onto their safe now. And that means that SK take over the lead. Maori gets tanked quite low HP, does have a super available. If you can connect that mark onto Gia, it would make their day a lot easier. Connects it, a follow-up super from Joker connects as well, and even that is not quite enough to get the kill into the 8.
Nestec there will get Semantic taken care of with the follow-up shots, and Joker just going to heal off the back of this. Did have a little bit of dodgy gadget waste there, but nonetheless now, Reply Totem take the lead. It is not by much. It is only just that 9%, but they can hold this mid as well, and then start to push forwards again. This is where I worry for them, though. I mean, if you look on the side of SK, you know, the Roughs bring so much value into play with those, you know, supply drops. And if Chaos gets one more, then everyone is going to be buffed up towards that final push moment. 20 seconds now, and here it comes.
Yeah, Joker has a super as well. Semantic needs to be careful, gets tagged up. That's a bad moment for him to get tagged. As Gia places down the damage booster. Doesn't quite last for very long, but actually they have the lead for now. Joker should be able to catch up unless Chaos actually deals enough damage. And it looks like it's gonna be just about enough. SK Gaming and Reply Totem streak as they take them down 3-1. I mean, we said it earlier, Trav. If there's one team that should be the one that does it, it's gonna be SK.
Well, more importantly than the streak, #1 seed. #1 seed. Come on now. #1 seed is way more meaningful than this streak. I know you guys love to play into this storyline that just means absolutely nothing. But #1 seed in Valencia, DreamHack in the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals goes to SK Gaming. And this might have meant very little, because no matter who is in 3rd or 4th, both equally as strong at this point, because, you know, these top 4 teams, even arguably like top 5 or 6 teams, are very, very similar and skilled. So, I mean, this was just incredible from Chaos here, just coming in, getting that last bit of damage, knowing Joker can get it. And Ark even said, you know, Joker can get it. No, he can't, mate. Sorry, but he cannot get it. Damage goes massively to the side of Reply Totem, 112,000 in comparison to 70,000, but way more heals from SK Gaming, and I think that just goes to show, you know, how passive they were playing. First game, waiting, and then the safe's gone. Second game, it was just that little bit closer towards the end, and super from Joker versus super, and a few shots coming in from Chaos there was the decision maker.
Yeah, great stuff from SK, honestly. I did feel like it was going to be their time. As much as I didn't want the streak to end, it would just be fitting, you know, in the sense that they've been playing phenomenal this season. I feel like they deserved it, honestly. I mean, nothing to take away from Reply Totem. They've been fantastic. I mean, it just goes without saying, but like Teddy said last week, or no, it was 2 weeks ago now, like they just have had moments of weakness. We've seen them kind of struggle a little bit with some of these drafts, some ideas. Remember they brought in, like, was it Lou on Kabu Canyon?
Colt.
Well, hey, like Colt is fun to watch. I almost don't care whether it wins or loses. I kind of wish it hadn't been the deciding set in that sense, but it is super enjoyable to watch. I mean, in the right hands, it can make a big difference, and I feel like it's not a bad pick in the current kind of method that we're seeing in Safe Zone with Frito Gear. I genuinely
you don't
honestly
have to defend yourself.
But, it just didn't work out. SK were able to play the SK game of patience. With that Ruffs, over time, it was only going to go against Reply Totem, and SK get those pushes timed to perfection. They know exactly when to go in. They know just how valuable seconds can be and how much you can get done with that time.
Yeah, it really was, SK Gaming playing very smart. They had an extremely terrible, disappointing first set. And they bounced back from there. It's the SK way. That's just how it is. 3 sets in a row to defeat Reply Totem and end their winning streak. I'll play into it a little bit here as well, and SK Gaming are looking very, very good. I will say, going into this next thing and Worlds, I mean, SK not only were they a team to watch out for anyway, but they're taking down Totem when they're at some point of, relatively their best, and it is a scary thing.
Yeah, I agree with you, and honestly I think this loss makes sense for Totem, because unlike the Challenge Season 1, where they were by far the best team in the region, out of all 8 contestants, this season I don't think Totem were a 7-0 caliber of team, and I think today showed that as well. There were some close calls already this season, but I think this was maybe also kind of the return to reality that we needed, because the whole streak was getting a bit, like, how can I say it? It was not nearly as dominant as you'd expect from a team with, 22, 23 wins in a row. You'd expect them to be by far the best, and I don't think they are that right now. And I think it's good that SK kind of shut that idea down, and we can never talk about this streak again.
I mean, I'm sure you guys will find a way. I'm sure you'll find a way to talk about this streak again. But honestly, I'm open to it. I think it shows Reply Totem's vulnerabilities, and they honestly might be pleased about it. They might have needed some areas to improve on, and SK, they exploited the areas that they hadn't worked on, and now from this time until World Finals and also the SPS Finals as well, they've got time to repair these cracks and therefore come back just as strong as they did in the last SPS Finals. It really is a difficult one, Arc, but do you think that SK Gaming got what it takes to take them down further down the line in the competitions, or do you think maybe it was a bit of a fluke?
I don't want to call it a fluke. I think there was definitely some questionable sets for Reply Totem. We didn't talk necessarily through every single moment, but Shooting Star definitely, for me was a big one. But I think you're so right in what you say, honestly. I think that a team like Reply Totem do need to be reminded for themselves that they're not invincible. I think that is going to allow them valuable time to sort of come together and work on those things and actually look stronger at the Challenge Finals, potentially. I think for SK as well going into that, it's going to make it even more exciting because they're going to be on top of the world. They're going to be feeling invincible themselves, and that only makes for an even more enjoyable competition and a closer one. So I think that there's only wins to be had out of this scenario, except for me, who's miserable because the streak's over.
I will say, though, SK, they're a team of up and downs, Teddy, right? They have their amazing points. They have their pretty poor points. Through SBS, it's been pretty good. They got second last season. They've finished first seed in the league phase this season. Do you think that there's a possibility of it carrying on through the finals in Valencia? Do you think they've got a chance of winning the entire thing this season?
Absolutely. I mean, for me right now, how I see EMEA is truly just kind of Totem and SK on a bit, above the rest of the competition. And I would say they are very 50-50, to be completely honest. And I think that what makes the difference with those other teams that I don't quite put up there is just consistency. Because on one day, we talked about it. One day Tribe wins a monthly final. The other day they lose to Panafresh. And they lose, 3 more times within this challenge season. So it's not like it's one time where they lose a match they shouldn't. They really kind of lost 4 just in this challenge season. And there's a lot of teams like that, that just don't have the level of consistency that SK and Totem have had throughout the year. And they've had their ups and downs too, but I feel like overall in the last couple of months, they've always been, good or great. And they're kind of the only two teams, to my eyes, in the region that have achieved that.
Yeah, well, I mean, just to update you guys at home as well, and I suppose you too. Tribe Gaming did win 3-1 against Mystic. So that is going to be a pretty big win for them coming in. And Mystic, you know, we said that might have been one of the teams who did, who might go forwards to the next stage, and taking an early loss in these tiebreakers against Tribe Gaming could be extremely difficult for them, and it's going to definitely be a bonus for Tribe.
Hugely so. I mean, like
they've gone from down here to up here.
That's kind of crazy, kind of insane. I mean, there's definitely still the elephant in the room that is, you know, Panda Fresh. I mean, they've still got to have that matchup, but you know, I kind of felt that Mystic were due a victory there. I mean, they had it in the Open Finals, and then they didn't have it throughout the Challenge season. It kind of felt like it was their time, but I think that's going to be valuable for Tribe as well, moving forwards away from that, because that could, and I'm sure they know that could have been a loss, especially the way that they were playing today. They looked great. I mean, I genuinely felt like it was going to be over right there. I felt like they had it in the bag until Chazmak just turned up a gear. I mean, I just can't believe, like, what is going on with, like, the Brawl gods, as you put it earlier, and Tribe. Like, they just want them to qualify for the Challenge Finals, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's you know, Mystic Esports though, they've been looking very, very solid, and I was expecting them to win. Tribe, they've just got their number, I think. You know, Mystic have lost against Tribe twice now in this competition, and surely they've just got their number. They've got it pinned down, and therefore Tribe can possibly even go on to move on to the next phase.
Team Mystic had a match point. They were like this close from qualifying.
Yeah, multiple times in different sets.
And now they are the worst out of all the tiebreaker teams, which says a lot about how quickly the situation can evolve if you just, you know, blink and you miss it, really. And I feel bad for them, because, you know, it's kind of like, at this point for them, it's career-changing moments where they just... I'm at a loss of words, really, because it makes me almost emotional, you know?
Do you want a hug? Do you want to hug it out? You sure?
I'll hug Trav afterwards.
Wow! Favoritism!
No, but genuinely, though, you know, think about how important this is for them, more than for any of the other teams, right? Because they haven't made it yet to Tier 1 competitive. And man, I'm going to shed a tear during the break, because I can't let so many emotions
They're not out yet. They're not out yet.
Just smell that. It smells like bias.
Yeah. No, not even. But I'm always about rationality and all that stuff. But genuinely, you got to feel for them, because that was their breakthrough. And now it seems more like they're just breaking. And they need to be very, very careful about their final match, perhaps even. If we don't get, you know, infinite tiebreakers, which might just be a possibility. But it's huge. It's huge. And Tribe Gaming now, they are looking the best out of any of the teams in the tiebreakers, which was really not how this day was announcing itself.
From 2 and 4 to qualifying, maybe. That might be a bit of a storyline we got going on today. 1 in, I don't know, 8 was something like that, the chances of them qualifying, and it really is a little bit worrying for Mystic, and it's looking good for Tribe Gaming now, but we will be going to a break. Don't go anywhere, because we have some tiebreaker matches. We don't stop at 4 today, we stop at 7. See you in a little while.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Just wait and see, yeah.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're past our usual today. We've gone that a little bit further and we're bringing you some more matches. Tiebreakers number 2 and 3 up next. We did have one played out during our Reply Totem versus SK game, and that did end in Tribe 3, Mystic Esports 1, therefore putting Tribe in a very good position going forward.
Yeah, and I think now, like, in terms of set wins, they've got like 19, and that's going to be tough for either Panafresh, you know, or Mystic to beat. And again, I kind of feel like Mystic, judging from how they were playing today, were going to get the win, but clearly that loss, it really kind of made a bit of a dent in the team's morale potentially, or just simply the fact that Tribe have just got it pinned down. They know how to handle Mystic. The question that I still have though is, like, you know, how are they going to continue to fare? You know, I mean, it's been a crazy roller coaster day. You know, I just don't know whether it's going to avail to being Tribe as being victorious, just based upon how things have been going for the team. But maybe this is exactly what they needed, you know, to be able to come out of the ashes and turn into a phoenix.
And that's exactly what they're pretty much doing at the moment. You know, it really is incredible the run they've made, and a lot of it, yes, hasn't been down to them, I will say. Pretty much 2 games have been down to them, and they almost threw it against Team Queso to start with. So, I mean, it is a bit of an issue, but they were pretty much gifted this chance by 2 teams who had lost before them, and therefore just kind of getting in the mix of things, and now they're kind of in full swing. They're really getting going. Do you think they'll be able to take down another win today?
I mean, I'm kind of hoping that they do at this point, you know, because I would be worried if they don't. Because if you look at it, Tribe got given everything they could ask for, and all they need to do is beat like some of the lowest seeds and you know, arguably worst teams out of the challenge season. And even that still seems to be somewhat challenging, which is kind of wild, you know. But right now, they're a match away, pretty much, right? So what a journey for them, but I can still see them choking. I'm just hoping for their own sanity and my own that they do not.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. We do have Mystic and Panafresh next, which kind of gives one of these teams that little leg up. They might have Mystic coming back, or we might have Panafresh moving up, and then it'll be a decider between both Panafresh and Tribe Gaming at that last match. So it is definitely a bit of a tough situation for both of these teams, because Mystic, you know, they've already lost that game. Their heads are down. They're feeling like their chances are kind of crumbling in their hands. Do you think they'll be able to bounce back and beat Panafresh or not?
I mean, they have to. They have to. I mean, they just simply do. But part of me does feel like it's a bit fitting if it were to be that Panafresh Tribe rematch that decides it all. I mean, you know, that would then determine whether it was a fluke or not. But, you know, I feel like, but then again, if I say I feel like Mystic should have this one, it's going to go the opposite way. But again, they've got to shake off these defeats. I mean, you know, today has been far from perfect for them, but they are a team of accomplished players. They've got skill to back it up, and they've got good drafts as well. So, for all intents and purposes, I assume it's just the losses that they're just holding on to too much.
Yeah, I mean, Panafresh, you know, they've played well. So have Mystic. Both of these teams have played well throughout the season. Panafresh managed to get their win today, so they're on a bit of a higher ground, I will say. Whereas Mystic did take a loss and then a loss against Tribe. So Panafresh are definitely in a much better mental position, I think. And, you know, regardless of statistics, really backing up Mystic Esports here with 2.66 to 2.31 and 2.47 to 2.68 for Panafresh. I feel like Panafresh have maybe got the edge here. Mystic Esports, though, I feel maybe are the better team, but I just feel like Panafresh, they're going to be in a better place than it.
I agree with you. I would just maybe like to clarify the different possibilities from here on. I might make some mistakes, so if you guys hear something that is terribly wrong, correct me here, correct me in chat at home as well. But so, if I'm correct, right? Mystic need to win this no matter what. If they lose it, they lose both their head-to-head, so even if Panafresh, I mean, either way, they have to win this, right? And then, even if they win this, if Tribe wins against Panafresh, Mystic are still out, right? And Panafresh are still out too. So for Mystic, it's do or die right now. For Panafresh, there's maybe a little bit more room for mistakes, because if they were to lose this one, and then if they can still win against Tribe, it's again a 3-way tie and the loop continues. But right now, Mystic, if they lose this, no matter what, it's over, right?
Yeah, it is, and I mean, this is make or break for them. It really is, and it is a hefty issue because that's even just further pushing them down and down and down. Having the nerves of having to win and not having that backup is definitely a bit of an issue. But they will, I'm sure, have to pull through because, as Zark said, they have to win. There is no going back from here, and they might not be able to, but they need to.
Yeah, in some ways, it might have been better to put the match on here because it would have been decided and we would know whether we needed to go to the next match. Nonetheless, though, here is the rotation as we gem grab Hard Rock Mine up first for set 1, set 2, out in the open, of course, for knockouts. Set 3, Ring of Fire for Hot Zone. We get to the 4th set. Sneaky Fields for Brawl Ball, Pit Stop for Heist. Here we go, picks and bans, surely going to come in. But again, Hard Rock Mine it's been out of the rotation for a very long time now, or what at least feels to me like a long time. And the meta's shifted substantially since. It's been the first time realistically seeing the teams play against it. Earlier today we had Bo lane, which you didn't mind, Trav, in that Team Kisser game at all. I do like the Bell mid though. I feel like that's a really, really solid shout here for me at the moment. But Gene as well, obviously going to be very much up there with the fishing gear as a really, really viable mid. Like Stu lanes, or we've seen Ruffs do pretty well on those sides as well, and definitely options when it comes to the aggressive natures of brawlers that you could choose to have. Definitely, for a team like Mystic, for sure, aggressive is the sort of nature of their kind of team direction. Panafresh, they looked a bit shaky today. Here's a chance to redeem themselves.
I want to see a Rico here because I think we haven't seen a single Rico today.
It was banned.
Yeah, no, but in play, out of all of our matches today, and we've had a lot of them, I don't think we've seen a single Rico. From the top of my head, I don't recall seeing a single Rico. So I would like to see one because I love Rico and I miss him.
My favorite brawler.
Wasn't it Griff?
No, I
Mate,
like
he's got like
Griff a
12
lot.
favorite. He loves Amber. He loves Amber, but only when Javi plays it.
You know full well, like, I love Rico. It's my
What about Piper?
brawler.
What about Piper?
I'm in the best Piper EU. I am. I was literally playing with Inso. He'll vouch for it. He saw me on it today. He'll be the first to say. What a talented guy.
Honestly.
I don't think that statement adds to your credibility.
What do you mean?
Art.
Do you mean I am the best Piper in EU, and Rico-wise, I'll give Chaos a good run for its money. Why are you laughing? It's facts. It's literally facts.
No, it's not. No, it's really not. But we can't take away from the fact that Rico should be played here if it's not banned. That is the main point we're getting at here.
So.
Amazing even without that reload gear, and even better with it. So definitely something that it should be played, because otherwise teams are missing out. And we've seen Gene played mid here, which is not too great considering 8-bit now kind of is a very, very solid meta brawler. Bell played mid by Boss was really something, and he was been playing Bell really, really solid today. But it's a really difficult one, I feel, because there's only a few mids that are really solid, and if they get banned out the way, then you kind of have to improvise. And there might be some of the other brawlers. Gus can occasionally play mid if you're quite cautious about that because of the range and the shield that he can provide to himself. It's definitely something that you have to improvise if those mids do get banned out.
Yeah, I do think there's just kind of an insane amount of viable mids on Hard Rock Mine right now. Obviously, as you said, there are some that are just kind of much more go-tos, but I mean, just, from the top of my head, Bonnie is still something that could be played out in mid. Bo, likewise. Maybe even a Pam if things get really complicated. So I do think there's a decent amount of opportunities here. Our draft is finally coming in here as our bans are lined up, and Sprout, Max, and 8-bit are going to be banned out by Panafresh. I think fair bans all around. I think especially 8-bit. We saw earlier how strong it is at the moment. So I think by any means, just take it out, especially on Hard Rock Mine, probably one of its better maps too. Ruffs also in Calm banned out by Mystic. And we were hoping for the Rico arc, and we got it. Your favorite brawler.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Whoever's playing it won't play as well as me, but I'm excited to see it. It opens the doors up massively, though, to Gene for Mystic, considering that the 8-bit is banned and Ruffs on their own side being banned. It's you gotta secure the Rico lane for me if it's there, but it does give some options for Mystic here to consider when it comes to their mid. Obviously, Panafresh. Okay. I mean,
his two favorite brawlers, guys. It's meant to be. They're listening.
It's a very North America and Latin North kind of idea to have Piper in mid. I don't necessarily mind it at all. But, you know, if you have aggressive ideas on the other side of the field that are just designed to push back on those lanes and then you're in the spawn, it's really, really dangerous. I think as well as like the first pick, I don't know how I feel about it, to be really honest.
No, I'm kind of with you here. I feel like there are ways to make it a bit underwhelming. I think Janet is an alright call, but I think it comes back to what you were saying earlier, that there's kind of no way of shutting down the Rico so far on the side of Mystic, which is a little bit worrisome for me. I mean, obviously Piper can open up the map a bit, and that's all nice and stuff, but you know, it's not really gonna do so as easily as some other brawlers, because how likely is it that the Piper is gonna go, you know, deep in the right or left lane to remove those tricky walls when it's also a gem carrier, you know? Probably just not. And I think Gus is a pretty decent option here from Panafresh. I mean, Gus is just in a really good place, so I don't mind to see it in any draft. I don't know if it's gonna be a mid or a lane so far. I think I would probably prefer, I would have preferred maybe to just see a Gene mid or something, but we're going to see the Stu instead, which is probably going to be a lane, and I think also removes one of the go-to counters to Rico, even though it might not be as much of a hard counter as it used to. I think it's a decent idea overall. I'm just myself not the biggest fan of the Gus mid, but I think it's alright.
I mean, I think Gus mid can work quite nicely. You know, Piper's quite a good counter to it, right? But at the same time, if you pop your shield at the perfect time, you can get those necessary hits and, you know, the necessary movement forward and just eat them, tank them, and just get the kill. But Penny being that last pick, I think that's very solid. And, you know, regardless of the Rico, regardless of the Stu, I think overall Mystic's got a bit more of a well-rounded comp.
It is a risky one, though. It is a risky one. If they can keep the control, you know, and really have that Piper cycle supers break what it needs to break and just have the map be, you know, bended to their will, it's definitely going to be a struggle for, you know, Panafresh, especially when you consider like that, you know, Rico, when, you know, left out in the open, is pretty vulnerable to attack. You know, two-shot Piper, you know, Stu as well, you know, being able to push forwards could be a great thing to have, but if the map's open, you're kind of a bit of a sitting duck, and if you're keeping your range as well, it's definitely risky. I like the boldness, though, from Mystic. I just don't know whether this is necessarily the time to experiment. So I just hope that they've got this tried and tested and firmly under the belt. They obviously feel very comfortable with the idea of Piper first pick, and there's not many teams that would be daring enough to do it.
I mean, U4 is getting some connections here and there so far, as Super already as well, and Rafa is giving away a free shot too. Not that it is going to massively change things, to be fair, and at last U4 opening up the right side, something that I think is going to be quite welcome for Mystic's right laner, as Nom has had a pretty tough start of the game. A shield popped onto Rafa, and I would say so far so good on the side of Panafresh. U4 kind of struggling to do much, and Mabius does clear up Jaime, but he's still going to take a while to reset. Places down a Mortar, and not getting a bit more aggressive, not letting Black Sea heal, but obviously, I mean, a bouncy castle, and that's just no longer really a problem.
Jaime, low, but healing up, lovely stuff. He's going to have to wait his time to push forwards, though, as Mavis goes and focuses his attention into the mid, but 3 versus 1, not going to go his way at all. 6 gems on each side, but 7 now into the pocket of FA Panafresh. Black Sea's doing pretty well for the most part. It's a brawler that he's pretty comfortable and competent with. Jaime needs to creep forwards a little bit. He'd like to get his turret down, but it's not the end of the world if he doesn't. But Yudo would love to have super right now, just to have a little bit of defensiveness. Nice Hobe recipe. He's probably about 1 shot away from getting a super now, which would be, yeah, exactly where he wants to be.
Yeah, a bit of a risk to use it now as well, because if that doesn't quite pay off, then suddenly you have no more homemade recipe for later on. But I don't think they're going to need it. Nob steals all the gems as a super to fly away if need be, and that should be a pretty safe game here for Team Mystic, which, I mean, props to them, because it was not a good start either. Panafresh looked dominant early on, but Mystic managed to take it in the long game, and valiantly so as well.
Yeah, good stuff from them. Again, you know, if they can make it work, I'm all for it. Absolutely so. And, you know, it's very, very common in North America. I mean Piper mid and Hard Rock Mine is so frequent. And, you know, I'd love to love it. I would. But, I don't know. I still feel like this Panafresh comp has got some legs. It's just about making it work just a little bit better. Good taps. Like, Yudo is doing good on that front, getting that early super in as well. That will go a long way. Jaime getting some good taps as well, though. Good salty battle, but picks it up. I mean, that's going to allow him to push a lot further forwards, and could be a problem.
Yeah. Good early start again from Panafresh. Better even than in the previous game. But we saw how that previous game ended either way. Rafa forced to fall back and use a super to stay up as well. This is the shot onto Knob, and let's be a bit careful now as Jaime gets cleared up by Mebius on the right-hand side. And what again started off quite good for Panafresh is starting to look better and better for Mystic now.
Nob's in a very good spot here. Rafa's got to be careful. Has the shield, but again, if Yudu is managing to find the angle and get a tap, it could be costly. Nob should be taken care of now as Jaime comes in from the mid. That turret, though, is something which Panafresh just seemed to be quite happy to leave up until then, and I'm glad that they finally did focus some attention onto it. Another homemade recipe from Yudo as well, just to keep Rafa under pressure. Drop the base as well. Nob is, going to go down now. Yudo, that jump's so important. Could be costly, though, if Blacks was able to get a super for the back of those shots and then follow up and just predict the landing. Now that turret goes down again, and very close game, though, it's got to be said. I mean, it could genuinely go either way, but I feel like Mystic just got the edge here. That last gem to spawn now, so put them straight on the now.
Yeah, this is a good position here for Mystic Esports. Panafresh need to find a kill on either one of the two gem carriers, but Knob holding on very nicely to the mid, able to get a sweet double kill that settles the deal as well. And Mystic Esports take the first set.
Well, so far, seems like we might be going to Tribe versus Tribe versus Panafresh in a bit of a round circle, possibly. It's definitely on the cards, and Mystic Esports definitely starting off pretty strong in this one. Because, I mean, they just seemed in control the majority of the game. Yes, Gus had a few moments here and there where he had gems, especially in the first one, where it was just loss of control and then nothing else more.
Yeah, I mean, Yudo was playing it perfect. I mean, if you're going to bring Piper first pick, play it like that, you know? Just, I don't necessarily mind even using those homemade recipes just to keep the pressure on, just to keep, Panafresh at bay. And I mean, I don't want to say necessarily that if you're running Rico Lane, then you should win, but more often than not, if you're running Rico Lane, you should probably win.
Yeah, you probably should, to be fair, considering how much we were hyping it up as well, saying that it's probably, the best lane here, blah, 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 with the reload gear, it's probably even better as well, and apparently not. But gems dropped in comparison. I mean, Panafresh dropped every single one of the gems that they managed to pick up, and on the other side, Mystic only dropped 2, which goes to show just how strong and how well that mid player was doing on the Piper. And a bit more damage as well, 15,000 more damage. Not the biggest difference maker, but every little helps.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it kind of comes down to what Ark said earlier. Like it was kind of just Piper to me being very dominant here, and I think Yudo just did a terrific job at showing a lot of presence, which can be kind of the challenge with Piper on this map, where there are a decent amount of walls that you can't kind of necessarily just take down too easily, especially with their comps. It was the only destruction really that they had available. So I think he did a wonderful job. I still think it was maybe a little bit of a risk, and if his aim wasn't quite as sharp as it was there, it could have backfired, but it paid off. And I mean, Mystic, props to them again. They are a team that surprises us, and especially with their mechanics too, which is not something you see every day from kind of a new up-and-coming team, that they're able to kind of just out-mechanic their opponents when they're facing players like Black Sea, which are kind of known for their mechanics.
Yeah, I don't really know what it is with Mystic. They always surprise me. When I say they're going to lose, they win. When I say they're going to win, they lose. It's that kind of thing, and I just don't understand how they manage to do it and be so unpredictable, yet play fairly well. No matter every time we watch them, they're playing pretty decently, and they bring the majority of games pretty close. Obviously, we didn't see them against Tribe, but with 3-1, it can't have been that dominant for Tribe Gaming. This one, though, did seem very much in the hands of Mystic Esports, and, I said Panafresh surely going to take this one. They're, the more experienced players. They're in a better headspace off the back of a win instead of 2 losses today. But Mystic Esports just never fail to amaze me.
I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you. I mean, Mystic just kind of doing Mystic things. It's still a complicated situation, right? Because even if they win, it might be all for nothing, but they are setting themselves up for all the success they can. And I mean, either way, if they lose this one, it's over. So might as well, you know, go out with all the glory, which I'm really proud of these guys. I feel like they've achieved a lot, and you said it earlier, they kind of came in as the final seed. So far, they've been able to challenge the greatest, and here against Panafresh as well, which also are really not a half-bad team. They're able to show some, you know, fierce games, especially in this opening set.
Yeah, I mean, Mystic Esports, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if they go on to finish this one, because they looked very strong, and, you know, I did kind of maybe think that Gus would be able to do a little bit of a better job against Piper in the mid when he gets those supers. Obviously, I feel like Piper does counter him quite a lot, but you have to make use of those supers, and you have to rely on your lanes quite heavily as well to do quite a lot of the work. And it seemed like the Penny was doing quite well in the lane the majority of the time, and it just really wasn't the easiest situation for Gus to play as a mid, whereas, you know, you want your lanes to be aggressing on Piper, you know, and I just don't think that's what Panafresh brought to the table. You know, you want a Piper to be in spawn, you want her to not be able to move out because she does no damage at close range, but it just wasn't played like that, I don't think.
Yeah, and that kind of concerns me a bit, because Stu is like kind of like a great brawler to do just that. You want to be able to get forwards and just, yeah, keep the Piper in the back spawn area, but nonetheless, out of Hard Rock Mine and out and into the open. Let's see, drafts coming in very shortly. And again, you know, I feel like Eve, we didn't see it necessarily earlier, but it's now more viable than ever. We've seen more Eve played today than I think we've seen all season long. And you know, it was always kind of a potential option out in the open prior to it being even on the buff side. Let's see. I really value a Brock ban here now. Honestly, since the meta's kind of shifted and evolved, especially with the reload gear being as strong as it is, no one is going to ban it. Mystic are actually going to ban out Piper themselves, which is kind of interesting. And Panafresh showing some good signs of awareness of banning out the Max, and I think that's smart. And first pick Brock. That is a really, really solid first pick for me. And yeah, I hope Mystic have got a game plan.
I like it too. I mean, we've seen over and over again how you know, extensive the value is that Brock can bring, and a lot of versatility too, because in case you need to play something more evasive because you are facing a Buzz or a Fang or whatever, you can just, you know, change gadgets and jump out of the action when need be. In any other scenario, you break open the mid and give your team just easy early control, which it just shows the amount of versatility that the Brawler brings to any comp at the moment. It's going to be a Gus and a Bonnie to face it, at least so far, as Mystic Esports entered their picks. And I'm alright with it. I mean, Gus in late game is dangerous always, and so is Bonnie. So I think they're pretty decent ideas all around here. I'm really happy with what I'm seeing on both sides, at least early on in this draft.
I think that's probably the best way to respond to the Brock, to be fair. You know, Brock being such a solid first pick, and yeah. I was about to say, I'm surprised they didn't take Gene, but then Panafresh are going to take Gene. And looking at the draft so far, it kind of seems like we might be going quite a long way in this game, because I'm liking what Panafresh are bringing to the table. Brock and then Gene is something to worry about. However, Gus and Bonnie, they're pretty good as well. You know, if you provide a shield to Bonnie in the later stages, whether that be in the small form or the tankier form as well, it doesn't really matter because you're going to get the same value out of it. But Janet as the last pick, and that's just another great brawler on the Panafresh roster. I'm worried for Mystic Esports in this one, but then again, you know, I was fairly worried for them in the last one, and they pulled through anyway. They had this last pick. I just don't know if there's any comparable brawlers to what Panafresh have got left.
I mean, Mystic could bring in Gene potentially, Ruffs to counter the Gene potentially, and just try to play it a bit slow. Gonna be Eve. I mean, I don't mind it. It's a solid one to have. It's a dangerous draft that Panafresh have got, but they've got to play it well at the same time. You know, Gene realistically, you know, is going to have to time those pulls when Bonnie doesn't have super, or when Gus doesn't have a shield to hand, and just kind of, that's not always the easiest of things to do, because your opposition is always aware of those things and are looking to, you know, hold on to various utility just when it's against you. And I think it's tough to say. I want to say that I prefer the Panafresh comp here, but I think I actually kind of prefer the Mystic comp.
Yeah, I think this final Eve pick is kind of interesting, right? Because it has some decent interactions, but not overwhelmingly good either, really, because it's great against Jean, but not so much against Janet, which I think evens things out a bit more and maybe lowers the effect of that final pick advantage. But let's find out. So far, they do have a lot of control, despite the Bronc that can open up the map very early on. Rafa is very low HP as well, and it leaves quite a couple of opportunities here for Mystic to abuse it and get into some more comfortable positioning. Not sure about that super from Jaime, to be fair. I mean, it opens up the walls, I guess. But Mebius is pushing forward with a shield as well, has to jump in. And I mean, both of those things combined should be way more than enough to secure that first round.
Yeah, Jaime's just going to go down there and was wondering whether the supers was going to be earned along the way as well to just give Mystic that early advantage, and didn't quite get it on the side of Yudo, but Nob and Mebius running theirs. Mebius obviously going to be holding on to his until the right moment of time. Rafa there with the Vengeful Spirits. Doesn't connect though. Jaime's still looking to gain a super, possibly close to it, going on the aggressive now, and if he does get it off the back of his next shot, then it could be something of serious pressure, especially if he wants to focus on the left-hand side. Nice shield onto Mebius as well, is going to allow him to go on the aggressive. Now though, HelloFresh just coming back a little bit and being forced into the spawn, which is well, that escalated quickly.
I think they were forced further than in their spawn.
To the grave.
Yeah.
6 feet under. Wow.
Yeah, what a way to go here for Mystic again, and I honestly didn't think that their draft was that dominant. I think it's crazy as well how quickly they had mid control despite facing the Brock. Yes, you have the Eve that, you know, can kind of just go on her own way anyways, but I mean, I was almost shocked, and this time around it's not quite going to be as drastic, although Mebius might have an opportunity here onto Rafa. The jump in. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, which, honestly, from that point on, I almost thought it could have ended worse than that. So I think they'll take it on Mystic because they have all control now as well.
Yeah, they've got the high ground and can just wait their time out. Jaime has got Gadget as well to hand. Definitely something to consider here, but does get super straight off the back of one shot there. Didn't connect, though, very well with it. That's the problem. It's just pushing forwards a bit now. Nob pushing himself and does get super for it. That's a great takedown from Nob and will relieve a lot of the pressure onto Yudo. Black Sea though, low as well, and the gas coming in, the hatchlings and everything against him here. Drop the base there, not going to do much. I mean, not really necessarily sure whether that would have been better reserved, in all honesty, because there was very little chance he was ever going to survive that scenario.
It's a fair point. I mean, he was a shot away from super, I think, but either way, I mean, that should not have turned around the round. It's going to be a nice kill there. Finally, something going on here for PanaFresh. It's been a rough match so far, but I mean, anything is welcome on the side of PanaFresh, and it seems like they'll be able to convert that into a round going their way.
Wasn't sure towards the end whether Mystic sort of lagged out there a little bit, or whether they were just kind of like accepting the inevitable. I mean, yeah, like Mystic are now just sitting in spawn, and like I don't know whether that's on their side. I mean, you know, we have seen Mystic have some issues in the past with connectivity, but it could be too early to say. I mean, the whole of Mystic, though, I've got to say, were not moving. It wasn't just one singular player, which is a little bit odd to me. I don't really necessarily know what to make of that, if I'm completely honest.
It's those moments where I'm happy I'm not an admin. Genuinely, because
they're moving now.
It can be a tough goal. I mean, I think they're in a situation as well where I mean, they've been quite clearly the better team so far, I would argue. So maybe they're taking the high road and just accepting that sometimes things go wrong. We'll know more about it in a bit, I'm sure. But Rafa has a pull here that could be quite big potentially. Mebius is still finding some connections, jumping away. Just in the nick of time there, as things could have gone quite wrong from there on. So they'll be happy that they're able to keep their teammate alive after that early interaction.
Well, magic hand for Rafa, and a good time for it because maybe it's not got his super yet. Jaime, though, might be able to finish him off. Oh, the timing of that jump. That super earned just in the nick of time. Rocket Fuel will pressurize the situation and see to Nob's demise. Yudo as well. is going to be in a tough position here to be able to survive this. Mavis is doing his best to try to get something of some damage in this impossible scenario. Now, though, not going to be able to do much. Well, I say that. I say that. No way, yeah, it's not going to happen. Not going to happen, but he had a dream, and we can respect it.
I mean, he played it as well as he could,
Yeah.
honestly. Not much you can do with 400 HP in the Clyde form in that position. What is a bit more troublesome now for Mystic is that they are on the verge of losing the set, which I didn't really see coming, but I guess that's how life goes sometimes. 3 supers as well available on the side of Panafresh. That is not what Mystic want.
Jaime with the Rocket Rain, but again, not connecting with it very much at all. Vengeful Spirits as well, is going to keep the pressure on though. Mavis gets the shield from Nob, and that's going to be his saving grace, honestly. So much pressure, Rafa can pull this, and that is going to... Oh, I was going to say, he had the jump there as well, but not fast enough to use it. 2 versus 1, top spot for Blacksea. Can he get to the skies in any way, shape or form, and have both players low enough when he does so to be able to finish them off? That's the question. It's a big ask, and it's not going to happen.
Well, 1 round. That's all it takes now, Ark. As both teams are hungry for this set for different reasons, or at least the situations will be quite different. But let's see, as this time around it's 3 supers to 0 on the side of Mystic. So that can be quite threatening, but they are starting things off quite passively, at least so far. Obviously, you always have to be a little bit careful as Bonnie against a Gene that could knock you back and so on. Now they are playing it still very defensively, and suddenly there's more supers available for Panafresh. Yudo actually was quite an aggressive jump, nearly ends his life there, but survives with 130 HP, and I mean, things could be worse. Control-wise, it's still a bit of a stinky situation here for Mystic, because with that pool available on Rafa and a nice bait for it as well, Yudo goes down, jump in from Mebius, trying to get the trade. It's not quite going to work out. Can Nob clutch this up? It's going to be challenging, Art.
Yeah, prior to that, I've got to question the Eve Egg going in just on the spring pad, seemingly for no reason. Okay, well, I think it's fair to say that Panafresh deserved the win. I mean, I'd love to know kind of like the storyline behind what happened there with a disconnect or potential disconnect, but nonetheless, Trav, what were your thoughts from the sidelines?
I mean, I'd also like to know, to be fair, and I don't know if we can say Panafresh thoroughly deserved it, because they clearly did lag, and 2 of them at the same time, surprisingly, as well. I'm not sure if that was maybe a server issue or something like that, but it's too tough to say from our position. But as we saw 2 of them stop moving at the same time. Look, right there. It was very, very questionable and very weird. I don't know if they're in the same house or something. Maybe they're brothers. I wouldn't know, and the Wi-Fi just went out, but it's a possibility. But Panafresh do take this one, even things out, and make it 1-1. And after a pretty poor first set, I'm sure they'll be pleased to take advantage of that mishap.
I mean, can't blame Panafresh for, shooting at their opponents, really. It is what it is. At this point, if we hear anything about it, we'll keep you guys up to date. For now on, it does seem like Panafresh just take the set, and it's not quite what Mystic were hoping for here. I still feel like Mystic had a pretty solid performance overall in this one. I was expecting them to take it, to be completely fair. But, I mean, Brawl Star gods. Sometimes in your favor, sometimes not so much. In this case, yeah, Mystic not quite having the day they were setting up to have.
It is definitely going that way, but I mean, Panafresh, they're still able to be taken down. Mystic Esports, I think they're extremely capable, and maybe they've had some internet issues, maybe it's been a server problem, but they're going to come back, I'm sure, and they're going to prove why, even the slightest mishap might have some repercussions in that set, but overall they might be fine in the long run. Ring of Fire up next, and fingers crossed for some Meg. Am I right, or am I right?
You're right.
He knows it.
But I don't know where. I mean, if they haven't tried it in their scrims, and many teams won't have, it's a bit of a risk to bring in, like, when you haven't kind of come in prepared for the occasion, if that makes sense. I mean, one thing's for sure is I think Panafresh, unless they've got the first pick, have kind of got to ban the max. I mean, it can provide so much, and certainly one that Mystic are likely to want to get their hands on. Obviously, the side lanes have got to be aggressive in that sense as well, one way or another. And that tends to be what I would see Mystic being over Panafresh. And they have struggled a bit today on the aggressive. Bans are in it. It's going to be a back spam from Panafresh, so I'm pleased to see it. Penny also adding to that, Janet as well. Squeak, Carl, and Sprout being banned by Mystic. Sprout's actually a really underrated ban, I feel, because it can get so much value. You can just completely lock down the side, but I honestly can't remember the last time I even saw a Sprout ban at Ring of Fire.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's definitely an interesting idea. Maybe there's something that, you know, will justify it in the draft. So far, I'm not entirely sure what would. Gus first pick, pretty standard overall. I don't know if it's necessarily my go-to first pick here, but I tolerate it. Poco is open. That could have been maybe an opportunity. So is 2. So I don't know. It's probably not what I would personally prefer, but they might have a strategy lined up. Bo, I think, is a good reply. I think, honestly, at this point, it's pretty wise to keep the draft somewhat simple because it's been a long day for those guys. You know, it's quite late in the evening. You don't want to outdraft yourself like we've seen other teams do today. I think keeping things rather simple, and especially brawlers like Bo, can kind of catch you off guard. You know, you're not going to be as focused after a long day, and that means, you know, keeping track of the mines and not actually just stumbling onto them can be an extra layer of challenge.
Well, let's hope they're not too tired after today, because otherwise, yeah, as you say, the bow mines will be a bit of an issue. Bonnie, Gus, and Amber being the completed comp of Mystic Esports, though. I do kind of like it. You know, they go with the Gus Amber again. It didn't work for them in the last one, but they're hoping that it will in this one. Amber, though, I like it. Into the roughs, I think, you know, if you choose the sandbags, you burn through them. You're pretty decent if you can get within range of Bo to be able to melt him down pretty fast. But also, they do have this last pick. I wouldn't mind like a Lure, something like that, but they're going to go with a Bell and just try to play the range game against, you know, Bonnie, Gus. It might be alright, but I mean, maybe something to lock down that middle a little bit more, like a Lure I'd maybe prefer, but I suppose they've got the bow mines anyway. Yeah, true. But I do like the combo between Bo and Lu as well, though. Just really doubling down on just complete area denial. I don't mind Gus. I mean, certainly the shield is going to provide more, you know, survivability whilst on the zone, and that can go a very, very long way. Amber here is really like quite, well, I would say a product that tends to go under the radar a bit on Ring of Fire, actually, and I really like that. I think it can do a great deal amount of work for Mystic. Let's see how they fare in these opening moments, though. Super Toast, Black Sea, and Rafa and himself just going to be able to dance around it, but another gadget popped by Mebius. Great time for it, getting some good value as well. Juking around these shots, Rafa low. Jaime pushes all the way back there as well. And it's going to be Mystic, the first on the zone.
Yeah, a really, really solid start on their end. And despite losing the right lane, if you look at the control, Panafresh really don't really get anything out of it, which just shows how strong this early start is here from Mystic. Nice early lead as well, percentage-wise, because of it. And removing those walls is, I think, a smart thing to do on the side of Panafresh, because they've been problematic already, and just leaving them up longer, just don't. Just take them out. I think it's a pretty good idea. And on the right side, Yudo is causing quite a bit of mayhem, as he's finding a lot of value as a burn as well available. Maybe not quite the best connection with it, and it's going to burn down as well. Rafa gets to live on, so a nice recovery here from Panafresh and some lost value from Mystic, but they do still have a pretty significant lead.
Yeah, great pressure now. Yudo was a real thorn in the side, honestly, of Panafresh there, doing wondrous work until now. Mystic entirely in the back spawn area. I mean, there's a lot of utility. There's supers pretty much everywhere you look. Nobis marked though as well, and that's a concern for sure. Blacksea just going to try to juke around this, but not doing the best of jobs. Nod played it perfect. Great shots. Great follow-up with the gadget. Yeah, I was going to say the jump needs to be there for the body, and it is there as well. That should provide valuable time for Mystic to be able to complete this deficit.
Yeah, this is looking better and better on the side of Mystic. Panafresh, they caught up nicely. Very valuable kills, though, going their way, and at perfect timing as well, because Mystic was running away with this one. A nice elimination onto Yudo, and from here on, things could switch back in favor of Panafresh, as Mebius is just in a bad position overall, and Panafresh getting closer and closer to the finish line, and the finish line they will get to as they take this first game of Hot Zone against Mystic.
Yeah, nicely done. It's a very difficult thing as well when you get those final moments to really just keep that momentum going and see it through until the bitter end. I just don't know whether if Mystic were able to connect more shots, they may have been able to make it back into their favor. It was a bit close to call, but you've got to hand it to FA Panafresh there. Now, scary prospects of being 2 sets to 1 here, unless we see some resolve. Good mark there onto Mabius. Blacksea, though, could follow up the finish. 327 HP still on his head, and he's still going. He's just going on the aggressive. I don't see necessarily why it's a bad thing, though. I mean, it keeps Blacksea low, and he'll be respawning now in. But in terms of time on his own spent, it's pretty balanced so far for the early set.
Yeah, more even start so far, at least compared to game 1. They take care of the bow mine eventually, and Mystic setting themselves up for success there. Great kill from Nam onto Rafa. Just relieving some of that pressure. Jaime is able to get the trade eventually. Mabius is shielded, but not for long anymore, and decides not to use his super for the time being. Keep it maybe for a retake in a bit. A nice pickup from Blacks on the right side, just barely survives. Jaime wins his lane against Yudo, and so far, despite Mystic having still the percentage lead, Panafresh catching up very quickly, and that is not the best jump in we've seen from Mabius. Rafa survives only with 25 HP, but that's 25 HP too much. At least to the likes of Mystic, as Blacksea still looking for that connection. It's going to be Rafa that finds it, not Foles, and Panafresh, they're still just not that far behind, and I feel like so far, they're just getting a lot more kills too.
Well, in the last game, it was Yudo that was doing so much work on behalf of Mystic, but Jaime this round has been phenomenal. He's just been a rook in that corner. He just doesn't leave it, and every time bringing supply drops in, constantly to Blacksea, constantly to Rafa. Marked up now as Mavis on the right-hand side and can't really push forwards in this position. Mystic now have got to regroup, and quick. Time is not on their side. It's looking more and more likely the Panafresh are going to take this set.
Yeah, that is a big, big outcome here for Panafresh, because Mystic now, I mean, they're in big-time trouble. As we mentioned earlier, if Mystic lose this one, they're just fully up. There's no going back. There's no tribe if they win against, or if they lose against Panafresh. No, that's it. That's the end of the season for them.
A little bit worrisome for Mystic then, because you know, they took a loss against Tribe off stream, and now they're 2-1 down against Panafresh. It's not a position they want to be in at all, and it's looking likely that we're going to have that Panafresh versus Tribe decider just up after this one. But Mystic, they've still got some time to come back, but even if they do, it's not even in their hands, right? Because Tribe can still beat Panafresh regardless and knock them both out in one swing. But, I mean, to be honest, they weren't looking bad, right? In the first game, they looked pretty much in control. A lot of the second game, they looked in control, but as you said, Jaime, dirty boy on that roughs, honestly. Yeah. It was pretty disgusting up in that top left. He just didn't move, and they didn't try anything special. They just walked up over and over again, the same thing. And, you know, you said Yudo in the first game played phenomenally. Second game, he just fed all game, and he just did absolutely nothing. Yeah. It was really, really questionable, but, I mean, you know, Panafresh take the set, and looking at the stats, rightly so.
Yeah, it's kind of what I meant as well, you know, when I said earlier, Panafresh are just getting so many more kills, even when they were behind in percentages, 27 to 15, that's nearly double. 38,000 more damage to, a little bit more healing, not really significant here, but either way, Panafresh were dominating, but Mystic did a really good job at still, you know, being close percentage-wise, but that just didn't quite cut it. And overall, I think Panafresh just did a really solid job. I agree with what you were saying, Trav. I think Yudo was having a terrific first game. Sure, they lost it, but then in game 2, they swapped his lane, despite him being probably the most functional aspect of Mystic's first game, which was maybe a questionable decision, but, you know, that's kind of the problem sometimes as well. Is you can see there's a problem, but if you don't find the appropriate solution, the problem is not just going to magically fix itself.
it definitely is a bit of an issue. Sneaky Fields on Brawl Ball is the map up next. We've got rid of Barley, we've got rid of Penny on both sides, and we got rid of Max on the side of Panafresh, and then Mystic obviously got rid of Penny, and then Janet and Carl as well. Solid bans all around. We're taking Ems as a first pick. It's a very solid pick in Sneaky Fields. If you play for the main time and not the overtime, that's when it's really going to flourish and really perform to the best of its abilities. And it is a really solid first pick, and especially for Panafresh, who are already in such a stronghold position for them to take.
Just interesting to see the Barley ban from the side of Panafresh. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, it can be pretty decent, but it's very vulnerable to, especially now with speed gear being as prevalent as it is. B is a great idea from Mystic. The max ban is there as well on the side of Panafresh, so I think that is needed, much needed on a map like Sneaky Fields. And great to see Ems actually now having more of a place in the meta as well, because it's been a while since we've had Sneaky Fields in motion, and it was like always one of our best maps. You can get so much value in the way that the map is designed to be. Otis coming in for Mystic as well, and that's, yeah, I mean, it's a really great comp that Mystic are lining up here, and they need it. I mean, they are behind here massively, so they need to get this set.
I just find an Ems first pick to be kind of odd, to be completely honest. Not sure if I'm a massive fan of it. I like Bo a decent amount here. I think Ruffs is a really solid shout. I just don't know about Ems, to be completely fair. I think it can find some value here and there. I just don't necessarily consider it as, the most threatening brawler on Sneaky Fields. Squeak, I think, is a pretty decent idea from Mystic as well. To me, they have probably a slightly better comp, but I don't think it's, a massive advantage for either teams. I think both teams, their comps have win conditions.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of do like Panafresh's comp, all in all. I didn't mind them as the first pick, with the amount of bushes, the super, the knockback can be very solid. It's pretty well-rounded, I'd say, except from when it gets to that overtime, which is really when Mystic Esports are going to be able to destroy their opponents. And, I think it's pretty even on the comp side.
Well, let's find out as we jump in. Rafa was an early kill onto Yudo, and this is looking like an early goal, actually, as Jaime slips through. Is it enough? Yeah, barely gets it through, though, but, I mean, it does the job. Panafresh was an early goal, and Mystic, it's still not, they've not been able to quite, slow things down and turn things around as we'd kind of hope for.
I mean, it's exactly what you need to have if you're FA Panafresh. You don't want to have overtime with the B. It's going to be very much against them. Now they've got the choice. Do they continue on the aggressive? Do they want to finish it here and now? I mean, if Jaime gets one more super, that middle wall is going down immediately. And he's very close to it already with continuation taps. It just feels like, for me, Mystic, they've just lost so much of what they had going for them right now. It just seems like they're almost accepting what is potentially the inevitable, and there's the value there. It's a great takedown. It's going to be a goal despite the mute, and Rafa even does a little stutter on the line just to prove that he had all the time in the world for it. Match point for FA Panafresh as quickly as that.
It's crazy. I mean, just going back to how many possibilities Mystic had to just not be in this current position. Now a single game, a single mistake, really. And that's it. Let's find out. As Rafa this time around, not quite as great of a start. He ends up going down and opening up some possibilities now for Mystic to pop off as Jaime is an absolute threat and maybe even could have scored that one in, to be fair, with a super opening up the walls and lining up the shots nicely afterwards. I'm not sure, but to be fair, Panafresh, they're in a great position. No need to rush things. Can just play it safe, wait until eventually they break through the defense, but they gotta end up doing that though, as Mabius is opening things up on the left side, ends up going down. Rafa barely survives. Though might not be as fortunate though, as Jaime takes him down. Supply drop not quite on target from Jaime, but all in all, it's quite even, which still puts a lot of pressure onto Mystic.
I'm just loving Jaime's work. It's just so enjoyable to watch Zombie so consistent as he is on that Ruff's pick. And, he was doing it all last set as well. Great. Oh, I thought that was a goal there. I was going to say great goal. Beautifully timed, though, nonetheless. And the pressure, you got to say, is continuously with Panafresh against Mystic. And, you know, with the way this is going, we need to see more from Mystic. They've got to have some resolve if there's any chance of this being retained. So far, it just seems like Panafresh know how close they are for this win, and it's just only going to go one way.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it's only a matter of time, although they are shutting things down here, and as you mentioned earlier, overtime is definitely not what Panafresh want to get to. A big pickup from Rafa, nearly finds the follow-up. Hi, McKenny scored here? I think so. Yeah, that goes in, and with 30 seconds left, I mean, Mystic's hopes here are, their chances are just incredibly slim.
They haven't scored, you know, at all yet. They need to now make this push. Great, you know, mute onto Rafa there. Jaime goes down here, which he does. And Nob stays in the mix, but Rafa clears it up, but he's low HP. He goes down. Mobius might be able to score this here with a bit of a push forwards. Is he going to be able to make it, though? The pass is there. I think it had to be. I don't think there's an angle. It's a defense, and that is that. FA Panafresh victorious. Mystic after, you know, what was such a strong effort earlier. Match point after match point, and now this. It's a terrible way to leave the season, but nonetheless, they've given us some great moments.
It's a really disappointing end for Mystic, and you know, I'm going to be with Teddy here. We'll have a little hug afterwards.
Oh, yeah, because, yeah, in case you're just watching the stream now,
it's difficult.
I offered the hug, and Teddy said no, but offered to yeah.
It's a difficult ending for Mystic Esports. You know, they're in my heart. Yeah, they're in my heart. Can we get a stanza for
a minute
Mystic
of silence
Esports?
for
Mystic Esports.
I don't think production would love that.
They just sat there for a minute. What a performance this season from Mystic Esports, though. And you know, I really do feel bad for them because this is, well, we'll just call it their rookie season of competitive Brawl Stars, really, because we haven't really seen much else from them, and it has been amazing watching them progress throughout this year. Well, season.
Look at Joker last year, you know, in the ESL Mobile Challenge. An unknown rookie, you know. Yeah, he was an unknown. No one knew Joker last year. I mean, we kind of knew him, but no one else did. This year now, look how far he's come. I mean, this is the kind of tournament that can bring players into the spotlight. And I feel like, nonetheless, despite their exit, Mystic made an impression. I mean, you know, if it was, you know, in the Open Finals, they still continued on to be relatively consistent, and I feel like this is just the beginning for them, actually. Despite this loss, sometimes you need those defeats to be able to pick yourselves up stronger.
Yeah, I mean, it is a tough defeat, though, like, considering how close they are, right? And even if they had won this one, it would have pretty much been down to whether or not Panafresh could beat Tribe, and we'll be seeing that up next anyway to see who will actually come out on top. But going into this, I thought, you know, Panafresh probably would have won it. They're just more experienced. They didn't have as tough a day as Mystic Esports had, but generally, I wouldn't have minded this going either way. Mystic Esports genuinely deserve more than they've got out of this season, and, you know, they can be proud of their performance, I feel.
I think they can be incredibly proud of their performance. Just as a reminder, you know, to put them back into position. For the most part of this season, they've first of all been above teams like Na'Vi, Tribe, and TQ, and many others that they've been really competitive against. And those guys are pro players. Their job is to play Brawl Stars, you know? I don't think Mystic, any of their players are doing this full time, at least not just yet. And it says a lot about, you know, first of all, what it takes to play at this level and do so consistently, but also, I mean, I gotta respect Mystic because I've known those guys for a while. I casted them about a year and a half ago. Not the kind of stakes we have today. I was impressed by them, but, you know, they didn't really accomplish much since then, but they kept on grinding. And I think that says a lot about the mentality of a team to just, you know, go for a year without any major success and still keep scrimming, still keep playing through tournaments and tournaments, losing probably about 100% of them, but getting to a point here where, first of all, they're going home with a decent bit of cash. I don't know from the top of my head, but probably their biggest earnings so far, and with, you know, respect from other tier 1 teams that probably want to scrim them now, and gives them, you know, just so much experience and so much of an opening inside of, you know, the top of the competitive scene in Europe.
Yeah, it definitely gives them that boost that's needed. Not only, you know, through getting scrims and stuff like that, but mentally as well. Before the season, they might have felt like they just weren't ready to go up against some of the top teams in this region, but now they've played them. they've won against a few of them. They've proved themselves in this competitive scene, and as you said, it's going to bring them a lot more practice, a lot more scrims, and I think they are wonderful prospects going into the new year.
Yeah, I mean, I've been speaking to many players in this region about them in particular, and yeah, everyone has only good things to say. And I feel like those players next year, keep your eye on them. I mean, because we're, not going to necessarily see them unless we maybe see a couple of tournaments along the way. Next year, I feel is going to be a big year for them. I mean, they've really established themselves. Let's see. I hope for themselves that they've got the time to continue on and stuff. They don't take it too much to heart, because they've got great talent. And just today just simply wasn't a day. Had a lot of chances to tie it up and just couldn't seal the deal. It's a tough way to go.
It really is, and it's just really difficult for them, especially. But Panafresh, they're going to be on top of the world right now. Not just yet on top of the world.
Reservedly so.
Yeah, they're going to be feeling a little bit sketchy about this next game coming up against Tribe Gaming, which is definitely going to be a bit of a difficult one. And they have taken down Tribe Gaming within the past couple of weeks, though, and that could also be worrying for Tribe Gaming. But it's also that little bit of a boost for Panafresh. They're going to feel quite good going into this one, because they just have to repeat what they did against them in a prior week, and it's tough to do. And Tribe Gaming have definitely been, regardless of the wins, maybe looking a bit sketchy from what we've seen today, taking 3-2 against Team Queso. It's not the best result, I will say. It's probably not what they were hoping for. They were probably hoping to go for a clean 3-0, and to be fair, they weren't even expecting to come to this phase of the competition. So now, why not go that little bit further and go to the Challenge Finals?
I agree with you, but as a counterpart, Panafresh, they also won only 3-2 against Team Queso. Everything is just lining up for the final match of the season, I think, right? Is there?
Yes.
No, this is the last.
It is the last match of the
making
season.
sure at this point,
It's getting
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day.
I was just starting to think, what if, they win and we have like another tie up? The last match.
I promise.
Take a minute. But let's not take a minute, as Snapdragon Elite Gaming need a massive thank you from us and everybody here, regardless of it being a late night cast. We love being here. We love Brawl Stars. We love Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and we love their sponsorship, being able to put on events like this, which just make us so happy, make players thrilled to be partaking, and also with the finals obviously being in Valencia, it's just a massive part thanks to them as well. With that being said, though, we have one more game remaining tonight. It's been a long one, but don't go anywhere, as there's another amazing game up next.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy. The Snapdragon
to get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Oh. you guys bring it. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, guys. We're still energetic here. Everything, we're all happy. We've had 5 games casted, 1 off stream, and we're back for the 6th now. It is going to be the decider, Panafresh versus Tribe Gaming EU, to decide who goes to DreamHack Valencia for the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals and get some valuable points towards the Masters. I believe there's still a possibility of Tribe making that as well, so that's another storyline to throw in there, Ark. How are you feeling about this last game?
I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. I mean, you gotta look at like the journey of this whole, what it's come down to at this point. You know, Tribe took a loss to Panafresh, and we didn't see it coming. They've had time to dwell on it. They definitely didn't expect to be in this position. That's for sure. But now that the Tribe are, like I think Teddy said it earlier, right? Like, if they don't win this now, that will all have been for nothing. At the moment, though, Panafresh got some serious momentum. I mean, they just took down Mystic. No easy feat at all. And despite the fact this is their 2nd game in a row, and Tribe had, you know, a bit of a break in that respect, if they bring that same energy forwards, then on paper, this is Panafresh's. But Tribe, again, have made it this far. They're going to be harnessing everything they've got left to be able to get this one.
Listen, I know it's been a long day, but Tribe also just beat Mystic Esports as well.
True, I remembered that.
So therefore, Tribe are coming into this one with some great mentality as well.
Thumbs,
they did just beat Team Queso as well, so they've had a pretty actually the same day as Bannerfresh. They've both beaten Mystic Esports. They've both beaten their respective rivals in those first games of the normal challenge day number 7. So this one will be the most decisive game they've played all season long, and it's going to be a pretty good one. Honestly, I'm going to ask percentages again. I'm going to go for maybe a 60-40 Tribe to start things off. Teddy, I'll throw it to you because Art looks like he's pondering a bit.
I'm thinking. You know what? Tribe fans are not going to love me for it. I'm going to go 50-50.
I was going to say the same.
Because on the side of Bannerfresh, let's remind ourselves, they were 0-3 at the beginning of the season. Then they win 3 out of 4, win 2 matches in a row today. I mean, they're riding on momentum right now. Compared to Tribe, which started off the season quite well, and then kind of looked a bit more flaky for the rest of it. But yeah, when it comes to long days like this, where both teams surely are quite tired, experience is going to be key, I think, and that is probably what keeps Tribe in the mix, because otherwise I feel like Bannerfresh could really just take it.
Yeah, they really could. And I mean, I respect the 50-50s, guys, but I just don't know how realistic it is.
Oh,
I'm going to say this, and I'm going to see a Bannerfresh win, and I'm going to be sat in the corner crying.
Did you go 80-20 between Team Queso and
Listen.
and Tribe earlier?
Listen.
Is that the guy that's talking
So
right
did
now?
you. He did as well. Don't get this go. But yes, I did go 80-20, and it was a realistic thing, I'd say. Just try. But Tribe maybe on a little bit of a down streak, so therefore I'm going to swing it to a 50-50 at this point. Change my mind just a little bit more. No, I'll stick with a 60-40. I'm going to set number 5, Tribe game and take it.
Bold. Respect it. I respect it. Either way, I think that this, above all else, is the best way to decide this. I mean, to get to where we are. And also, I think, very important that we're going to have a conclusion no matter what. Because there could have been a 3-way tie yet again. In which case it may have gone to other factors, but if it turned out to be another rematch, then they would have had to have done this all again. So, either way, by the end of this matchup, we will know the 4 teams that are going to be in those challenge finals.
And it's a good prospect to know, because it's been a long road. We've had 7 game days, the open finals before that. We've had a tiebreaker now, and to finally be in the last game to decide who goes to Valencia. And Bannerfresh are going to want to attend a LAN event in their own country. It's a big thing, home pride and everything. But are they going to be able to stand in the way of Tribe Gaming EU's massive comeback? I suppose it's Bannerfresh's massive comeback as well, right? Because they were 2-4 as well coming in today. So both of the teams who were in the worst positions through head-to-heads and overall scorelines are now the ones actually facing off for this spot number 4.
I mean, again, Bannerfresh, they won 5 out of their 6 last matches in the SPS. That's quite impressive. If they started the season like that, they wouldn't even need to be in a tiebreaker. But here we are either way. Squeak, Buzz, Crow banned out by Tribe, Bannerfresh taking out Rico, 8-Bit and Janet, and there's going to be the first pick pin for the side of Tribe Gaming EU as Bannerfresh follows up with Bell and Carl.
I like the bans a lot. I think the Bannerfresh showing that they've seen Tribe thriving on the back of that 8-Bit in the mid. And interesting ban as well from Tribe, banning the Buzz, but it makes a lot of sense. I mean, honestly, you're able to really just flying hook your way in early on and gain that advantage position-wise. Gene coming next and Max. I mean, who doesn't love that combo? I mean, Gene and Max is, it's heartly stuff. I mean, it's the best way to start any day, realistically, when it comes to a Brawl Stars draft. Penny being the first pick was an interesting one. It just didn't give much away. And for that same reason, it's a great thing to have when you're going to be pairing it with Gene, because ultimately it's Salty Barrel, which could end up bringing back with your magic hand. Third and final pick coming in for Bannerfresh.
Well, I'll tell you who doesn't like G-Max at the moment. Bannerfresh don't, because obviously they're going to be facing up against it. Ruff's coming in though, I like it. Sandbags are probably going to be there, but also Penny's there as well, and that can make a bit of an issue for the Sandbags. It's all going to be, depending on who gets what lane. You've got to make sure these are right, but, Tribe have definitely got that turnaround capability, just that little bit more than Panafresh do with the Gene, with the Max. Speed up, get the pull in, and get going. Especially, you know, you got the knockback from Carl as well, really solid thing to have. But you've got to be a little bit cautious about these Bell marks and the more impactful long-range taps that Bell's going to have.
Yeah, I agree with you, especially with, you know, kind of the clutch ability or the ability to retake from a bad position. But I do think Panafresh do have some of those win conditions as well. You know, or Carl swoops in or Bell marks the gem carrier. Those can still be absolutely devastating for the side of Tribe Gaming as well. So even though I do somewhat prefer the draft from Tribe, well, I mean, off the bat, look at that. A kill already, Blacksea going for the gems, and even though he doesn't quite take them, it's a decent bit of control and an alright start for Panafresh, all things considered. Although Drake is able to extend a little further of those 2 kills that went the way of Tribe, and even things out gem-wise, even take over the lead here, or nearly does so, as that next gem eventually gets picked up. And a beautiful pull onto Rafa does mean that he gets marked.
I gotta say, Tom did really well prior to that, just to be able to stay in the mix. The splash value was massive. Great takedown from Blacksea on the left-hand side, be able to then line up those shots onto the turret and just get that taken care of. And Drake being marked as well is going to really make that position struggle. And Lenan taking no chances. Could have left the gems with Blacksea, as he did previously, flying hooked in and got them. And they don't want to risk that yet again. And I think that's the wise decision to make. Little knockback there from Drake, don't mind it at all, and a nice pull though. Blacksea should be able to super away though, and more often than not, Drake's been really punished for a lot of his plays. But you know, the mark did a lot of value as well prior to that. Tribe is staying on though so far, but the mid control is all with Panafresh.
Impressive stuff from Panafresh, really. Blacksea, despite getting pulled, able to just super his way out, get the kill onto Drake as well. Just negate some of that value. A gem away now on the side of Panafresh from a countdown. It spawns on their side as well, but they do need to extend a little bit to pick it up, and they're not willing to take the risk just yet, which does mean that Tribe catch up, and this is dangerous because they have a decent bit of mid control now as well. Drake has a pull, and he connects it too, but he ends up getting shut down either way. Blacksea nearly goes down himself. Gem carrier lost on the side of Panafresh, and he walks straight through the fire, I believe, and that is going to be enough to claim the kill. Drake trying to make something happen, but it might be at the cost of his own life here. Panafresh with the countdown, which I believe can still get shut down by Tribe, but it spawns on the side of Panafresh.
Huge!
A big kill that does reset things, and now we're back into a slight advantage for Panafresh if they can get to that gem.
Yeah, and there's a flying hook, but Blacksea's does it well away from the pool, but it'd be nice to be able to use it to go and get that last gem. It can still be reset, and there it will be. No, oh my word, how did he survive that? 13 to 11. It's Tribes to snatch to the end, and against all odds, I mean, that was a Panafresh game if I ever saw one.
Wow, honestly. I mean, what a terrific start from Panafresh, but Tribe just not giving them the opportunity to win the game. That's kind of what it was, right? As soon as that 10 gem was an opportunity, they blocked it off for so long until eventually Tribe caught up. And then the ability to just reset those countdowns, incredible stuff from Tribe Gaming. And I agree with you, Panafresh, they played better for the most part of it, but, you know, the most important part of it was Tribe.
Well, good start, but gems are tied here. Tom goes down the left, and that's going to put pressure onto the mid there as High manages to break the whole lot open. And again, you know, we saw so many times today how well he was doing on that Ruff's pick. Blacksea will go down as well. That will bring Tribe back into the mid. Good value from the splash there for Tom. Sandbags quickly taken care of. Drake, they're looking to get their magic hand, and Lena as well, also looking to get that speed, and probably just a couple of taps away now from it. Rafa needs to get back into this mid, start to get some value, whilst Drake and Lena will cluster, but now they're separated again. And Tom is going to be able to pressurize this left-hand side lane, but if he can hold that position, it will put a ton more pressure on the scenario. And yeah, Jaime knows it. Breaks open everything. The Y's cool.
Yeah, right now, it's fairly even, but positioning starting to get better for Tribe. Drake does end up walking on a nest egg. That's a disaster. Lena is low HP as well. That is exactly what Panafresh needed. And that's going to be a countdown secured by their side as well. But, oh, beautiful bait there from Blacksea. kind of shocked almost that Rage falls into that trap, into that bait, and Panafresh still have a strong countdown here. 12 seconds left. Blacksea still has a flying hook as well as a super now, and there should be no way that Tom interrupts that one. Panafresh at last do manage to take a game of Gem Grab.
They deserve it. I mean, this set, the way it's being played out, deserves to go to a third one to decide it. So close, but great plays, honestly, on that Cole pick. I mean, you just saw how important those flying hooks were to evade the magic hand and everything that Tribe could throw at it. Let's see now who's going to get that early advantage. Who's going to win the lanes and who's going to put that first sign of early pressure on. Drake's going to be getting more and more closer to that magic hand. But just go straight in. Patient to get the high ground as quickly as they can. And Tom now wins the left-hand side as well, putting a lot of pressure onto Blacksea. He was doing so well last game, and I'm sure it's not the last we're going to see of him in this one for sure. But that is 4 gems in the pocket of a Tribe. That's the best chance, best start rather, that they could have asked for at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. So 5 gems in favor of Tribe here, and it's probably the most dominant start we've had yet on Hard Rock Mine in the set. A nice pull from Drage onto Blacksea, which, again, Blacksea does survive for an odd amount of time, but he does end up going down, and now nearly goes down Wizened. But things are quite under control still for Tribe Gaming. Drage pops a nest egg. Not the end of the world, no one really there to capitalize, but it does keep him away from the gem that spawned on Panafresh's side. Drage still able to extend that lead furthermore, now 4 in favor of Tribe, and he shouldn't be too far off from his next pool, which is a bit of a dangerous prospect, and Blacksea maybe overestimates a little bit the amount of damage you would be able to deal there, and Tom manages to survive the encounter for now. Does play a little bit with fire. Drage misses the pull onto Rafa. That could have been a game-changing pull. Instead, it's an opportunity now for Panafresh to pop off, because gem-wise, they take over the lead.
Yeah, big mistakes. Big mistakes from Tribe. The miss pull. Lenan, doing what he can, but Tom went a bit overly aggressive for me. He has about 600 HP, and it would have been better to just come back, heal up a little bit, but just kept kind of continuation shots, and that's just going to slow your healing. Just almost basically in that respect, accepting a death. And yeah, I mean, Tribe are just not synergized right now, and it's showing. Panafresh are just walking away with this one, not showing any signs of real struggle, and so limited utility, no speed from Lenan, no magic hand from Drage. What can they realistically do in the time that is left? Nothing. Panafresh will take this first set.
Panafresh then looking good, starting things off strong, 1-0 against Tribe Gaming, and this, we can't forget, is the decider. There's no more after this. This decides who goes to the finals. And Tribe, not looking good off the start. I will say, they managed to win a game, but should they have even won the game?
I mean, for me, no. I mean, Panafresh deserved that set. They just did. I mean, they were able to just withstand the heat, and they were very, very good on the draft side of things to have something that was going to be able to counteract what Tribe brought to the table. It just feels like Tribe at the moment are just not really together. They're not really utilizing what they've got at the right times to be able to... Well, they got some good resets, but I mean, Panafresh are just looking far more comfortable for me.
They really are, and it's definitely a worrying thing for Tribe Gaming at this point. They come into this surely feeling fairly confident. They're looking for the revenge against Panafresh to start with after beating them and knocking them down a peg on those leaderboards. So looking for revenge, and so far it doesn't look like they might be getting it. Pretty similar statistics here, though, except from that damage, which is heavily in Panafresh's side. Gems picked up, gems dropped, even across the board, really, if you look at the kind of gaps in between them, I guess. And just Tribe Gaming just not looking like their usual selves. You compare their BSC performance to these performances, and it's just not alike. They're not playing as a team. I will say, I like the draft. G-Max, you can't go wrong with it, right? But still,
well, apparently you can.
But still, like, I don't know. I don't think a penny should be losing against Ruffs, and it's difficult. It really is.
Yeah, no, it's not looking great at all from Tribe Gaming. There were some glimpses of greatness here and there. Some great dodges from Lenan for a little bit. A couple of really good pulls from Drage too, but then some misses, some just a lot more inconsistency on the side of Tribe, where I think they probably had some of the best plays of that set was on their side, but then all the biggest mistakes from that set were on their side too. And that's just not really what we expect from, the #1 seed in EU.
Indeed. Out in the Open is up next on that knockout map, and I believe neither of these teams have played it today. Panafresh might have. I just don't think we've seen Tribe on this map, and It's one of those maps that's kind of a little bit questionable. We've seen, you know, the odd Eve coming in. We've seen a lot of those sharpshooters today. Brock being the #1 pick, pretty much always. Gus, Bonnie, those kind of long-range sharpshooter brawls. But you also do have to have that kind of aspect of mid-range or close range to be able to take those encounters when they do come close. Whether that's a sharpshooter who's pretty capable out of range, that works as well.
I think if you try, you've got to ban Ruffs. I mean, just simply because, like, Jaime, every time he has it, it brings the win in for Bannerfresh. I don't think it's a particularly great brawler to have on this map, but if he wants to play it, I think they've got to really consider how they handle him at the very least. You know, I mean, if you can't do it with a Penny, you know, it's going to struggle, and Penny would be a great pick to have here as well. I mean, ideally, you know, ban the Brock. It's been first pick more often than not today on this particular map, and I think for absolutely good reason. You know, it's a fantastic way to get really into the action fast, you know, by breaking up that mid straight away off the bat. Ultimately, you know, I think that we've seen a lot of, you know, Lenon choosing Colettes and Maxes in the past, which can provide a lot of pressure, but they also have a lot of risks attached to them. Bans are in, and Bannerfresh banning out the Gus, the Max, and the Sprout. Try banning out the Jean, the Max, and the Bonnie. I like it, but it's definitely going to open up doors a lot to still other things. Piper coming, ooh.
I mean, I think it's a pretty viable pick here. We saw, we've seen quite a bit of success with Viper in the past as well, you know. I mean, it's always a very decent sharpshooter. Leaving Brock open could still be something that's a bit problematic, as Brock just gives that early mid access and level of versatility that Piper just can't really match. She's a bit more extreme, right? And focusing on just sharpshooting, getting those snipes and eliminations. Just one thing I want to mention here as well, which is probably in Bannerfresh's favor, is the fact that those teams didn't necessarily prepare for those matches, right? Because tiebreakers, I mean, it was pretty unlikely to get to this point. So those are matches where teams maybe go in much more blindly than usual. And I mean, in that first set, it kind of felt like it, at least on the side of Tribe. And they're gonna go Brock, they're gonna go Eve, which I think is pretty much what I would have gone for as well, which might be worrisome for Tribe, to be fair. But I think it does have some merit. You know, Brock, I already mentioned it, but Eve as well. I mean, we've seen Eve pop off very recently, and I think it's a worthy addition to the comp of Tribe.
You know, I think Brock would have probably been a first pick for me instead of that Piper. I feel like it's a little bit unusual that it wasn't, but Carl and Bell being the brawlers that Bannerfresh had to theirs, and it's tried and proven for Bannerfresh. The last set, they played these brawls and it worked well. Very, very well indeed, and now they're coming to try and do the same once more in this one, and it is similar. It's very similar layout. You know, obviously you don't have the bush down the sides, but it is a bushy back, long-range sharpshooters, that kind of thing, and Tribe Gaming really needs to respond quite well, you know. Janet, possibly, something like that. Got to play kind of the mid-range game, and they're kind of going Nanny with Charm. Oh. Yeah, that goes without saying, that'd be pretty decent against that Piper, but just I'm fine with Nanny here as long as it doesn't get played like it did with the bow.
Yeah, it's a hard counter to Piper. I mean, I can see it, but again, like when we saw it earlier today with Navi, you know, just the strategy of sitting back just doesn't work, and it's not going to happen here if there's no bow to combine with it. So I think it's going to be certainly played more on the aggressive here. It's an interesting first pick actually from Tribe, realistically with that Eve, but they could follow up with something, and the Brock is an ideal thing to do that with. But again, I think a lot of teams are underestimating just how good Bell is currently in the meta. I mean, since the Reload gear coming into play, it really has catapulted her forwards, and you know, it still kind of feels like one of those brawlers that is kind of, you know, still very safe, very kind of, you know, just versatile in that respect, but I think it is getting a lot more value than I think many teams realize. Lenon, low, 360 HP, somehow, some way he gets out of it alive still, and again, we were discussing earlier, like Lenon does tend to go down quite early on in knockout, and he's got to be very, very cautious given what's at stake.
He's playing a dangerous game, for sure, but in the end, he is the last player remaining, maybe because he fell back to heal up because of that interaction. Don't really see a world where this is clutchable here for Lenon. He goes down, and Bannerfresh, they take the first round, and I mean, Tribe need to be incredibly careful here. There's really not all that much room for mistakes. Another tag there from Jaime. Obviously, you know, you can't just homemade recipes. Well, no need for it, I guess. As Lenon goes down, Dreiji follows him to the grave, and Tom, he tries his best, but there's just not much to do there. And Panafresh, they make it a scarily quick first game of Knockout.
I'm getting some serious flashbacks, honestly, from that Challenge Day 5. It felt like it went a very similar way when Tribe just basically lost the set very, very quickly, you know, at a crucial moment in time. I mean, now Panafresh are, you know, one game away from really turning up the heat. I mean, you know, you're going to a set 5 if Tribe still stand a chance at that point. So they've got to slow this pace down. I mean, Knockout is that game mode where you just want to be staying on your feet. You just want to be surviving on, just trying to cycle in supers and you know, especially if Tom can get that, you know, super down and have the hatchlings. It's a tough thing to handle with Piper. Great takedown there though, and it's gonna make that 3 versus 2 yet again. Blacksea somehow gets away with that. I don't know. That was pretty disgusting if you ask me.
I mean, it's a Carl, you know. It's kind of why you bring him to the table here as well. A great kill from Tom, which might actually save the day as Drage gets a follow-up, and what was a 3v2 somehow ended up being a 2v1 now in favor of Tribe, and impressive stuff all around from them. They'll clear up Blacksea quite nicely and carry over the Brock Super 2, which I'm probably not the best super here, but either way, they're not going to say no to it. And on the other hand, they only have a Piper Super, which is definitely weaker than Brock's overall in this sort of situation. So I think Tribe can be pretty happy about how this turned out, and a bit of a choke perhaps from Panafresh.
Great jukes there from Lenan. He's still doing it. I mean, the shots from the side of Panafresh are not bad at all, honestly, between Rafa. But, oh, Rafa's low here. The one shot is down. Yeah, he goes down there. 3 versus 2 now, and Peep coming in, flying hook from Blacksea, a good time for it. He knows that Tribe are vulnerable and does come out with a kill. He's still there, and Tribe don't know where he is now. They're going to try to pinch it. They do get it, but they've got to be cautious here. Yeah, especially now, that tap from Jaime onto Lenan. This could go from bad to worse very quickly. Lenan taking no chances, body blocking there for Tom, and forcing out the return to center, which does then actually return. Hatchlings as well now. We're going to increase the chances of Tribe being able to take a game here as, yeah, forcing back there Jaime. Not really anything that he can do about the situation, but that was a much-needed game for Tribe. Genuinely, but they are far from out of the woods.
I think that was a bit of a choke from Panafresh, to be fair. I mean, you have man advantage, and it's not like it was a quick trade either. There was a solid, like, 15 seconds, you know? Maybe not quite, but still, like, they were full HP after that opening kill. That should not have been something that they could turn around. But either way, Tribe, they'll take it, and they really needed to, as you mentioned as well. Super again from Drage to remove some of those bushes, make it a little bit... I mean, first of all, speed gear is not going to be as impactful, but also just information is going to be denied. Or rather, not denied, as the bushes are gone. A homing recipe popped by Jaime, connects the shot onto Drage. No follow-up, though. And Blacksea is going very aggressive again. Needs to be careful. And yeah, I mean, he overextends his welcome, and he gets punished for it.
Lenan does get a return center up, but he goes down now. It's 2 versus 2. Drage is low as well. Rafa, though, is lower, and it is picked up by Tom, and the jump away as well for safe measure. Jaime now might choose to break a little bit here, which he will here, but he's going to have to do a lot here. Tom's low, but he's going to keep his distance thoroughly so, and Drage keeps the pressure on with the Incinerary. Yeah, it's going to be tough for Jaime to do much about this. Such a close round, though, honestly. I mean, just so many moments there which could have gone either way. Early Peep coming out for Lenan and looking to try to make a connection, and the rocket fuel is good, and the follow is better, and that is the perfect round start for Tribe.
Wow. I mean, impressive stuff from Tribe. Blacksea trying to somehow find an opening here or there, but it's tough. It really is, and Tom up close should be winning that matchup any day. It's only Rafa left alive, and not much of a chance for him either. That is going to be a Tribe set. And I'm going to be honest with you, Trav, I kind of feel like we're seeing some of the exhaustion come in play here as well, with both teams kind of giving away some situations they really should be winning, but especially Panafresh in this one.
We'll give the win to Tribe because of time zones. I think that's the one. You know, they're behind an hour or two. I don't know about daylight savings around here, but I know they're behind an hour or two. So that's the reason they're managing to win this one, I think. Yeah, it's what we put it down to, but no, I mean, they played really well. And Eve hits hard. Eve hits hard now, honestly, especially with the reload as well. It's a dangerous brawl to play up against. And, you know, I love to hate Eve.
Yeah,
it's one of my hobbies. It's one of my hobbies, but, you know, I take it all back. Eve it's a solid brawl now. It can be played, alright? It can be played, but I would say Panafresh, they played well. They should have won some rounds that they didn't, and it's a 3v2, and all of a sudden, like 10 seconds later, it turns into a 2v1. It's kind of out of nowhere, but more damage from Tribe, less healing, but more supers, and we know supers can be massively influential, and they just are in Knockout in general. It usually is how games are defined. Clearly, Tribe Gaming were the ones who defined them better.
Yeah, and I've got to say, considering just how quickly that first game went the way of Panafresh, that was the time that I was just certain that Tribe would continue to crumble. I mean, it's kind of something which they've been known to do. That has been a thing this season. But they were able to just regroup a little bit, and especially coming out of Gem Grab, where synergy was a problem. We saw great signs from them in Knockout that synergy became a good strength for them. I mean, there's great pairings, great escapism from Tom on that Eve pick as well, just to kind of land the blow and then also be able to escape away from the potential Piper shots. I mean, this is now very neck and neck, actually. I think the Tribe is still struggling a bit, but they are starting to patch up their wounds. Panafresh on the back of that one, going into this next set. We'll see if they're able to regroup, and much of that will come down to the draft, of course. But, I did feel like that was a Panafresh set.
It seemed that way, to be honest. It did genuinely seem that way, but I did like the Tribe draft. The Nani pick was really, really solid, just to counter out the Piper mainly, and then obviously the other lane's pretty firm as well. Ring of Fire on Hot Zone is going to be the third map. Ruffs, Crow, and Carl banned out from Tribe. Panafresh ban out Crow, Otis, and Sprout. Another Sprout ban on Ring of Fire, bear in mind, as well. It's becoming a bit of a trend nowadays. Janet going to be the first pick from Panafresh. Bell and Amber, almost forgot the name of her then, come in as return picks from Tribe. Solid stuff. We know Tom loves a bit of Amber, and Bell's going to be in safe hands no matter who it's on in Tribe, really. I do really like the Janet, though, Teddy.
Yeah, me too, and I also like taking Bell away from Blacksea's hands, because he kind of popped off with it so far today, and I think it's just wise to not give him that Brawler, because we've seen how important comfort picks have been overall so far today, on the side of Panafresh especially, whether it was Ruffs on Jaime or Bell on Blacksea. They're going to opt to go Bo and Stu as their two final picks, which I respect. I mean, again, I talked earlier, but I think Bo right now, especially after a long day, your opponents are not going to be quite as good at, dodging those arrows or the bow mines. So you can find some nice value there. And with Stu, I mean, it's Stu. He's one of the staples of Ring of Fire at this point.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Stu's very, very solid. You keep the speed zone down. Yes, it might decay now, but it's still such good work for the amount of time it's there. And if someone does aggress, obviously, then you can kind of defend it quite well with the mobility that you get from it, and your supers as well. Gas the healer in there as well. It's just so versatile. I am kind of liking the Tribe comp just that little bit more. I'm not sure why. I feel like Squeak's going to be able to destroy these speed zones that little bit easier, but he does play it quite defensive.
I'm surprised, honestly, to not see a Poco. It wasn't banned out. I mean, and no one taking up the reply totem concept of the Meg here, which I think it does have a lot of merit, but these comps work for me, for sure. Good burn down there, and massively so, actually. Now 20 HP, I think, on the head there of, I can't quite see who it was, Jaime. Black's in a good spot on the left-hand side, going to pressurize this for all it's worth and getting a lot of value as well. Probably one shot away as well from Super. Place down drop the base, but nothing really more than that. The pickup from Drage there was good, and gradually going to work his way forwards. Needs to heal up, though. Those shots will slow that and sort of keep him low, and that will encourage a response here from Panafresh.
Yeah, they have some utility to work with as well. Jaime has a super Rafa placing down mines now in the back line of Tribe, making sure they don't get easy access to the mid. Rage able to defuse one. There's only one left now. Will be taken care of quite easily as well. Jaime very low HP, still gets the kill anyways. And he might be what just keeps Tribe away from just getting free access to the zone here. Yeah, it seems like it. Reinforcements have arrived as Blacksea is able to get a nice pickup. Will be able to tank that shot with his gadget, and Lena and Drage not in the best situation, lacking some of their HP there. In the meantime, Panafresh just keep capturing the zone. Jaime still manages to survive, and Blacksea still harassing Tom as well. This is looking quite good for Panafresh.
It really is. I mean, you can't cluster like that against the Janet. It just shreds through everything, and Tribe are leaving a lot of these, potential kills here just on such low HP, but Panafish are healing up. They're just coming back, regrouping, and that's the problem. Tribe are not confirming these kills and getting the pressure that they need to retake the mid, and it's just happening over and over. They've got to push together more as a team and control those lanes a bit better. Start to get team wipes in play where you can start to really push up on the left and the right hand sides. Get in a position where getting out of that spawn is so difficult. That's what Panafish did against Tribe, and it worked wondrously well.
Yeah, I think they need to be careful so not fiending off too much, As soon as the setup is kind of there and there's bow mines that buy time and create space, it gets a little bit more complicated to be as reactive on the side of Tribe Gaming. Let's see how game 2 goes here as Drage is hitting some good shots, hits the super as well as Rafa is now marked up and eventually goes down. Still, it is a trade as Drage actually went down to Rafa too. But Tribe so far was a pretty decent lead. Better than in game 1 at least. And Lena gets tagged up quite heavily on the right-hand side, but is able to get back safe and sound. And another kill from Rafa in the mid here is quite big, but he does get tagged up by Lena's super.
Tom will get a takedown and then proceeds to control that mid with Blacksea here. It's dangerous, and yeah, everyone knows it. Drage marks him up, but Nan's got to finish it up. Drop the base there for defensive capabilities, and now the takedown is there, but that was a moment that could have gone from bad to worse for Tribe for sure. Now starting to regroup now and get into a good spot. Rafa's continuation fire though on this mid is so good. Early mines popped will help out Tribe a lot. Nest egg is so placed on the side of Tribe spawn though, and they'd like to get one in a more aggressive position there. I think that's one drop the base left for Blacksea, which could be a concern, but it's actually a very close scoreline. Now Rafa's getting so much time in the zone and just eradicating what Tribe had, which was a fantastic start.
A minute and 20 seconds left on the clock, and I'm saying it because it might actually come down to it at this point. Very slow-paced game and very even as well. It is going to be Panafish with a little bit more of a lead. Is that going to last though? Still big opportunities here for Tribe to open things up. They at least chase Panafish away from the zone. They're getting a couple percentages to their side as well. Rafa is getting tagged up quite heavily, but it's Tom that goes down. We do see the kill onto Blacksea from Drage. Rafa gets hit by the connection from Lena, and Tribe, it's a good moment to get that team wipe, get some control, and take over the lead now.
Yeah, nesting there as well whilst they had the time, and that's what you need. You've got to get these team wipes. They play such a vital role in Ring of Fire, and just allowing to play some utility down. Good mark as well, and the follow-up was equally as good here. This is going to come down, I feel. I don't want to speak too soon, but I feel like it's going to come down to a third game here to decide this set. Missed mark from Drage, but support there. Either side, though, is there for Tom and Lenan. 15% now needed. The last, well, not the last, but one more Super Toast from left. It's not necessarily even going to matter the way that Panafish are coming in. They're cycling their spawns badly for me. They've got to be able to push as a team and retake swiftly. They're not doing that. Yep, it's going to come down to it. This game will decide who takes this set, and it's a really valuable set to get. This is going to make a huge, huge difference. After this set, one game in the next one, and you're a match point. And this, again, just to reiterate for anyone that might be joining the stream, is the decider. Whoever wins this game will be joining the 3 teams that we've already got qualified for those challenge finals.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have had a long and exhausting journey to get to this point. I'm not just talking about today, obviously the whole season, everything that goes before that as well, but when you look at that, Rafa finding the opening kill. He's been solid on the bow so far. Let's see if he can carry Panafish to a second set win. Blacksea burns to his demise as eventually here Tribe should be able to get a bit more of a foothold in the mid, get some percentages locked in. Things starting to look better as they are catching up after a pretty decent early game from Panafish.
Good pressure from Rafa. The shield though will do a lot for Drage to survive on here, but Jaime coming in whilst he's low, knows it. Goes down himself now, and that's gonna apply more pressure onto his team. It's going to be Rafa alone, but he is very good though in these situations at surviving on as well as he does, and he's doing just that. He's marked up, he's one shot away from death, but he's still surviving on. Coming back, healing up. I mean, it takes a lot for him to go down that mid, and that's what's providing Panafish with such a nice cushioning in terms of the scoreline.
Yeah, absolutely so. I mean, they have twice the capture time as of right now, and with a player down, Tom taking a while to respawn, it leaves room to cycle those respawns, as this time around it is Rage that falls. But a nice kill here in favor of Tribe might be exactly what they needed, because, yeah, Rafa is marked up, and it's going to be hard for him to really hold on to the mid in that sort of condition. So Nestek as well sneaky in the mid now that could catch them off guard, although placement is very defensive on the side of Tribe. Rage is in that zone, is catching up. Blacks is incredibly low HP, needs to be careful, eventually falls to Tom. Tom surviving with just a tiny little bit of health. Rafa is in the zone though, and Panafish are getting dangerously close to that finish line. A beautiful snipe in the bush there from Drage, able to find Rafa as Jaime desperately tries to find an opening on the right-hand side, also incredibly low, eventually falls, and this might just be what wins Tribe Gaming the set.
Leonard did great there. I mean, that little shot there might not seem like much, but honestly, it could have led to Stu being a huge problem in the back right-hand pocket. As such, though, it's not by much, 4% in favor of Tribe, and Drake's surely going to go down here eventually if he doesn't heal up, 49 HP, but now he's in a good spot to do it. This could be a turnaround here. Honestly, Panafish are in a fantastic position for it. The nest eggs are in a good spot, though. If they get triggered, then that will leave them susceptible to damage. Blackson takes to the air here. Low HP, Lenan surviving on 95% in favor of Panafish, and I don't know whether Tribe got the time here to do it. Lenan is still on the zone. Tom is there. This is going to come down to the wire. Rafa comes in for one final push. 97% is there. Panafish will take it.
My goodness, 3% in it, a couple of seconds as well, as actually time ran out this time. We went full extend. This is as long as a hot zone game can get.
The bow mine. Then it was like, should I go, should I not go, should I go, should I not go? He was like, oh, well, I'll just dive to this bow mine then instead. But, I mean, Panafish, man, I honestly think Tribe should have won that one towards the end. Panafish looked so good throughout that last game, but then Tribe just started to come back. They were just so kind of like, you know, do we go on, do we not? And they were like, all the time, are all the people coming back? And they were like so indecisive about it. It was just all back and forward, so many issues, and Panafish come out on top. And, you know, honestly, they kind of deserved it.
What a close game. Like, what a close game. I mean, it really, really was completely back and forth from start to finish, but Panafish just had that little bit more of an edge, honestly. I mean, they just really valued their time on the mid. Yeah, that's the moment you were talking about there, right? And then it just came down so much to the wire. I feel like it could have been won by Tribe there in those final seconds, honestly. If a couple of shots had landed, and Tom on the left, I think, was the one that went down. If they'd just been able to stay on their feet a bit there, it could have been, honestly, it's high. I mean, that would have been a great thing to have, I feel, in this position, but that could have been it. Now, this is the worry that I have for Tribe. It's like, notoriously, in these positions, they don't do well. Like, when they're behind, now more often than not, it tends to go the way of their opposition. They, at this moment in time, have got to take it to the fifth and final set. They've got no other option here. Panafish are in a commanding position. I don't know. I honestly, it's too close to call at this point.
It really is, but I mean, statistics-wise, everything except for healing was in Tribe, and if you get that many kills and that much damage, you usually expect to be able to be on the hot zone more than they were. There was just so many bow mines, and then the lane pressure was just incredible as well. And, you know, I think the only thing we can take away from this is just Jaime's just good at the game. I think that's, you know. Blacksy too. I mean, Rafa played incredible in mid. Yes, he was dodging, you pick that out, but those lanes, I mean, especially, you know, Blacksy on the Janet, you know, taking advantage of them being grouped up, and then, you know, Jaime at certain points as well was just so aggressive and in the spawn, being able to dodge so much. And Panafish are just, honestly, their individual mechanical skill is really up there with the best. It's just, you know, I'm not going to question their team play, but there's just something about them that's just not putting them on the same level as, you know, the higher teams, but they're still absolutely incredible. The mechanics are some of the best I've seen.
Solid plays from them, and just as a reminder, last time those two teams faced each other, wasn't it a 3-1 in favor of Panafish? So, I mean, there's potential for history to just straight up repeat itself here. Either way, we're moving forwards to Sneaky Fields for set number 4, and Tribe are banning out Carl, Surge, and Ems, whereas Panafish, their bans are going to be Otis, Max, and Janet.
Quite like the bans for the most part. I mean, B first pick is one that we actually didn't see Drage on the B pick earlier, but I'm going to assume that he will be now. But Otis being banned here, I think, is quite an important one. Max as well, especially. I think Panafish's bans are absolutely on point here. Surge as well, you know, absolutely so. You can gain stacks so quickly with that brawler out of the mix. But great to see Sneaky Phil's coming back in. You know, it's going to bring in a lot of brawlers that we haven't seen necessarily for a while. But I think they've kind of got to ban out the roughs. They didn't. Don't mind it necessarily, but you know, again, Jaime, Bo, solid pick, and I think an underrated one as well. I mean, just given how Panafresh has been playing with it, I don't think it's nearly as kind of mediocre as it was prior to the reload gate coming into play.
Yeah, I mean, it generally is a bit weird.
Is.
Yeah, I mean, Ruff's has just been so strong, right? Whenever he picks that brawler up, he's just incredible on it, and I don't see it changing. It was this map that we were kind of like, oh wow, you know, Jaime's good at this brawler. And he was just completely dominating Mystic with it, and it wouldn't surprise me if he does more of the same against Tribe. You know, it's not like B's going to have such good positioning against it. You can't really like, bounce those shots. I mean, I guess you can kind of bring Rico in to kind of combat it around those walls and play kind of a bit of that warfare, but I mean, we saw Barley banned out in the last one. Is there any chance that Barley's pretty decent here? It had some good buffs, right? It had, you know, other things to bring in, but I've seen Barley played here before, don't get me wrong. Kind of just slot into the pocket and spam the side, but I don't know how good it is. Griff, I do kind of like that, break up the walls and stop that ability to bounce that Ruffs is obviously going to be able to abuse so well. And obviously it pairs well with the B as well, so I kind of like what Tribe are going for here.
I don't mind it. I feel like on this map, I do kind of prefer the Ruffs overall. Just gives a little bit more versatility, in my opinion. And as well as the breaks, you know, you're not limited to only 3, and you have possibilities to really make some interesting plays. We'll see the Penny as a final pick from Tribe. That's the biggest surprise, to be fair. Tribe are, you know, commonly known as Penny enjoyers. They bring it in quite often in their drafts. Usually not necessarily as a final pick, but I don't mind it here, I think, as well, if it gets a little bit more stalemate-y, which is a possibility, because tension is high. We saw how intense and close it was just earlier on Ring of Fire. It could be what kind of opens things up. It was a cleverly placed mortar. That's a lot of value, and I think Squeak is a good way to address that sort of situation, as well as a Honey Molasses that could be placed down somewhere, and sometimes be a bit of a struggle to take down. Yes, there's DK, but Squeak, I mean, he's going to destroy it way faster than DK.
Yeah, and you know, the sticky residue as well. You know, there's going to be that early game moment where Tribe have got to survive on. They've got to hold their ground. They've got to slow the pace massively, so especially with the momentum that Panafresh have behind them. And the question will be is when those Squeak gadgets rather are exacerbated, how Panafresh handle that. It can be a tough one to kind of push back with if you lose that mid control. Let's see, early super totem there for tanking purposes, and Rafa will be low on HP here. This is a great start for Tribe. Flying Star, it's going to be a goal. Surely the pass is there, no room for error. Tom will score it, and that is the best start you can have in Brawl Ball, and especially considering the position that Tribe are in, it's going to give them a much needed lift off the back of that loss in Hot Zone.
Yeah, the now falls early on this time around, which opens things up a little bit as Jaime destroys the walls on the left side too. Drage, just be careful. Beautiful bounce from Jaime, and we've mentioned so many times already today how incredible he's been on the roughs, and they're going to need it on the side of Panafresh. His best performance, if possible here, would go a long way. They don't want to go to that 5th set on the side of Panafresh, but so far, I mean, they're doing a pretty decent job at building up control. They're getting nice kills here and there. Lena is going down. This could be a chance. Maybe Rafa could even score it right there, but it's a 2v1, one that is going to be challenging for Drage, and eventually, as 1 and 1 cancel themselves out, he's just going to walk it in, and no, suddenly we're all tied up again.
Yeah, Lenan didn't really contribute too much there for me. Like, he went down, he wasted kind of a bit of a super as well, which is a great thing to have as a Griff to be able to really slow that momentum forwards. Let's see here, he does connect well and does get a kill, cycling it. Okay, he's redeemed himself, I take it all back. Lenan, you're great, you're amazing, but can you finish? That's the question. No, Tom needs to do it. He will do it. But realistically, that should have been Lenan.
I love how you dissed him, and then he comes with maybe the play of the day. Single-handedly just dismantles the entire defense. Thank you, Ark.
Prior that, it was... was the reason that
you were right.
Yeah,
you were right. He was the weak link until he became
the strong link. Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's like I said, he redeemed himself instantly. I love it. Let's see though how this one fares. It was Tribe that had the fantastic flying start last time round, but Will Panafresh be able to turn up the heat a little bit? They'd love to get onto a match point, but these taps from Dre just strong in the mid. A break from the left-hand side as well from Lenal will open up things massively for him, and great slow connection. It's looking good for Tribe. Potential goal scoring opportunity, and it is.
Again, you know, an early goal for Tribe, and in a previous game it made all the difference in the end. Great super from Lenal again there, but not quite able to commit afterwards. We'll be close to his next super either way, with a double connection on both players. Nearly goes down. Actually does. Again, some good damage on Rafa, not enough for a kill. Dreji needs to be very careful here as Rafa pushes forward. Surely there's going to be some mines there around the goal area. The supply drop as well. Maybe a little bit overkill there. And Jaime not able to get it in time. Tom takes him out, and now suddenly the ball is cornered.
I think Tribe have got to be a bit more cautious when it comes to their healing. I mean, a lot of the time they just kind of keep committing to shooting, and they just need to play a little bit slower for me. That was a very, very close call for them. They survived it, but I mean, it wasn't by much in all honesty. Let's see whether they can regroup now. It's a nice tap from Dre just there onto Rafa, but his low HP, again, we'll see his demise. Tom will pick up the slack, and now Jaime with a supply drop coming in. Tom being very sneaky here. He's going to be able to come in here unaware, and Black Sea stood still for a little bit as if just to accept it and take it, but Jaime going to use the corner, not for long. This is a great chance. I mean, a Tribe can just keep this momentum, like in terms of just getting kill after kill, and keep Panafresh back here. They can just buy down the clock.
Certainly so. And so far, we're going to be embracing that idea as Black Sea goes for a super, gets a connection onto Drage. 9 HP is all he has now, but Tom with a nice pickup onto Jaime. Make sure that those respawns are just never synced up on the side of Panafresh, because either way, even if Tribe get a team wipe, they're not going to be able to score here. They don't care. They have that goal advantage. All they want to do is make sure that Panafresh at no point get a strong enough push to turn things around, and this means that set 5 is on the menu here.
I mean, what can I say? Shout out to that Trav guy, honestly. He predicted set 5, and that's what we're seeing. And that's what we're seeing. You know, it was all down to me.
Himself. Are you listening to this?
I manifested it, all right. I manifested it
in the third person.
We'll throw some other compliments out there then. You know, well played to Lane on that one. Some great plays. I mean, his movement down that right side was disgusting. Arc, typical Arc, always roasting people, and then he just makes the play.
Worst timing possible.
Play, yeah. He just dodges
the lead up to it. He redeemed himself, but prior to it, it was all over the place. He
just dodges 2 shots and just walks up and absolutely destroys them. It was just some of the most beautiful play we've seen all day. And
didn't finish it though. He didn't. It almost led to a defense.
I'm so sorry that he got 2 kills and then almost got a goal. Not enough for Arc. It's not enough for him.
Never enough.
Yeah, well, disappointing stuff from Arc, but not disappointing stuff from Tribe Gaming. They'll be taking it to a 5th set, and that's where it'll be decided. 5th set, what better way to decide it? Because it's going to be who's going to Valencia for the finals will be decided by this one, and statistics coming in now, and less healing, but quite a fair amount more damage for Tribe Gaming. They did seem quite commandingly in control of it. Yes, they conceded a goal in that first one, but I mean, you're not going to be able to concede that. You've got like rough supers being thrown at you, bone mines placed in the goal mouth. It's a difficult one not to be able to concede. But, you know, do you think with Tribe's momentum coming off the back of that one, Teddy, that Panafresh will be able to close this one out, or do you think Tribe got it in the bag?
It's a tough call, man. I mean, obviously, you know, momentum is on the side of Tribe, all that stuff. But I can still see both teams doing a big oopsie in the draft, or like both teams so far have done a lot of mistakes, which kind of means I wouldn't rule either of them out. Yes, Tribe are looking just a little bit better getting into this 5th set, but we've seen them throw a lot. We've seen Panafresh throw here and there too, and I would not exclude that possibility that even if a team has a better draft or is coming in with a better spirit in that 5th set, that they just kind of, you know, mess things up and suddenly it's match point for the other team. It goes that fast.
Common Day 7 SPS trend of just messing things up and not wanting to win. I think that's... Here, guys, you just go ahead to the next phase of the competition. I don't even want it, but it's pit stop. It's been gone for a while, but I'm glad that it's back. Surge, Daryl, and Barley going to be the bands from Tribe Gaming. And then we have the Panafresh bands of Griff, Rico, and Daryl is banned out from them as well. Glad they got rid of the Rico and the Griff as well, breaking walls. And obviously they've seen pit stop being played earlier, and they've seen how disgusting Surge was. Honestly, that was some vile gameplay from Chazma, but Carl going to be the first pick, and obviously with Surge out the way, it's not a bad one, I would say.
Yeah, I don't mind it here, especially under the circumstances. I think Ruffs, though, can be great on defense. I mean, you know, ultimately just being able to sit back and just try to land those shots, get the supply drops rolling in. It's a good start for Tribe. It's been a common thing this year as well, which is that very first early Ruffs pick. Gale coming in, which is interesting. I mean, I'm assuming Springboard, you know, to get into the map fast, because like there's Daryl bans on both sides, so there's still obviously the potential of an El Primo. We saw that earlier today on pit stop, and you know, it would be a great thing to have the defense of that if it were to show its face. But I guess it's a pretty good deterrent now that it is on the field. But Tribe can follow up here. They're definitely lacking some range, and I wonder whether that be the flavor of things, and it is. Collect coming in, and another one to follow.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decent reply to the Carl, of course. I don't think they need to like assess the Gale either way, you know. I think Brock opening things up and stuff doubles down nicely with Ruffs and trying to kind of have a more open map and more open access to the safe. As so far, there is no destruction available on the side of Panafresh, which might be something they want for their final pick, although I don't immediately see something available since Griff is banned here as well. So I'm not sure what they want to go for. They could go for a tank. I'm expecting to see the launch pad as well from the guild. They're gonna go Edgar. I mean, they're going all in for this final set.
I mean, honestly, you're weighing your entire SPS Season 2 journey on an Edgar? Is that what I'm seeing right now? But honestly, it's not going to do too bad against them, let's face it. You know, it's not got enough HP for Colette to really dominate it. It's not too that slow, and I'd imagine Brock's going to be playing the wall break, right? So he's not going to have the jump away, and you know, it does have possibilities of working. But, you know, if Brock can open up, if Colette can get some supers off, then it's going to be a Tribe win, and if not, if it remains closed, then I can see Panafresh taking this. I
mean, like you say, though, I mean, to pick it, with everything that's at stake, for a brawler that's not really, you know, meta. I mean, I'm saying not really, it's not meta. We don't tend to often see it unless it's like a hard counter to Rico, but clearly, Panafresh feel very comfortable with it. I mean, it's a statement and a half, and that's a good start for Jaime, who demonstrates that, yeah, I mean, this is a brawler that he's competent with, but he's got to keep this up and you know, keep demonstrating why it's a healthy choice. But I think if he keeps these jukes up as well, it's not a bad shout.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's also the faster supercharge rate on Edgar, which I don't want to say it threw him in the meta, because it really didn't, but it might make things a bit more interesting. I mean, 20%, it's quite considerable, especially since, you know, he already gets his super fairly fast in the first place. So I can definitely see some ideas there working. So far, it is 5% in favor of Tribe, though.
Yeah, it's like that kind of brawler which is just going to keep trouble in the defense, and they've got to find that balance. At the moment, they are just looking a bit hesitant around it and not wondering, you know, not sure whether to leave it or to move forwards and go on the aggressive, and they've got to start being more decisive at the moment. It's quite a close scoreline, though. Blacksea going to flying hook in, though, and chooses to go for the takedown rather than any damage on the safe and regroup. I mean, again, like with that damage gear coming into play, it can provide a lot of value. Drake has got super. Lana will square up there, but Jaime is still that last person standing.
Yeah, Drake trying to take him down, does reset his heals. It's challenging to hit him this up close with Brock, especially considering how quickly Jaime can run. He's going to get his super off his gadget, jump in onto Drake. That's a free kill, and he still gets a decent bit of value on safe. Blacksea could get some more too, and yeah, he's going to be spinning all around. It gets a ton of value, but Lana has been getting a couple of shots off on Panafresh safe too. 27% in it now in favor of Panafresh, but time, it's very low. They need to find something here on the side of Tribe Gaming. Jaime is still alive. He's going to get some damage on safe. Damage gear activated as well. This is looking a whole lot like a match point, and it's for Panafresh.
Great stuff from them. It really was. And again, a smart draft seemingly so far. And Tribe, as I said before, have got to start to decide what they're doing with this Edgar issue. I mean, it was great that Lanan's going in and getting the damage that he is, but there's just no teamwork happening right now for Tribe. They're just kind of like a bit panicky because they probably weren't expecting this. We weren't expecting this as a draft to come in. But a swift takedown there of Rafa will open up some options. A good shot from Drage, and oh, that was a great takedown from Lanan. Blacksea with the last man standing at the moment, but again, they've got to start to get this control, hold their own in these mid areas, and just have Jaime not push forwards like he is.
Yeah, some nice connections from Drage onto the save there. Very valuable. A lot of damage, actually.
Wow.
And no one is defending him. No one is taking care of him. And he's found like 50% damage just on his own right here, right there. And they need to be careful. Eventually, he does get shut down by Black Seal. And now with a gotcha gadget as well, gets stunned. Still manages to heal up a decent bit. Does not quite get to connect that final shot in time. And now Black Seal gonna get some nice damage on safe as well, but there is a bit of a deficit. The jump in from Jaime. Didn't know which target to choose, and in the end, takes down nobody. That's some misvalue. That Tribe, I mean, might just save the day for them. Lena, that was not quite a super I was hoping for. I mean, in the end, things could be worse, but they could still be a little bit better. I think the game could have been ended there. Yeah, that's the 11% that super would have secured. Either way, Tribe have found the adjustment they needed, and now they're in a 62% lead, 11% away from closing it out, and now nearly does that, and now will at last secure it. Double match point. Whoever takes this next and final game arc is going to be going to Valencia. The other team is unfortunately going to be out.
We wouldn't have it any other way. Let's be honest, to finalize the challenge season, this is going to come down to one game, and there were learnings on the side of Tribe for sure. Drage was absolutely popping off and getting so much Brock value. I did kind of wonder whether that early great start that Tribe had was going to give them a bit of a bit of confidence, overconfidence potential. But great takedown there. Rafa as well. Tribe starting to look like they could potentially take this one. I don't want to speak too soon. The supply drop is there for Drage as well, and the opening is there as Jaime jumps in and will get the takedown. That's something that we didn't see as much in the last game. Jaime was struggling a bit, but now looks like he's back to his former self.
Yeah, this is a pretty decent start for Panafresh. Got everyone alive still as well. And that damage gear from Black Sea is doing some work. Jump in from Jaime. Bit of a miss there. Still manages to get some damage on save, but I don't think it's quite the value he was hoping for. And yeah, Lena ends up falling. Tom clears up Rafa. There is a 21% lead now in favor of Panafresh. Super from Drake connects. Black Sea falls, and that means a couple shots not quite on safe, actually. Nice body blocking from Rafa while he's still immune to damage. Jaime is able to run to the safe with, with the damage gear as well. Gets a couple shots off. The lead now quite a bit in favor of Panafresh, but not quite something that locks in that victory just yet.
Jaime he just counts the shots. He just knows exactly when to jump on Drage, and you know they've got to either land the shots better or just be a bit more reserving with them. But now potential for a super on a safe, but Drage can't quite get the timings for it. Wants to scrutinize Rafa with the pinch there from Tom. Should be able to get the takedown. Supply drop for there. There's 36% damage here, but Tribe have got to really make up for lost time now. They're doing pretty well at doing just that. 48% damage now is all that remains, and if they hold this position here, they're in a great spot. I mean, there's a supply drop coming in. All three are still standing. Jaime's going in, but they might be too late.
Yeah, he's going for the safe, he's going for the brace race, but is that the play here? No, it's not. Tribe Gaming, they take the victory in the end, and they are going to Valencia for the challenge finals, and Panafresh, they just barely miss out.
Why would you even try and base race that?
I mean, to be fair, they were all low HP, right? If one or two kills went differently, maybe that would have worked out. We might see in the replay, but I think they had like 2,000 HP to 3 players combined. So there could have been a universe where, you know, 1, 2, or all 3 players go down and suddenly Panafresh win. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but surely you go and take them down, right? And then go and win. There's 45
Probably, yeah.
seconds on the clock, right? So it's a little bit weird, but we're going to have another minute silence for Panafresh here, I think. Because, I mean, their performance was commendable as well, but it's Tribe Gaming who take it at the end of the day, and they will be going to Valencia for the Snapdragon Pro Series Finals. They've gone from down here all the way up to the top, and from 2 and 4 coming into today, they're now going to be attending the finals.
I'm just going to pick my jaw off the floor and then continue on, because of all the things to happen today, this was the least likely. It was by far the least likely. I had to tell the Tribe guys time and time again, you know that you guys can still qualify. They thought they were just completely out. Like, they didn't even have a chance, and I was trying to explain the potential that this could happen. It has happened, but how has it got to this point? I mean, this was by far the least likely thing to occur today. I mean, this season has just ended in just like the most extravagant of ways possible, and I can barely believe it, honestly. I mean, it's crazy. It's insane. But, I mean, Tribe are in the Challenge Finals. They were in the Season 1 Finals, and again, like you said earlier today, Trav, I think they're still in contention for the Masters now. I mean, still. But if they've got the slim chance to get to this stage here in the Challenge season, I mean, luck is clearly on their side.
I mean, I think they're going to have to pretty much win the finals and have SK come dead last to even, like, and that might not even be enough considering they've come fourth in the season.
Could be, yeah. That's right.
It's definitely up for a debate, and we'll definitely check on that at some point. So will the League Ops as well. But massive congratulations to Tribe Gaming. We do have to, you know, say, give a bit of a minute to Panafresh and just talk about their performance as well, because they really have been performing incredibly as well. They came in today 2-4 also, and they've made it to that final game and just fallen short in double match point. Slight mistakes, and I will say, you know, I can't just put it all on Jaime. You know, I said he might have made the mistake going for the base race, but he got them to this position.
It was a team decision, right? Like, surely they're talking at that point.
I guess
he's not just there like, I'm going for safe, you know?
Yeah, well, I hope so.
I hope so too.
YOLO!
defend now, it's alright, guys. You've got it, no worries. You've got it.
Man, I mean, what a crazy day. Just because you're talking about the possibilities. For Tribe to qualify today, they needed Panafresh to beat Na'Vi, which Panafresh were the underdogs, and somehow they beat. Then they needed Chasmac Gaming to beat Panafresh. Panafresh were, not Panafresh, sorry, Mystic. Mystic were on match point, and then they get reverse swept.
Twice, or maybe even 3 times.
Yeah, by Chasmac. And then they needed to win, Tribe needed to win against Team Queso, which they did in the 5th and final set. They needed to win against Team Mystic, which they did in the 4th set. And then they need to win now. And they did it in the 5th set, double match point.
I mean, like, you couldn't write this. It's ridiculous. I've never seen this happen in the history of Brawl. I mean, there's never been a scenario that I'm aware of where a team have got this little of a chance and are able to persevere and see it through until the bitter end. Never seen it.
I think we've got to get some, you know, a bit of a memory in chat, guys. If we can put in chat right now, thank you for the great performance to Panafresh, Mystic, you know, and the other teams as well. The other teams who got so close but just did not make it. It's been an absolute pleasure casting them all season long, and genuinely, if we could have added I was going to say 8, but 7, not you, Team Queso. 7-person LAN, then I would be all for it, because the teams just genuinely
Let's get one last one in, didn't he?
before the end of the challenge phase, one last Team Queso look in, and you know, I'm proud of that one. I'm proud of that one as well. But you know, it genuinely, even including Team Queso, everybody's played so well. Like, it's been really fun to watch and cast over this challenge phase of the competition, because like every single team at a certain point will like, we've seen the performance that is finals worthy.
And it just goes to show, you know, like in the Snapdragon Pro Series, anything can happen. Literally anything can happen. And like, upon reflection, it's just such a great thing that is an open format, because it's exactly these kinds of scenarios that just demonstrate to people that they can get involved and do the same. And I think that's a really important thing to have in Brawl esports in general. But again, I mean, what a crazy day. What a kind of perfect way, being unbiased here, like to finalize things, just because what a story. I mean, and that's what makes esports great stories.
It really is, and you know, Tribe have come from nothing to this point. Panafresh came from pretty much the same as they did to being one game away from doing the same, and we'd have had the same reaction if Panafresh would have won, because it would have been the same story. Everything had to align for it to make it happen, and the two most unlikely storylines for it to be in this position made it to this position, and it's just absolutely great to see. And you know, this is why we love the Snapdragon Pro Series today.
Absolutely. I mean, what a journey here for everyone, and the fact that despite, you know, all those conditions, they're still all playing, you know, and giving it their all, and with all their passion, I think is a statement for exactly that, you know, how passionate they are about winning, about the game, and about making all of this work. And really, I'm impressed, you know, by how crazy today ended up being, because it could have been done like the show could have lasted for
After
2
the
hours.
first match, it could have been
4
determined on that first
3-0s.
match.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Navi win first match. We have another couple quick
Whoever
matches.
wins, yeah.
End of the day, you know. they took it all the way. They pushed themselves, and none of the teams that were kind of meant to be going out earlier than they did, they fought all the way until the end. And I think, especially as you mentioned, you know, Team Mystic as well as now Panafresh. I mean, these are just a massive shout out for their performance through and throughout the season, and being able to come back from, you know, Panafresh again. They were 0-3. We were talking about, you know, who is fighting for last. For being last between them and Team K. So that was like 3 weeks ago. And in the end, they were 1 game away from qualifying over teams like Trap, over teams like Na'Vi, which is ridiculous stuff. I mean, you're never safe. I think that's my takeaway.
You're really not. Let's take a look at the leaderboard, guys. See the finalized positions of everybody through this competition. Kicking things off in number 1, SK Gaming taking the number 1 spot, and Reply Totem are also 6-1, but they sit in second as their head-to-head was not quite there against SK Gaming today, finishing their 23 game win streak in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Chazmak sitting just under that at 4-3, and it's a rarity we see one team on a 3-4. We've got a lot more than that.
I've never seen an asterisk on the leaderboard before,
Yeah,
but it's there for good reason.
Tribe, Na'Vi, Panafresh, and Mystic Esports, all 3-4. Team Case sit at the bottom and 0-7. Yeah, you know, we've got to give a massive shout out to all the teams who are 3-4, and, you know, above that as well, obviously, for making it to those playoffs. But just, you know, Na'Vi, Panafresh, and Mystic as well. They're really teams who could have, who are at the caliber, and clearly, because everybody's 3-4, of making it to the finals, but just couldn't make it.
Yeah, there was just a little bit of a mistake. It's been rectified now. Na'Vi were sitting 5th. They're obviously 7th because, you know, none of the head-to-heads went their way. But still, it's still huge, though, for teams like Panafresh, like Mystic, that they do manage to end up above massive teams that are supported by massive orgs like Na'Vi and Team Queso. Just such a strong statement from them. And, I mean, both those teams they're going to be happy about a little, you know, prize pool bump that goes with placing 5th and 6th, because they could very much, as you said many times before, on paper ended up last.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, as you said, Panafresh were fighting for getting out of that last place just a couple of weeks ago, and now they were in a position to go to the finals, and I don't know, I'd have loved to see them there as well, because obviously, it being in their home country, it would have been a great thing to see, you know, another Spanish team on top of a couple of players from SK Gaming making it to those finals.
Just to point out as well, like, the leaderboard has been flipped. Like, it was, like, Na'Vi who were in 4th earlier, Mystic who were in 5th, and, like, it's literally turned on its head. I mean, we mentioned it earlier, volatility has been, like, the word of today, and it just goes to show how quickly things can change.
It really is wild. It really is wild to look at this leaderboard and see how things have shaped up over the past 4 weeks, if you include the week off. But it is ridiculous to see how some of these teams have lined up. You know, Reply Totem were on such a good winning streak, and it was cut short today. That's one storyline. And then we've had the storylines of a possibility of 7 different things needing to go right or something like that for Tribe Gaming to be able to make it, and they made it. And the same with Panafresh making it to that position. It was so unlikely. Probably the same again. Like, you know, 7 possibilities, and having those, you know, times together, the possibility of it actually happening in this specific way is just so minimal. And the same with Chazmak obviously being able to win that one as well and guarantee their spot. Really pleased for them as well, having a bit of a more difficult end to the year. They definitely started a bit stronger to see them going through another LAN event as well as Worlds as well too.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic challenge season, honestly. I was kind of happy in the first challenge season that we escaped the tiebreaker nightmare, but honestly, I mean, today was worth it. Today was worth it, and we had just phenomenal series through in and throughout. You know, if you just look at Tribe's journey, they played 14 out of 15 possible sets today, and honestly, a lot of us thought they might go out, you know, way before that. So huge respect to, you know, all the players for just providing us with quite frankly awesome content.
Yeah, one more thing has to be said. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, everybody in chat, join me in thanking for the final challenge season. Thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming for allowing us to put these competitions on. It's been an absolutely phenomenal season of Brawl Stars at the Snapdragon Pro Series, and it wouldn't be possible without those guys. They allow us to be here, they allow the players to play as tense games as they have just played, allow you guys to watch tense tiebreakers like you've just watched, and it really is just absolutely incredible. Nothing more to be said from me other than Europe. It's been an absolute honor. You know, I was over in NA last season. I loved it. But this is my home region, and I love you guys. I love you guys. Don't forget that. Any closing remarks from you guys? I'll start with you, Ark.
I mean, you already took the final dig against Team Kessler, so I'm not going to do that. But a massive thanks to everyone behind the scenes in the production, because, you know, for perspective, in the studio now, it's 1:45 in the morning. You know, I mean, you know, not just the players have had to have stamina, but we've had to have it. The production team have had to have it as well. And they're based in Malaysia, where it's like 11 AM in the morning.
Like midday.
They've covered the entire night. So, you know, it's, you know, as much in Brawl as it is a team effort on the field for the players, it is a team effort for us in the studio with the crew and the team that we have behind ourselves as well. So, massive shout out to them. It's been a phenomenal season. And to yourselves, I've loved every minute being beside you guys.
Well, likewise, and I think you couldn't really have said it better. You know, a very long show, but we have to think about everyone behind the scenes that makes those possible. And when it is such a long show, it's especially challenging. And the fact that everything still went smoothly and was on point afterwards shows how hard everyone works behind the scenes to make those shows possible. So big shout out to everyone in the team, and to everyone still watching too, because even if you are just watching, it's in the middle of the week. It's like, what, 2 AM? Respect, guys, respect for sticking here with us all the way until the end to see who makes it and who doesn't, and we appreciate your presence.
Yeah, it's been an absolute grind, but it has been a pleasure to be in Europe with everybody here. Just to reiterate what those guys have said, thank you to all the production crew and everybody behind the scenes. Thank you to the makeup artists for making this look somewhat presentable. Thank you to all the talent managers as well. Thank you for being absolutely incredible whilst we've been out here in Poland. It's been an absolute pleasure to be in Europe for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Be sure to join us when we are in Valencia on the 11th of December. And tune back in, because this is where it will continue after today. The challenge season has ended, but the challenge finals are coming up in December. Be sure to tune in. Thank you very much for watching, and goodbye.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop. Tell me who you see when you look straight up, like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you, like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up, like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you, like, ooh, touchdown.